It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Pick Six is sponsored by Affinity Whole Health. Visit feelgreatillinois.com to learn more about their testosterone therapy or weight loss options. Willie Mays died Tuesday at the age of 93. Mays was considered the greatest living baseball player until his death. Who is that now? And is Mays the best all-time player? Top 3, 5, 10? Where does he rank?
Yeah, that is a very difficult question in terms of ranking someone. He's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of baseball, which is really saying a lot because that is a very exclusive club. Willie Mays, this is such a strange thing to say, you know. Willie Mays, rest in peace, and you know, what an amazing career the guy has. But it's been so enjoyable watching all these clips. You know, Willie Mays lives on forever. And he was in a time where, you know, Steve Stone tells a story about a catch that he made that was one of the best catches he's ever seen. Him and Bonds going for the same ball, and the other guy is taller and bigger, and it doesn't matter because it's Willie Mays. The two of them jump at the same time. They're going for the ball. It was an amazing story. Seconds later, somebody sends out the clip. This is what Steve was talking about. I just tell you, it's an extraordinary world we live in where you can hear a story about a guy and then see the actual clip of what the play was almost instantly. And it was the tributes to him were pouring in, and, you know, go on your timeline on Twitter. I'm sure you'll see a ton of stuff. He's all over YouTube. Willie Mays, you know, 24 years as a professional ball player. Just an extraordinary career and a great player for all those years. And, you know, Steve Stone talking about being on the mound in his first start and knowing that any mistakes he makes Willie Mays going to clean them up. I mean, it was just a fantastic night to hear that kind of stuff. And God bless Willie Mays, you know, 93 years old. We all stand on the shoulders of giants.
I'm 28 years old, which means I can never say I was close to ever seeing him play or even close to the era that he played in. So everything I know about him is through highlights and the stories that my dad told me. And I would say his great moments are among the greatest of all time. And last night my dad called me after he found about the news and asked me the question, what is a more iconic moment in baseball history? Babe Ruth calling the shot or that catch in the Polo Grounds in center field.
Right.
Like, just two unbelievable moments in baseball history. To me, Mays is a top 3 player. Probably the greatest athlete, though, in MLB history. And also, 24 All-Star Game appearances. I think that's
crazy.
That will never be beat till the end of time. That will just never be beat. But if I had to pick a player that's living, I know it's controversial. I'm going to go with Barry Bonds because I think if you have that many home runs, that's just incredible. Growing up and seeing him play was unbelievable. But if I had a non-controversial take, you'd have Ken Griffey, you have Albert Pujols, and my personal favorite player of all time, Miguel Cabrera.
Had to get a Tiger reference
Absolutely.
in there. Yeah, there are no wrong answers when you talk about Willie Mays and his legacy and how great that he was and what memories you have. Everybody's going to have their own personal memory and maybe exchange or experience with him. You know, the greatest catch ever, he made it. When you talk about top 3, to some people, he's going to be the greatest player they ever saw, the greatest player who ever lived. You know, it's Ruth, it's Mantle, it's Willie Mays and Hank Aaron. And then you say, what about Ty Cobb? And It's a good question. There are several people who would compete for that, and it just depends on what you value more. But Willie Mays passes away at the age of 93, a life well lived, and just an iconic figure in all of sports. I mean, this is going to be, you know, this happened and it's national news. It's on the front page of every national newspaper, and it's one of those things where, whoa, he was the greatest living player. And now who is that? That's kind of fun to consider. You know, Robbie, you're right about Barry Bonds. When you remove the taint, and I don't know that you can, but Barry Bonds is probably the greatest living player people have seen. And then he didn't. The thing of it is, you always have this conversation. He didn't need to do what he did to be any greater. He was already achieved greatness, and then he tainted his career forever.
Godson, I believe, of Willie Mays.
Yes, and the Giant connection and a whole by the Bay, that they had that in common. Ken Griffey Jr. is a good one. One guy who's, this is, it's not controversial necessarily, but Shohei Ohtani is one of those guys that you wonder where his career is headed, where those numbers will be. And when you talk about greatness, you can't ignore the fact that he is the greatest player in the game right now when healthy, and how long his career lasts is going to be something to be fascinating to follow.
This is the question that will be asked for the rest of time in sports.
Heart attack Hector Neris was nowhere to be seen in the bottom of the ninth as Keegan Thompson not only stepped up to get the save, but struck out the side to seal the deal in the Cubs' 5-2 win over the Giants. Is this enough for Thompson to earn the job as the Cubs closer? Even though Counsell said that Neris is still the closer, is it time for him to change his mind about it?
I think it's time for him to evolve his thinking, and I'm glad that he did last night. Bad managers are stubborn to their beliefs, and they don't adjust or adapt based on the situation. And I think Craig Counsell last night adjusted and adapted to the situation. We don't know if Hector Neris was sore or tired. We don't know if he didn't want the ball in a case unlike a week ago when he asked for it. We don't know some of the details that he's privy to and we're not. What we do know is that he had just blown a save, and he had given up 7 earned runs in his previous 3 outings, and the mound was no place for him to be in the 9th inning protecting a lead. He had no business being out there. So Craig Counsell went to an alternative. I don't think it's Keegan Thompson's job right now. I don't think he has a stranglehold on the closer role, but I think he helped win a game the Cubs had to win. We said it yesterday. They just needed to go out and win a baseball game, do whatever was necessary. They scored 3 runs when they needed to break the 2-2 tie, and then they protected the lead with Keegan Thompson in the 9th inning. I don't know, because of Keegan Thompson's inconsistency, if that's enough to keep the job, but it was enough to kind of give you a reason to breathe a sigh of relief all over the north side.
Well, I don't know if Thompson earned the right to be the closer. It definitely proved that there's better options than Hector Neris. I think that's very clear now. Right now, I think the Cubs' bullpen situation is too fluid to just have one guy at the current moment. I think the Cubs kind of need to play this in purely vibes situation. I think you kind of have to have a touch and feel on who you think has it that night when it comes to the closing situation. And that's a lot of pressure on Craig Counsell. He has to be the person to be right every single night to make sure he gets that person. But that's what he was paid to do, to be that amazing manager, to be the person who has the strategic mind to do the right thing. And along the way, hopefully someone proves themselves. And if it's Keegan Thompson, that's totally fine with me.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you guys heard. When I heard Craig Counsell, we can go back and listen to it. He also, while he was saying he was going to stick with the closer, he also said you reassess every position, you go through. Like he talked about how you make decisions in baseball. This was clearly a really good decision. And I don't know if it's going to be the same decision he makes the next time and the time after that, etc. But they needed a change, just something different. And they got something different. They got a guy, young guy comes out and he mows down the side. And that's exactly what you wanted to see. They still haven't gotten Justin Steele a victory. How is that humanly possible? That guy pitched his rear end off. He's great. Hasn't won a game this year. I know wins don't matter, but I wonder if it matters to him. So I'm really delighted that they got that the bugaboo was worked out for a night, but I'm not sure that this is a kind of solution to everything. I think we'll see him mix it up a little bit, and I think we will see Hector back at some point, but it was a needed night off for him.
Without answering your question directly,
We're Were you disappointed to learn that Cubs outfielder Mike Tauchman was played on the IL as expected with a grade 2 left groin strain that will probably take 4 weeks to heal and cause him to miss significant time, according to Craig Counsell? Were you doubly disappointed that infielder Miles Mastrobuoni was the guy called up to replace him and not Alexander Canario or Owen Cassie? Did you understand the reasoning behind the move?
Well, I as Craig Counsell explained it, I understood what he was saying. It wasn't, rocket science. I didn't lose the plot. I didn't agree with that. I thought that it was an opportunity to get better, frankly, in the outfield and to see what a young guy could do. I guess Canario left, was it Sunday's game or Saturday's game? He's got something and he missed a day. So, and he had been on a roll, so that's understandable. But Owen Casey, I want to see that guy, man. I want to see that guy in the major leagues, and he's been on a tear. And I know he's a young guy, and I know he's a ginger. You don't have to explain it to me. I want to see that guy, okay? And I'm not sure I know Mastrobuoni was doing better in Iowa, but haven't we seen that before? And the idea that, well, all we need is a backup. We've got the outfielders, and there was already kind of spoiled for choice, and so you don't really. You didn't replace the guy with a guy that can play his position. You replaced him with an infielder who hasn't done particularly well over the last couple of years. And I know Dustin kind of always makes fun of his surname by calling him Mustacholi. Whatever. I thought of our executive producer, and he was going to blow his stack with that one. That's all I thought.
As a fellow Italian, I appreciate that Mastacholi thing as well. I was not disappointed in the move to bring up Mastrobuoni because the goal for Canario and Cassie should be development, not sitting on the bench waiting for a chance to prove themselves just to get sent back down as soon as Tauchman gets back or anything happens with that. We know exactly who Mastrobuoni is. He's a break in case of emergency player on a major league roster. He's not going to play a lot, and that's totally exactly what Craig Counsell wants. But this now means it's Pete Crow Armstrong time, and I think this is exactly what Cub fans want. They want to see him play every day, see if he can do this at the major league level, and it's time for him to do so. I'm not sure if someone can step up and replace Tauchman's production based on what he's done this year, but it's time for someone to prove up to do it and do it right now.
Pete Crow Armstrong is hitting 198, and as much as I like PCA and as much as I respect his speed and defense, I don't know if playing him more is going to get you more at the plate. And Casey is an interesting option. Brendan Davis is injured since June 11th, and Canario certainly left with some health issues. So I don't know if Jed Hoyer were to answer these questions honestly again today, as he did last week, if the answers remain internal. Because Mike Tauchman going down is a loss of your best player. Statistically, he has the highest WAR on this team, or at least he did at the beginning of this week. He's a guy that grinds out at bats at the top of the order. Nico Horner led off last night. Let's hope that kickstarts his season offensively. But Mike Tauchman is more valuable to this team than he should be. And his loss over 8 weeks is going to be felt, and it changes the dynamic, and it changes the equation. And if you're Jed Hoyer, I just don't know if you can continue to lean on the crutch that is your internal strength, and you have all these young outfielders. Well, you didn't call up one of those young outfielders at a time you would think they need one. Mastrobuoni's not the answer to anything but a question about who's the next guy to be sent back to Iowa. That's probably going to be him. You've got to do something else. And I think that maybe Jed Hoyer can regroup, regather. Maybe this buys him some time. But I don't know that the answers when you lose your best player are still going to be internal ones.
I don't know how to answer your question.
How impressive with Jonathan Cannon's nearly complete game shutout 2-0 victory over the Houston Astros last night. He went 8 2/3 innings, scattering 7 hits with 4 Ks and 1 walk, while allowing a career-high 106 pitches, 2 more than his last time out. He's given up 1 run in his last 17 innings. Is he the best young pitcher in Chicago right now?
Wow. Now that's a mouthful right there. I think that he certainly looked like it last night, and I was surprised he went out for the 9th, even though I don't have any I'm not going to quibble with what Pedro Grifol decided to do. As Steve Stone said on the broadcast, I think Pedro handled it perfectly. He gave him a chance to finish the job, and seeing eye single and a squib bunt, swinging bunt, it got him into danger, and Brebbia got him out of it. Lot to choose from there. Is Justin Steele still considered young? He's almost 30. I don't think he's probably considered a young pitcher, but if you do consider him young still, I think he has earned the right to be called the best young pitcher because of the season he had in 2023, but that could be quibbling about his age. If you're talking about up-and-coming young pitchers in Chicago, the Cubs' two best are injured right now. So that's hard to say. Ben Brown, Jordan Wicks, Cade Horton could be. He's shut down. So you look at the other options. Yeah, Cannon, maybe. I think Garrett Crochet is the best young pitcher in Chicago. I think he's going to be here for a long time. I hope that he stays healthy, and if he does, he's going to be a dominant starter in the American League. So I think Jonathan Cannon earned the right to have that conversation. He definitely pitched well enough with 106 pitches and 8 2/3 innings to be considered one of the best young pitchers in Chicago. Good cannon fodder.
I love that. Cannon fodder. If we're going to go by MLB service time, I think the best young pitcher is Shota Imanaga, but he's 30 years old. So I don't know if I can necessarily say that. But
He's a rookie.
Exactly. But I agree with you, David. My pick is Garrett Crochet at 24 years old. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually buying stock in the White Sox moving forward. Because, first of all, it can only go up. I mean, if it goes down, then something terrible has happened here. But second, they're going to have 3 studs in that starting rotation moving forward. If they keep Garrett Crochet, you have that amazing arm right there. You have Jonathan Cannon. And then I've really liked what I've seen from Drew Thorpe, even though his last outing wasn't as great. But I can see the potential there. And if that trio develops the proper way, that's going to be a really solid and even one of them, like a very good core for the White Sox moving forward. And I know I sound like a Chris Getz apologist, but I really do like what is happening with the White Sox rotation right now. But give me Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet turns 25 in 2 days on the 21st, which would be, today is Wednesday. Friday we'll have a crochet party. What do you think? We actually come in here and we set up the little things.
Macrame?
Little crochet.
Oh, croquet.
I was
Yeah.
throwing crochet.
There we go. Yeah, all right.
We do that
You
as
bring
a
the
celebration
wickets.
of his birthday.
All right.
Yeah. You're pretty good at that. You got a beautiful touch on everything. It's wonderful. I think of Garrett Crochet as, you talk about service time. He's got some missing service time, but I think of him as a guy. When I look at Garrett Crochet, I don't say, all right, he's going to be 25 in 2 days. Can they win with him in 3 years? So I go back to that idea. It's going to take him a minimum of 3 years. They're probably 5 years away. I would try to extend him. I would try to pay him now and keep him and have him be the mainstay, a lefty power arm. And think about the different type of players they have. Then they got the sweeper coming from Jonathan Cannon, and then they've got the Drew Thorpe changeup. I mean, I just like the idea of running pitchers at you that are different as you are going into a series. So I kind of, from a big picture standpoint, I like the idea, and I think Crochet is like a really good young pitcher. But there are a lot of good young pitchers in Chicago. I mean, Cade Horton hasn't even got here yet, and he's supposedly the best of the bunch. Remember when we thought that was Caleb Killian? Wasn't that long ago? And there are going to be more guys that are making their way that are coming. Noah Schultz will eventually be the best pitcher in Chicago. He's like he's another Crochet, only he might be bigger and stronger, and I can't wait to see him. He's doing remarkable things in the minor leagues. I believe he's 20. So I do think that this is like we're seeing kind of a really interesting pitching thing developing, right? You got so many good young pitchers with the Cubs and guys on the way, and I hope Ben Brown's okay. He would be the answer to this question if he were all right. I don't think he's better than Crochet. I just think Crochet might be a little bit older, and that's why they're debating whether or not they're going to trade him. So I loved what Jonathan Cannon did last night, and he's put together a few good outings now. He had a really strong relief appearance, and then 104 and 106. We'll see where it goes, but that's great stuff.
I understand the question.
Do you have any reaction to former Grosse Pointe South star, maybe just legend, Chris Getz, saying Yoan Moncada is on track to return to the White Sox around the All-Star break, roughly a month from now, while Eloy Jimenez could be back next week? Getz also said he's getting frequent contact from teams in regard to trade interest. Do you wish teams wanted Jimenez and Moncada?
Yeah, that's the beauty of this, is they might get him back in time to trade him. I can't imagine anyone picking up the Moncada contract. I just can't imagine it. And Eloy, sadly, kind of an injury waiting to happen. I think those guys are going to be on the White Sox when they get back, and they will be on the White Sox moving forward. Maybe the White Sox will get better. Say what you want. Moncada's a pretty good defensive third baseman. Obviously, a career disappointment, but can play baseball. Let's see what he can do. But no one wants him. I think that Chris Getz, again, he's really done little in his time in Chicago other than make a fan out of Ravi Triano. I mean, that's really one of the greatest tricks that he's pulled off. So at least there's one guy that wants to listen to and hang on the words of the great White Sox, the great Grosse Pointe South High School star. And, it's great that you guys went to the same high school, and that's fun stuff. Of course you're getting calls with trade interest. You're the only team that is stealing right now, right? Are there other teams out there? If you want to make a trade and everybody's hanging on for the last wild card, who do you call? You call Chris Getz, not because you want his players, because they're available. So they got some good players, and they'll move all of them, except I hope they don't move Crochet, and I think their price, and he kind of admitted it, is very high for Crochet and Robert, and maybe they keep them as a result. That's my hope.
If I was Chris Getz, you needed Jimenez and Moncada to be healthy to trade, but sadly, I don't think their value is worth anything to deal right now. So if I was him, I would just hold on to that and wait, and I don't even know what you could do with them later. But trading Tommy Pham and Paul DeJong isn't going to do enough to rebuild this roster. There's holes everywhere, and that's not going to do enough in order to rebuild what you have here. And I'm not willing to trade Luis Robert Jr. just because he's that good. You want to have a player like that. So the White Sox, I feel like, are going to be one of the more interesting teams at the trade deadline, but I don't think what they're going to get back in return is going to be very interesting, especially if they're not trading both of those two players.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of activity. I don't know how much accomplishment will accompany that. I think when you look at who they're going to likely and realistically trade, I don't know that Luis Robert Jr. is realistic, and certainly Crochet is even more unrealistic, because I don't think you get rid of pitchers like that. More likely to extend him than trade him. They should be more interested in that, I think, at this point of their development. When they have the young pitching that you see glimpses of last night, and with Drew Thorpe, with two very different starts, one uneven, one very good, but you do see hope there with your pitching rotation. You're Chris Getz, and you don't want to get rid of everybody. I think you want to have the price high for Luis Robert Jr. He said that as much without saying it specifically. So you still can have a lot of activity. Paul DeJong needs to go. Tommy Pham needs to go. Michael Kopech could be on the way.
Eric
Fetty's going to fetch a nice return. I don't know how much, but you'll get something. Chris Flexen could too. There's 5 guys right there that are 5 transactions that'll bring you some level of prospect. You don't know about the talent. You don't know about the caliber, but there will be something. There will be a lot of movement. The transactions will be active, and that's why his phone is busy and why he's being peppered. What he said, that was the word he used. It's not feasible to trade Eloy or Moncada. They're just damaged goods. They're injured. I think those are going to be sunk costs for the White Sox. I don't think anybody will want to give up anything for them. Now, if they're DFA'd or if they're released or whatever the case may be, then they might take a chance on them. But these aren't guys you'd give up anything. Why would you give up something for those kind of headaches? You don't hate your team doctors that badly, because if you bring in Yohan Moncada or Eloy Jimenez, you're basically inviting them into your training room, and I just don't think any team's going to be motivated to do that.
Last one, the Bears signed veteran kick returner DeAndre Carter to a contract. So what does that mean for Velus Jones? Or is it Khalil Herbert who should be worried? Is this all about the new kickoff rules?
It could be. DeAndre Carter is a punt returner as well, and I think when you look at Velus Jones' role on this team, there's no more claim to a spot because you were the first offensive player drafted by Ryan Poles. That's so 2022 or 2023. You can't do that anymore if you're going to be a serious playoff team. So if DeAndre Carter gives you more certainty in punt returns, if Khalil Herbert is a better option at kickoff returning because of the stop and start capability you're going to need because of the new kickoff rules, and running backs make more sense than gadget wide receivers, yeah, I think Velus Jones should be worried. His roster spot is anything but assured.
This feels very much like a rule to take advantage of the kickoff rules. Carter has returned 118 career kicks for an average of 22.4 yards and 1 touchdown. So he has the production. You know what he can do, and he is a specialist. So it feels like Ryan Poles is doing that, and good for him for doing that. But if I'm a Bears fan, I'd like to see Rome Odunze take off those kickoffs. I want to see that star power. I want to see what he can do. He has that explosive. He's done it before. But this is a good move for the Bears. How much it's going to pay, is this going to be the difference between winning the division or not? Like, absolutely not. But I do think it's a good move on Ryan Poles.
Yeah, these are the kind of moves. These are the subtle kind of backup moves that make your roster better, you know? I mean, look, I'm not here to pick on Velus Jones, but he's done nothing to earn a position in the NFL other than be the first offensive player that the Bears drafted in the Ryan Poles era. That's it. That is his claim to fame, and that's pretty much the only contribution that he has made regularly. And I'm not picking on him, but, you know, they still have Dante Pettis on the roster, and now you're adding another guy. They're really looking for competition, and they're really looking to improve and to get something out of it. I think the kickoff stuff are when you see, didn't the Lions just sign a kicker? When you're seeing teams try to load up to protect their kicker, but also get somebody that can help them in the mix.
It's a contact play.
It's a contact play,
yeah.
And they found that kickers are involved in it far too often.
And they don't like contact.
And
kickers don't like contact.
If you hurt your kicker on a kickoff
what do you
play,
do?
Then he can't kick a 50-something yard field goal. So I think those are separate issues. I wonder if the kickoff issue, I'm going to say this again and everyone thinks I'm insane. I'm very curious to know what the punter can do with the kickoff.
He says he can do it.
See,
I asked him. He said
he
can do that.
And I believe he can do it in a way that
he's
would...
a big, strapping lad.
And he's a big lad.
He's a big lad.
Big, tall, strapping...
Yeah, he's got some muscles.
Aussie rules guy.
Yes. By the way, Robbie, you had Rome Odunze, if you're Ryan Poles, a second-rated player on your board. He's going to be the future of your passing game. Oh, I don't know. Let's let him return punts. No harm there. That's a huge risk.
If you want to win, you got to put him out there. If he's that good, do it.
I don't know, man. That's like you get your punt returns.
But he's also the third receiver. It's not like he's going to have all these miles on him.
He's your third receiver who you want to envision one day to be in your numero uno.
I'm old enough to have watched Neil Anderson play special teams for the Bears. And honest to God, I think that guy was the best special team player I've ever seen. He was the running back that took over after Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Walter was still there when they drafted him. And so he was just kind of sitting there, and they're like, oh, we'll use him on special teams. Unbelievable. So if you actually have a guy that can do something on special teams and he's not if he's a rookie and he's lost in the mix. But I'm with you, David. Rome Odunze, too damn good to risk on a play.
He missed his first practice with a sore hamstring, and it was like a civic crisis. You want to create some certainty with this guy. You want to protect him from harm. No way, Robbie.
All right, we got to get to a break. We've got the extra point next. We're going to keep it going. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio.
bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick.
Last play of the game. Clock winding down.
We're playing at the United Center Friday.
At the United Center.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Yep.
Jack feeds Danny at the elbow.
Yeah.
Danny goes in and then ball fakes back to Jack. Takes a layup on his own and then slams the ball down on the court in front of children, by the way. Children are playing. They're on the court. Danny he takes that shot, slams it down, and says, "No, nephew Jack, you're 12 years old. You cannot take this ball."
You're in high school. He's 18. He's 18. Don't embellish.
I'm tweeting the video right now.
He's 18.
Okay, so what? You have the ball. You take the layup.
So Shane's thought is that on a play that I scored on, I should have kicked it back out so that he, who scored more than me in the game, should have gotten an extra shot as opposed to me getting my second basket in the game.
Exactly.
I disagree.
Well, we all thought, everyone who was watching from the bench thought, oh, it's open look for Jack. Here it comes.
That's how good my pump fake was.
It was a great pump fake because we all believed you were going to make the correct basketball play and go for the guy with the open shot, but it's not what you did.
I scored.
How was it not the correct basketball?
I scored.
Wait, I don't like this. I'm defending Danny. It doesn't feel good.
I scored on the play. I scored on the play. Results oriented.
Listen to this guy. I got mine.
Doesn't matter.
Got mine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, dude. You had the chance to give your nephew a buzzer-beating opportunity.
It wasn't for a win. I mean, the guy already had hit a three. He already had. Guy had 9 points. He was our team's leading scorer.
You know, here's the thing.
Had 11.
Shane, how many times have one of us felt like we had a take that could really be, could kill the segment, but Danny takes the take for himself? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is it's just shooter's going to shoot.
I went out there to get up shots.
We heard that a lot from a lot of people on Friday, by the way. The whole shooter's going to shoot thing from a lot of people who can't shoot.
There were like 7 points scored the entire 40-minute game.
I would have been gunning on that court. You're on the United Center court.
Yeah, and
you need to make one or at least two.
I scored twice. I scored once in the first half and then the last bucket of the game. And I was not going to go down with only scoring once in that game. And Texas was, Danny said last week that was his move. Yeah. The fake pass, the pump fake pass, and then keep it. You got to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't say you were going to pump fake your nephew.
I'll pump fake anybody.
You're plus one?
I'll pump
the
fake my
kid you
plus
brought?
one. He already scored. He already had a great day. He's 18. He had a great time.
He gave it to you.
Bad look.
He high-fived me. He was glowing
That's
after.
What I'm saying.
He was thrilled.
Release the video. Let people make their own
doing it right now.
It's a great
assessments.
take.
At the end of the video, he's very happy. Now I want to go back and look and see if it was a patronizing happy look. It
might have been out of pity because of how much effort I had to put into.
Good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
accuracy and relied on his feet too quickly after the first read, the report read. What's your reaction to that?
Well, you read closer, and there's some things that he did do, and I think you always talk about Justin Fields and the athleticism and the explosiveness, and you have to include that almost like it's a disclaimer. The fine print about Justin Fields is, well, you have to acknowledge the fact that he is a unbelievable athlete, and he is one of those guys that is going to make you say, wow, if he plays 4 quarters at least once or twice during the course of a game. He also is going to make you say, uh-oh, a few times. And that's what this report reflects. This isn't news to anyone who's paid attention and been objective about Justin Fields the last 3 years in Chicago. He has high highs, and the lows are frustrating. And so if he's struggling to pick up a new system, be accurate, be on time, and the inconsistency is on brand, unfortunately. Relying on his feet too quickly after the first read is what has created this, what helped create the myth that was Justin Fields in Chicago. Because when things would break down after that first read, he would do what he did so well, and that was run to daylight. And he would find it, and he would separate, and he would celebrate. And that was Justin Fields as a Bears starting quarterback. He was their best running back. He struggled as a passer. If he didn't struggle as a passer, he might still be here. So this wasn't a huge surprise. I wish him well. I think everyone does. I don't know how they're going to use him. It won't be on kick returns. But I think Russell Wilson in the same story was described as somebody who was taking advantage of this opportunity. Let's hope Justin Fields can as well. It's only OTAs in a mini camp, so it is very early to draw any conclusion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you hit it right there, David. Well, I'm not going to react to minicamp and say it's over for Justin Fields. I do think the Bear fans should finally come to the fact that the Bears and Ryan Poles made the right decision to move on from Fields and get Caleb Williams, if there's still any fans out there who haven't already. The Bears got their franchise QB that has shown flashes on and off the field in Caleb Williams, why he's already a star. And while Fields may not get on the field this year, but I am rooting for Justin Fields, but I'm not going to take too much stock in it, but Caleb Williams is the guy here, and we should focus on that.
Yeah, Caleb is the story. He is in France. Did you see that? He's in Paris. He's at the Chanel show with his girlfriend. He's hanging out with Lamar Jackson and with the Frenchman, the giant, the tallest man in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama. The three of them are hanging out together, or were spotted together. But Justin is shopping with his girlfriend. God bless him. I think it's great. And meanwhile, let's just be honest. We're talking about a guy in Justin Fields who is not now, nor has he ever been a minicamp player or an OTA player or a 7-on-7 drill star. It's just not what he can do. So you're telling me that he's not in time, on time. You're telling me that he's seeing the ball in. He doesn't have anticipatory throws. That's the guy. That's who he is. Oh, he runs too quickly. He runs really fast. He's too quick and he's too fast, and he's got a huge weapon in terms of his legs. Great player with that sort of thing. So I think all you're doing is describing what you're doing is you're saying to me, wow, this guy isn't accurate at all. Did you see him in that 7-on-7 drill? Yes, we've seen that. We've seen that before. That's exactly who he is. Doesn't mean he can't rise to the moment when the opportunity arises, and hopefully sooner than later. Let's get him on the field, and let's see that 6th-round draft pick turn to 4. It's all that matters, really all that matters. But yeah, I'm not surprised at anything I read regarding his minicamp performance. Are you?
No, I don't think that he's not a minicamp player.
No.
He's not a guy who. He might not be a starting quarterback this year, and that's a thing that some Bears fans might not want to accept, but right situation, he could be. This doesn't seem like the right situation. This is a respite year. This is a year of growth and learning, if you will. If he plays, something has gone wrong in Pittsburgh. I don't think he will be playing by design. He'll be playing if there's an injury or ineffectiveness, and Sounds like Russell Wilson's off to a pretty good start.
All right, 312-644-6767. That is the telephone number. Who's the best young pitcher in Chicago? Do you still consider Crochet a young pitcher? Do you think Justin Steele has come around and deserves that mantle, regardless of whether or not he's winning or how the Cubs are treating him, etc.? Who do you think's the best one? 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Cubs Gold Glove left fielder Ian Happ. I don't know why it feels that way, but if everybody could reset.
It's been tough. There's not a lot of other ways to put it. We've had.
All the sentences I could have predicted today.
Yes. One more
Absolutely.
gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
What was that?
That was a basketball game when they're giving a tribute to his dog.
Play that again.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
So it's a basketball game. They're giving a tribute to the dog. A steal happens, and the guy just dunks it on a fast break, and the color guy's like that?
It's so mean. Was she run over? And he doubled down. It was like that. Was she run over like that?
In case you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Apparently it was a cat.
How does the guy also forget the name of his beloved pet? Herbie, one more time. Right at the beginning, he forgets the name of the pet.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
If you think it's a person to begin it with, then that makes it even worse.
That's why I thought it was a child. I thought it was a 12-year-old girl.
No, it was a pet.
At
Or else
first,
we wouldn't do that.
Oh my God!
Doesn't that strike you, Ranger, as something that Ostrowski would do?
Oh, say something like that? Yeah, because he's just a bad
I love
guy.
Joe so much. I love him so much because he allowed the beautiful, and Joe's going to join me in the next segment, but the beautiful thing about Joe and like the whole like nighttime crew, he was the bad guy so that I didn't have to be.
You know what?
It's so great.
You delegate that really well.
Being the bad guy?
No, yeah, you delegate that you be the butthole so that I can be the nice guy.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. Sometimes Herbie has stuff that he wants to say.
Oh.
And then he says it.
Herb's a top 5 bad guy.
100% Ostrowski would have done that. 100%.
It was only a dog or a cat or whatever.
on 670 The Score.
I mean, it was awesome to perform the way that I did tonight and help the team win. But I think all of our guys in the bullpen are throwing in high leverage situations. It just so happened that I was up tonight, and it just worked out for us, and it was a good team win.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score. That's Keegan Thompson, Mr. 1-2-3.
He needed that. They needed that. The Cubs really took the ninth inning, and that's the way you handle the ninth inning with a lead. Shut it down. There was a time Keegan Thompson would have been considered for your list or that debate.
Right.
There was a time a couple years ago he would have been among the candidates to be who is the best young pitcher in Chicago.
Yep.
Okay, Keegan Thompson guy, and then kind of fell off the map a little bit. He's been up and down from Iowa. I thought he was maybe done a couple stops ago. I was surprised. I think out of desperate times call for desperate measures, and the Cubs are certainly desperate, and here he is in that situation. Good for him. Struck out the side.
Let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. We have our friend John from Joliet. Hey, John, how are you?
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to jump in real quick on Willie Mays. Being a 11-year-old kid, 12-year-old kid in 1972, and just really getting into Little League and baseball, and just seeing it, remembrance of Willie Mays. Just think, people, when you go to a ballpark nowadays, look at the dimensions of the ballpark. But imagine back then seeing ballparks with a center field fence of 480 feet. I mean, just these guys ran in fields just to see them cover that ground. And Willie Mays, can you compare Willie Mays to anybody today other than just being an all-around 5-tool player? Because this guy had 7 inside park home runs. I mean, Willie Wilson had the most, 13, but this guy was an amazing baseball player. And to watch him and Mickey Mantle in the home run derby, I just watched it on YouTube. They're hitting the balls over 380-foot fences and just banging houses across the street. Just an amazing baseball player. I'll hang up and listen to what you guys got to say. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, John.
That's
Appreciate
great.
the phone call.
That's great stuff.
I can remember talking to Ernie Banks and interviewing him for a long story, or one of the times we talked to Ernie Banks and Willie Mays.
How cool is that? Just saying that before you even tell this story. That is super cool.
It was super cool. I loved the relationship I had with Ernie Banks and spending the time that I spent with him and at the end of his life, and how vibrant he was and how he used to be, how big of a character he often was. And so he would tell stories, and he would tell stories about Willie Mays. And one time I remember him telling it, and I mentioned in the story that I found, but he talked about how great he was trying to put into context his career, and he thought Willie Mays was the best player he ever played against. And the best competitor, the similar. And he was saying, and I told Willie one day that you take my 10 best years, and they were better than your 10 best years. And it was that kind of competition, but it was that was the best. That was the standard. And what John said kind of reflected that to many people, Willie Mays was the best baseball player they ever saw in person.
Right.
And I think that Ernie Banks, God rest his soul, I mean, Ernie Banks at one point in time told me the same thing. And he was Ernie Banks.
Yeah.
And a contemporary of Willie Mays is saying, this is the best baseball player I ever played against.
I was lucky enough to do the Sports Writers on TV for the final year of that show. And I remember having a conversation with these, they were talking about great ball players. And Bill Gleason talked about, as a kid, going to the ballpark, and he saw Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth hit a ball like a infield fly, basically. And Bill said that, and again, he was like a little kid. He said it was the highest hit ball he's ever seen in his life. It was just a pop up off the bat of the, and to him, it was like out of the park home run. He said he'd never seen anything like that. Babe Ruth, he has a very distinct childhood memory of Babe Ruth hitting the ball straight up in the air. Isn't that super?
It's a
wild?
memory. You remember when you have a brush with greatness, and I think that's the beauty of. You see all the highlights. You reference the Steve Stone story, and all of a sudden it's there on the internet. You see the catch that's going to be replayed all over television today, the greatest catch ever made in baseball. Willie Mays, a say, hey, kid. Mully, I also think that for years, for people kind of like us who didn't necessarily grow up with him, front and center, you remember the end of his career, and he's always used as an example, or often used as an example, of what you don't want your stars to be like Willie Mays in a Mets uniform. You don't want to see them at the end of their career where they are feeble and not what they once were.
Right.
And that image of him that's pretty indelible at the World Series, I think it was against the A's, and he was 42 years old, and it was the 73 World Series, I believe, and it was just like, well, he's still hanging on. He's still Willie Mays, but it was kind of sad. And it's kind of a sad image because of how vibrant he was. He had, as Robbie said earlier in the show, 24 All-Star appearances. Now, that's when they
had a second All-Star.
They had a second All-Star game.
So
but
4 of those don't count if you think of it that way. That's still 20 All-Star appearances.
24, yeah. He played from the time he was 20 years old. He had a stint in the Negro Leagues. I don't know if those numbers count, but you look at his overall statistical.
They do now.
They do now.
Yeah.
It's just a remarkable career, and it is arguably one of the best baseball careers ever, one of the best baseball players in history.
Right.
If you wanted to carve out your traditional Mount Rushmore of baseball greats, you could make a strong argument that he belongs on it.
Oh, I think he's on it. I really do. It's hilarious. It's so funny to be with people that were around people. I remember we were sitting there one day, and Bill Joust and Gleason were talking about Ty Cobb, and Joust said something like, "Oh, the guy was a racist and whatever." And Gleason says, "Well, he wasn't that bad a guy." And Joust's like, "What are you talking about? We won there." And he said, like, how well did you know him to say something like that? And Bill pulls out his cigar and says, "I had dinner with him once." Can you even imagine? Ty Cobb? I mean, I'm sure he didn't pick up the bill. It's hysterical to think about players as humans, because there's a whole group of players. All you get is their numbers and their names and the value of their baseball. The Honus Wagner card is worth. I don't know anything about Honus Wagner.
Different generation when they were more relatable and accessible, and they were driving to the ballpark like you were maybe driving to the game to watch them play.
Ernie lived in the neighborhood and was friendly with everybody.
And used to carpool with Billy Williams.
Yes.
Driving up Lakeshore Drive.
Incredible.
And that was just two guys from the neighborhood going to play baseball and on their way to Cooperstown. Yeah. Those are extraordinary. Those are great stories.
And all the Willie Mays story. I got all day for it. Anybody has a Willie Mays story, feel free. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
Yeah. You did the Vuvuzela too, which we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a thing, Shelly. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
Thinks you're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience
possible.
is biased, but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
What, because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line. Boog.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask
Tomato.
about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow. Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them.
Your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Mully and Haugh. Live and local. Chicago sports talk for your morning on 670 The Score.
It's 0-2 on Soler. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three, and the Cubs win the ball game. A big, sharp slider. It ended up probably about 2 feet outside. Soler flailing at it, missed it by a wide margin. And what a job by Keegan Thompson, not only getting a save, but striking out all 3 batters he faced.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. I guess a sense of relief. The Cubs winning a game. The Cubs giving themselves a chance.
Well played.
To win a series.
Sense of relief indeed.
There you go. And you really come away with it with, hey, Keegan Thompson, nice job.
One night. One night only.
One night only.
And that's okay. Tonight, you get somebody else, or today, it's a day game. Kyle Hendricks on the bump, 12:45 pregame right here on The Score. Zach Zabin puts it into context like nobody else. Keegan Thompson did what he needed to do in a game the Cubs needed to win. Simple as that. Today, somebody else's turn. I think if you're going to look at the closer role as untraditional, non-traditional, and out-getter for the final 3, then you stay consistent. That's what I didn't understand about the stubbornness to insist that Hector Neris is your guy. You don't owe him anything. You owe the team the best decision every given game. And last night, it was to go to Keegan Thompson. He came through.
Today, the Cubs wrap up their series against the Giants from Wrigley. As you said, the pregame starts at 12:45, first pitch at 1:20. You can listen to every Cubs game in Chicagoland with the free Odyssey app. And if you get that app, you know what else you can do this Friday at 6? It's the premiere of A Salute to Sandberg. Mark Grody. God, I love Mark Grody. Mark Grody will host a 1-hour documentary honoring the legacy of Ryne Sandberg before his statue is unveiled at Wrigley 2 days later. That's Sunday. And that's Friday from 6 to 7 right here on your home for the Cubs, 670 The Score. And, of course, that Odyssey app.
That's what they call in the business appointment radio.
Yeah, no question.
Appointment radio. All right, so Keegan Thompson's 29 years old.
Will we talk about Sandberg someday like Willie Mays? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that a guy that you watch play and you will look? Go back to what you were saying.
No, we'll go back to that in a moment. I want to ponder this.
I love the idea of the Hall of Famers you've seen.
So
you see what I'm saying?
You just tapped into, you asked me a question about how I will remember one day or consider the player that I probably would consider my most favorite player ever growing up.
Yeah.
Ryne Sandberg was to me what Willie Mays was to many people who were San Francisco Giant fans or maybe New York fans, baseball fans. I don't know if I put him certainly in the same category because Willie Mays is one of the top 3 or 5 or maybe best players ever.
Yeah.
But Ryne Sandberg is a Hall of Famer.
Yes, he is.
And he's Chicago's and he's the Cubs.
And I know he's your favorite player. And I know a lot of people who consider him their favorite player.
I want to make an effort to get there Sunday. I want to see him react to that moment because he's at a point in his life where these things mean a little bit more. He's gone through a cancer scare. He is now fighting that. And I think that everybody in Chicago is pulling for him. So, yeah, you do stop when you see headlines like yesterday, Willie Mays passes away, age of 93. Life well lived, but you do start to wonder about guys who are celebrating their careers, their legacies are intact. Ryne Sandberg's being cast in bronze. So yeah, I do think that it's one of those weekends where it's one of those weeks you're a little bit more reflective. And I think last week we went through this in the NBA for a lot of people. Jerry West passing away, the logo. Willie Mays, the icon, the standard. So 2 weeks in a row, sports loses a giant. And I think that's unfortunate, but they did both in both cases have tremendous lives, both well lived. Wow.
Finish your story, though. You were saying something about Keegan Thompson. I'm sorry to
No, that's
interrupt
okay.
you with
No,
that
I think the Rhino departure is a good one because a lot of people, are connecting it's nostalgic to think about Willie Mays, to see these highlights and remember things. And when you see Rhino over the weekend and the build up to this unveiling, you get nostalgic as well. But in the present, rather than looking back, we can do that if you want. People can call and reminisce. But all I was saying was that Keegan Thompson, when I referenced him earlier as there was a time when he could be a young pitcher. He's 29 years old.
I can't believe
he's 29 years old. I'm surprised by that too. Now, Justin Steele, I think, is also maybe eliminated from consideration for what you said, the best young pitcher in baseball, or in Chicago, excuse me. Justin Steele is 29 on July 11th. So let's confine it to.
That's incredible.
Well, he's been around for a while. If we say this, Mully, you ask a good question in the context of Jonathan Cannon's 8 2/3 scoreless outing last night for the White Sox. First career victory for the young right-hander who was a third-round pick in the 2022 draft. Who's the best young pitcher in Chicago? 25 or younger. I think 25 or younger should be the cutoff.
Okay.
Because that's a good group. It's a good group.
What's a hell of a group?
You've got Jonathan Cannon, who is the youngest, I think. Well, not the youngest of among consideration. He is only 20. Brown? He's 23 years old.
I know. Jonathan Cannon is young. Wow. I know.
24 in July. No, he's not 24 in September, I believe.
And I was reading, I think it was James Fegan wrote a story on Sox Machine about how your guy, Brian Bannister, worked with him on changing his grip on a couple of his pitches and how that has really influenced and changed the way that he is throwing.
As we start to learn more about these young Sox starting pitchers or pitchers that they're basing a lot of the hope on for the future, the name Brian Bannister, I sense, is going to come up a lot.
Well, I hope he's doing a good job.
Because I think he was brought here into this organization to make
Korea?
this kind of impact. Not from Korea.
Oh.
No, but we're getting that guy. I think Robbie was on hold with the Korean pitching coach.
Okay.
I think he was working on that. So when I heard him speaking Korean, I thought that was during the break. Very interesting.
I have Duolingo, so yeah.
Okay.
I've been brushing up.
Enterprising young man there, Robbie Triano. So, Mully, I think you look at Jonathan Cannon, 23. Cade Horton is not here yet.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 23 in August, but he could be the answer to that question emphatically if he ever stays healthy and arrives.
Right.
You mentioned Ben Brown.
Yeah.
Ben Brown.
I hope he's okay.
This
man.
surprised me. Oh, I do too.
Isn't that? I mean,
oh my gosh.
I really like him as
vertebrae and pitching they don't go hand in hand.
I hate that. I hate that word being used in the course of pitcher vertebrae. Those two words don't ever belong together. Don't ever use them together.
This might blow your mind, though. This might blow your mind. Ben Brown is 24 years old and 25 in September. Garrett Crochet is only 3 months older than Ben Brown.
How about this one? Because you mentioned Keegan Thompson being 29 years old. Tyson Miller, who came in yesterday, had played a big role.
Did the job.
Did a great job.
Four big outs.
Yeah, shout out. Texter says, give him a shout out. Will do.
Miller time.
28 years old.
Oh, wow.
I believe he turns 29 in July.
It's time for him to start having those kind of outings.
Well, that's why Keegan Thompson I think of as significantly younger than that. That's amazing to me.
Well, he's 29, and so
crazy.
Tyson Miller, 28. You look at the other potential young pitchers in Chicago who are going to make a splash. Jordan Wicks coming back from injury. He's now got an oblique strain. He's 24. He'll be 25 later this season. Drew Thorpe is only 23 years old.
Yeah, he's
so
good.
The Sox have two 23-year-olds in Thorpe and Cannon that give you reason for optimism and why Robbie Triano's buying stock in the Sox right now.
Nastrini? No, that's because it's a high school crush.
Oh, that's it.
It's also a penny stock at the current moment. So
Yes,
it's not like I'm investing a lot. I'm the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm the Wolf of the White Sox.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
You can wear that. Put that on your business card.
312-644-6767. We got a lot of people want to check in. Let's get through some calls. We'll start with, I believe it is Anthony. Anthony has waited the longest. Hey, Anthony. It's on the road.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Yeah, actually, Andy. Anyway, yeah, no problem. I'm a news reporter here in the Kansas City area, and once upon a time was actually on 670 when it was WMAQ. Jeff Joniak hired me when he was head of the Metro Sports.
Oh, man, you are ridiculous.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Good friend of
Yeah.
ours.
So, but anyway, the reason I brought this up is so there's been a lot of talk about the Bears and White Sox new stadiums. Well, yesterday the Kansas legislature passed what they call sales tax bonds or star bonds to bring the Chiefs and Royals over to Kansas. And I know that Illinois has the same kind of mechanism with the Build Illinois bonds, where it's actually the people who issue the bonds, they have the risk. You know, if they don't work out, they're the ones that have to pay, but they capture sales tax from a given area, which would seem like a good mechanism potentially for the Bears and White Sox, like they're trying to do with the Chiefs and Royals over here. So, you know, I know that Governor Pritzker hasn't exactly been, you know, enthusiastic about building stadiums, and I think you guys had the Speaker of the House on at one point.
Yes.
But I don't understand why they wouldn't at least look at that as a possibility to build those stadiums.
Well, I think the political climate's entirely different in Illinois than it might be in Kansas, and I think you have a governor that's been very outspoken and adamant about that being a non-starter. So I think you start there, and then you have a legislature that's not had any appetite for publicly funding these private stadium projects. You go there.
Andy, are you still there?
I am.
We're talking two different buildings, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. And
that's what I thought I read.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is only part of the deal, obviously, because the teams are still going to have to work with the state. They're going to have to cough up hundreds of millions of dollars. The state is just simply not going to build stadiums. And the reason this happened was because Jackson County, Missouri voters overwhelmingly voted down a sales tax extension here for the Chiefs and Royals. So now Kansas is kind of trying to maybe, I guess some people would say, poach, you know, the teams from Missouri. Whether or not it works out, I don't know. We'll see.
Thanks, Andy.
Well, we'll see.
That is great information. And you know what, though? But think about it. You got two states. You know, you got two states battling. The one state says no. So you know what? We'll move to Kansas.
Well, that's part of the equation that's different here.
That's totally different than here.
Are
they going to Indiana?
No, they're not going to Indiana.
Okay.
They're not going to Aurora. They're not going to Naperville. They're not going. I also
Apparently
think
not going to Arlington Heights.
I also think that I really appreciate the information, Andy, because it is apples to apples if you're talking about stadium projects and ownership groups seeking help from the government. What's different about it is that
there's no competition between states.
That's one of the big differences. The other one is that, oh, by the way, I don't think the Chiefs are still paying off or have a stadium that has $600 million to pay off still.
That's a great point.
And oh, by the way, I don't think the Royals have benefited from a sweetheart deal in a state for the last 30 years, which provides the context that we're dealing with in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. So it is a relevant comparison because of what a government did, public funding or willing to for a private enterprise. But I think that the dynamics are different in Chicago and Illinois than they are there.
It's really good information. Let's get to Dave. Dave's in his car. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
What did you think of? I know I was sorry to hear about the loss of Willie Mays.
Yeah.
What did you think of the rivalry with the Cubs and the Giants years past when he faced Ernie Banks and Ron Santo and Glenn Becker and Bergie Jenkins and all those guys? The rivalry we had with the San Francisco Giants, especially when we had Willie Mays playing.
I don't remember too much about that rivalry, to be honest with you. I do have the fond memory I referenced about Ernie Banks talking about playing against Willie Mays and the greatest player he ever played against and some of those types of things. I don't recall that being as vivid. When I think about the Giants rivalry, when I saw that on the call screen, Mully, I thought he was referencing maybe they are in town. When you see the Giants, I think of the 2016 playoffs and the fact that, I remember that game winning a big one in San Francisco. That was maybe one of the bigger victories on the path to winning a World Series. Was that over Johnny Cueto, I believe, or maybe it was, the memory is a little fuzzy, but I don't necessarily think of the Giants Cubs as a big rivalry.
Yeah. When I think of rivalries, I think of kind of, how would you describe it, the almost like geographical or divisional rivalries.
Mhm.
There's two types. So if I'm the Giants, I would think I have a rivalry with the A's, which is ridiculous because the A's haven't been good for a very long time. But you're in the same kind of area, and then you look at the division and you say the Giants and the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I always look at rivalries, kind of like I think of the Cubs. Obviously, their greatest rival is St. Louis, and that's not just that's not just how close it is. It's also the idea that you battled them for years in the division, and they had
No
been
doubt
on top of the division. The Milwaukee rivalry with the Cubs is another huge one because the Cubs, the proximity, it's Miller Field becomes Wrigley North, and everybody goes up there, and they don't like it, and blah blah.
And now they poached their manager.
And now
it's intensified a little
yes,
bit. The
I
Cubs
agree.
released a very nice statement, though, in relation to Willie Mays and the Giants. And in it, they included the fact that he did play 179 times at Wrigley Field.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
So Chicagoans got a good glimpse of the Say Hey Kid.
Yeah, we were talking about it. There was like a Japanese restaurant on Lawrence Avenue that a lot of the Japanese players who come to Chicago end up going to and enjoying a nice meal there. And then I guess they have all sorts of photos in the place, including Curtis Granderson, who was told about the place by Ichiro when they were buddies. I just think it's hysterical that there is a place in Chicago. But if you came here 179 times, if you're playing 179 times, you must have your favorite restaurant, your favorite watering hole. You know what I'm saying? Like you when you come here, you got to go out to eat.
That's 6 months
And
of
you gotta-
meals.
that's a lot of.
That's a lot of dinners
that's
out.
a lot of different places.
It's a lot of steakhouses.
Yeah.
Or whatever you prefer.
That's right. Great
So-
stuff. All right, we got Jeff. Jeff is in Kalamazoo. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Monday through Friday, Mully and Haugh in my kitchen. Hey, you are. You helped me get through the baking day, boys.
We gotta make you some eggs as long as we're there.
Hey, well, we've talked about that before. I won't get into it though. Hey, I think we got to go with the no-brainer is Garrett Crochet for best pitcher right now, or at least best prospect, because we don't know. He hasn't pitched a full year in the majors. I mean, right now he is number 2 in WHIP in Major League Baseball and number 1 in strikeouts now in MLB. So, I mean, he's on a very upward trend. If he ever figures out a third pitch, I think he gets into and can, last. I think he becomes a elite pitcher. Also, if Robbie can get a hold of the Korean guy, I think that deserves a s'mores milkshake, Mully. I mean, come on.
I think it's a good call.
I'm not sure. I appreciate
I like
it.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff's really smart. I like
yeah,
Jeff.
look at you. I mean, I put a bonus of a single digit, right? I didn't want to. Robbie, if I had like 6 figures, you could have it. I don't. So I'm giving you, the great incentive of a single figure. The milkshake probably beyond that price tag.
I don't know.
How much is it?
I mean, if he could get the Korean pitching coach, I might kick in for the milkshake.
Okay, we'll do a whip around.
Yeah.
Everyone throw in
All
a
right.
$1.50, and we'll see if we can get.
I'm just gonna hold out a bucket, and you guys put everything in there.
Take your hat off. And hand it
Jeff's
around.
a really good listener and caller. I would just push back a little bit at this idea that Garrett Crochet is a prospect. Mully, he's been around since 2020. Remember that?
Oh, I know.
The COVID season?
Yeah, I know.
You remember? He
I
did
do.
pitch 5 games that year.
That was 100 miles an hour.
He was 21 years old,
yes.
and then he had the unfortunate injury in
Yes.
2022, knocked him out. But
Been hurt for 2
this
years.
is somebody who has been part of the White Sox organization for a pretty long time. And
I don't want to trade him, but if someone were to trade for him, I get it. He doesn't have a lot of innings logged on that arm. Imagine if you had him and you were worried about starting him. Here's a left-handed power arm out of the bullpen.
yeah, I know.
Come on, man.
And Bob Nightingale at 9 o'clock. We're going
Yeah.
to talk to him. I
Holy
bet you there's a
mother of
market
God.
developing for teams and for Garrett Crochet from teams who want him in that role.
But I mean, you also have he can start for you, So you could use him in that role this year, and then he could be your ace next year, right? Isn't that the kind of idea?
He could, which is why I don't know that I would trade him.
I wouldn't trade him.
He's your anchor
I
that
agree.
for your rotation for years to come if you're the White Sox. And if you're Chris Getz, you've got to cling to something.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing to cling to.
And it can't be your high school reputation.
Can't be that. Can't live with that forever,
There's not
Robbie.
enough Robbie Trianos in the world
Jeez.
to get on your side.
16.
312-644-6767. We're going to bring in Bruce, and we're going to talk about Willie Mays, and we're going to talk about
and he was at Wrigley.
the Cubs last night. And we'll talk about the Sox, too. We'll ask him a question about the best young pitcher floating around here. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Cubs manager Craig Counsell.
How do you keep it loose, or are guys collectively pressing?
No, I think our guys.
I came across a site. A perfect, only slightly mangled Giordano's 10-inch pizza. Maybe 8. I can't measure. And there it is in the middle of the street by itself, just sitting there all lonely. So I walked closer to it as one tends to do to pizza, and I took a picture. And then I realized it was sitting on a cardboard box.
Was it warm? Could you see any steam coming off of it?
No, it was cold like my dead heart. And as I looked at it, I thought other people should share in this feeling. So I took a picture and I said, I found the person having the worst day today. It has since gone viral, which I am happy about because I think we need a little distraction.
What's the story behind a whole deep dish pizza sitting on cardboard on a street corner?
Tragedy.
Well, it is tragic.
But many great stories and many writers start from that moment and then storyboard outward. What
I was
leads-
lazy and took it to the internet, and they came up with better answers.
Well, what leads to that? And the bigger question, and this is the monkey's paw question, where you have just found a free, whole Chicago deep dish pizza. That's $25 right there worth of food.
That's $25 right there. Seriously, it is though. They don't.
I know.
So then
I know what things cost. Do you eat it?
That's it. Pandemic street pizza. But the third piece of this is the other part of the internet who correctly issued, it's a trap. This has got to be some kind of trap.
It's a trap.
Doesn't it?
There's like a string attached to it that's gonna
or a trap door.
It's an airborne virus, not a pizza-borne virus.
We solved it.
And
so eat the pizza.
But aren't there things on the street that can make you sick?
Never.
conversation to cover.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a joy to talk to our buddy Bruce Levine. And he joins us now on the Score Hotline. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, a tough day in baseball. Losing not only one of the most iconic men in baseball history, but certainly people you talk to and just what you saw yourself. One of the greatest ever, without question.
I don't want to call you a veteran reporter, Bruce, but I will ask, what was Willie Mays like in high school?
That is really cold. Really,
that's an old Dave.
I'm old
line.
enough.
Yeah.
Don't make me older. I mean,
but you saw him. You got a chance to talk to him. Tell us a story about Willie Mays and your interaction with him.
Well, Willie Mays was a different type of guy. I tried to interview him many times, and if you look back at the archives, there are not a lot of interviews with Willie Mays after his career. He just shut it down, and he was pretty humble about his career. He didn't talk a lot about it. He talked about his teammates an awful lot. I think the best interview I ever heard was probably in late 80s when Bob Costas did his radio show Coast to Coast on Sunday nights, and he had Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle on, and it was an unbelievable interview that lasted 2.5 hours. But Mays, my interaction with him was mostly watching him play. And I will take you back to June 6, 1963. A couple of friends of mine and I are getting ready to graduate from grammar school. We're cutting school that day because there was nothing much. And we went to Wrigley Field to watch the Cubs and Giants. And a couple of amazing events occurred on that day. Willie Mays, the go-ahead run at second base, is jogging up and back, and I believe it was the 8th inning. He's on second, other guys on first. Relief pitcher that the Cubs had acquired that year from St. Louis, Lindy McDaniel, fakes to throw to second base. Mays goes back. He takes 3 or 4 steps off. McDaniel steps off and picks him off of second base. Something that was never, ever done. It ends the inning. McDaniel comes up. This is the 10th inning and McDaniel comes up and hits a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 10th inning. And if you look it up, I don't think there's more than 12 or 15 pitchers in history of baseball that have had walk-off home runs, and that was one. That was a memorable day. But the thing I remember most about Mays is, just the way that he played the game. Was full out all the time. Anytime he pounded his glove on a ball that went to him in the outfield, it was a guarantee he was going to catch it with his basket catch. He was just an electric player. He was an amazing player to watch. He was just amazing. We talk about availability. I think from 1954 through 1967, he missed 33 games entire career.
Wow.
So the best ability we always say is availability, but on top of that, the greatness. He could have stolen 600-700 bases in a lineup that featured Hall of Famers Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda, Willie McCovey for a great number of years. They didn't steal bases. They waited for somebody to hit a home run, and they normally did.
Bruce, when they refer to Willie Mays before his passing as the greatest player alive, he was 93 and certainly covered a lot of ground. Who is that now, do you think? In your mind, who comes to mind and I say, okay, Willie Mays passes, we're honoring his legacy, celebrating his career. Who is now the greatest living baseball player?
Well, I always thought Ken Griffey Jr. was the closest thing to Willie Mays. If you just look at the composite of his career, but mostly the first 10 or 11 years of Griffey's career, he was the closest to Willie Mays that I'd ever seen as far as running the bases, hitting home runs, playing center field, being that electric player. just being that natural player. You
Right.
looked at him, you look at Mays, you look at Griffey, and you go, here are guys that were born to play center field in the major leagues. Okay, it just looked so easy, didn't it? I mean, the genre of video games took a huge jump when it was Ken Griffey Jr., right? That's where it was at, because he was more like watching a video game because his play was so uniquely good.
Like Willie Mays from the videos you've seen, I would describe him as effortless. Not that he
Yes.
wasn't trying, but it just was so natural. It's what you're talking about. There was like Willie Mays making a basket catch. You don't see that anymore. You don't see guys that can do that sort of thing. And he did it like with such regularity that you just kind of accepted, well, anything hit out there he's going to get. It's just extraordinary.
And just the way he disrupted games, pretty much like Maury Wills in the 60s, and then Lou Brock and Ricky Henderson later on. As soon as he was on base, regardless of whether he was going to steal or not, he was disrupting the defense. They were concentrating on him. He stole a base when he had to. I think he had about 350 to 375 stolen bases, but that was irrelevant. Just the way that he impacted the game, everything that he did in center field, when he batted, when he ran the bases, it was just an electric thing. 24 All-Star games. How do you play 24 All-Star games?
Ridiculous.
I mean, it's just, back from 59 to 62, they played 2 All-Star games every year. He played every one of them. So it was just, it was magic. And, to watch him was a pleasure as a kid. And to just, if you want to compare people, people who saw Joe DiMaggio said during, the first 10 years of DiMaggio's career, he was, the equal to Willie Mays. I'll take their word for it. Any guy that hits 325 for his career and did what DiMaggio did in his time around, you don't deny it.
So, Bruce, there was a little magic happening in the Cubs bullpen last night, and Keegan Thompson provided it unexpectedly. Struck out the side, gets the save, they protect the lead. Oh, boy, that's how you do it. How significant is it, and is he going to get another chance to maybe be the guy that gets the last 3 outs?
You're going to get a chance pretty soon, okay? So you get your arm going because, literally with Craig Counsell right now, losing as many people as he has and the attrition to that bullpen over the first part of this year, it's next man up. As important as Thompson was, the last out of the 7th inning and the 3 outs in the 8th inning by Tyson Miller was just as important. If you look at what he's done since he's come up, he has earned a tremendous amount of pitching in high leverage games. And, you can't go to Hector Neris every game anymore. Yeah, he's going to be still a part of the bullpen, but Craig Counsell is going to have to figure it out, and it's going to have to be different guys that were in the minor leagues, guys that weren't even in the organization, a few months ago, are going to be pitching leverage innings for the Cubs.
So we, that's great, and I think it's incredible that he came in with a 9.42 ERA, and then he struck out the 4, 5, 6 batters in their lineup. So congratulations to him. On the other side of town, Jonathan Cannon had an unbelievable performance, went 8 2/3 innings. That kid is looking really good. We asked, who's the best young pitcher in Chicago, right? You look at Cannon, what he can do. We settled on Crochet. I think we've limited it to 25 years old and younger. Who's the best pitcher right now in town? Justin Steele was great last night.
Yeah, I would say, consistency-wise, you have to go with Steele over the last 2 years. But Crochet might be the most electric pitcher that's in town right now. I mean, what he's doing, striking out people, going way past his innings for his career, and looking like a dominant pitcher when he's out there. Okay, don't you guys get the feeling that, okay, they're going to limit his innings, and that's fine, but don't you start feeling like there's some Chris Sale inside of this young pitcher, the guy that's out there
Great
and
comp.
looking, and he's looking, and he's starting to make people feel like, this isn't a glitch. This isn't just a couple of outings. This is going to be for real, and he's only going to get better as a pitcher. The only question is, when are they going to shut him down? When are they going to start skipping him and watching his innings?
Yeah, but if you trade for him, how about a left-handed reliever who can throw 100 miles an hour, come in and shut down anyone?
Why trade him, though?
I wouldn't. No,
Yeah.
I want them to extend him,
Right.
Bruce. I just know the White Sox, and rarely do you see him give a second
But if you're the
contract.
Yankees, you're looking at him that way, right?
Oh, no doubt about it.
I know, when they had great young pitchers, if you look at Burley, okay, and you look at Sale, okay, those guys were signed to tremendously favorable contracts by their teams early in their career. And that was the reason why they stuck around. The trade that they made with Boston to get Moncada and to get Kopech, that trade was
awful,
easily made. Well, it was easily made. Well, Moncada was one of the best players in baseball in 2019, but that was about it. But that trade was made because they had signed Sale to a 5-year, $32 million contract. It made it one of the best contracts in the history of the White Sox and the affordability. So don't sell the White Sox short when it comes to identifying a pitcher and signing him early in his career to a favorable contract for both.
Bruce, you sent me down the rabbit hole. June 6, 1963. Willie Mays did bat second for the Giants that day. He was picked off second base by Lindy McDaniel, who ended up hitting the walk-off home run by a Cub pitcher. You know who started for the Giants that day? Juan Marichal.
Oh.
You know who pitched after Juan Marichal, got the loss? Billy Pierce.
Wow.
Yeah. Lou Brock led off for the Cubs, and sweet swinging Billy Williams batted third. That was a memorable day indeed, Bruce.
Don't get me started about Billy Pierce not being in the Hall of Fame, because if he had pitched for the Yankees, he would have been in the Hall of Fame. Whitey Ford wouldn't. They were very similar pitchers. But that's a show for another day on another station. But historically, we all salute Willie Mays today. Just a fabulous, fabulous player, and somebody that deserves more than just one day of remembrance.
Great stuff, Bruce. Great catching up with you. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, Bruce. Great day, guys.
You too.
Yeah, that was boy. You want to talk about the Cubs needing a win? That was yesterday, and the Sox. There's very few and far between wins. To see a young pitcher come up and get one, very, very fun.
It was the highlight of their season.
It might have been the greatest, the most electric, exciting game. I told you that yesterday night. We were in our text exchange, and I mean, that was about the most excitement. I love that the crowd gave the kid a standing ovation when he comes out after 8 2/3 innings. It was fantastic.
That was the most excited the Sox fan base may have been since the renderings of the stadium on the 78.
That's been the highlight of the year, that and the milkshake. The 106 pitches he threw, 70 strikes. 70.
And I think that a large percentage of those, in the 40s, I have to double check, were sweepers.
Yeah.
And then sinkers.
Oh,
he did not, he moved it around. The ball had a lot of movement, and you could see that. And it was just a joy to watch and to hear Steve Stone describe what he was watching and then critique Pedro Grifol, leaving him in the game, saying it was he handled it perfectly and it was the right decision. I think that gives you the endorsement that a lot of Sox fans need, and it was the right thing. Even though we didn't finish the game, he couldn't get much better than he was.
All right, 312-644-6767. We're going to get to your calls, and we've got Ozzy coming up at 8 o'clock, Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Today, The Score commemorates Juneteenth, remembering the past and looking forward to a bright future. Join us in honoring this important day in American history on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Right now, you can get
George as the straight man dealing with the wacky talk show host. Here's a famous one.
2-0 Cubs in the bottom of the fourth, and it's Sosa's home run, a towering line drive in the first inning, a controversial shot. Third base umpire immediately pointed fair, and that's the only run for the game.
Which was it?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Was it towering or was it a line drive?
Get some coffee and a towering line drive. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, oh, yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you
John,
can.
you can't have it both ways.
Gentlemen, it was a towering line drive.
George, you want Julie to finish this? It's either a line drive or it's a towering home.
Gentlemen, I'll repeat myself. It was a towering line drive.
Don't make me come out there.
Come on out here.
Bank your little hiney.
I didn't deserve that.
I'll give it by Ryan.
You ask North and Jiggets, and even Arnie Harris, who was on, it was a towering line drive.
We standing by towering line drive, George?
Yes, absolutely. Let me tell you something. That is now 28 years ago in May. And, I never thought of the term towering line drive until it happened. And I don't know why I said it, but I did. Yeah, look, it's an oxymoron, but I try to explain to people, think about a really good golfer with a driver on the tee, okay?
Yeah.
The ball is hit on the line and it's hit high. It's a towering line drive.
Yeah, hey, this is the station of malaprops. Spiegel last week said that he was wrapping a situation around his head.
Like a scarf, George. That's what I do.
I said that we were entering a double-edged sword of pain.
Yeah, and then you said you were going to move the baton.
I was going to move the baton. Cody Westerland said we were moving, or no, we were switching. We were switching goalposts. Yeah. Shane said that we were climbing up a.
I was trying to paddle up a hill without a paddle.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. So, I feel like you're like the godfather of the malaprop, maybe in some ways.
You know what?
It's still happening.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what's great about that? I still get it on social media, and it's really great. People will, if I'm commenting on something or I put something out, and then there'll always be somebody, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, saying, "Was that a towering line drive?" I love it. It's 28 years later.
And the fun at the expense doesn't come without the respect. Like, that's why it's funny, because Parkins says a lot of things well in 20 hours.
Yeah, but no one, that's the thing, George, no one ever remembers my brilliant points. They never come up to me, but it's hey, you said something really dumb, But and it's not dumb. It's just it's live radio. Nothing, you know what I mean? So
it's what the score was based on from the beginning. You mentioned Terry Boras. Terry, and I say this with all due respect to everybody at the Score and other stations, is the best talk show host in the history of our business. Terry is. What am I saying? Was for Terry is brilliant. Knows his sports, he's quick-witted, and he's funny as hell, and he would make me laugh. But people will remember this to the point where I couldn't talk.
I do remember.
I literally was crying in laughter. He's such a funny guy. I loved it. When we would go through these phases. I would be there like 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm just like in tears. And it's one of the great moments, I think, of the history of the station is when the O.J. Simpson trial was taking place. Terry took on all comers. It was great, great radio.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 in the score. Happy Juneteenth to everyone. Hope you're enjoying your day. It is June 19th, and we've enjoyed the conversation. Really, rest in peace, Willie Mays, but also just so much fun to have a proper kind of...
Yeah, big loss, great memories, because, Bruce reflected that as well. Our callers have as well, texters sharing their greatest memories of Willie Mays, how he stacks up in their minds historically. To some people, he's the greatest player they ever saw.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I think there's, it's so interesting because there are players that are your favorite player, and there are players that are the best players you ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, it's like your guy on your team that is your favorite player. Like, let's say, for instance, you had a chance to watch Mark Burley perform.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was your favorite player, even though Frank Thomas was probably the best White Sox player you've ever seen. It's just an example.
That's a good example. Ryan Sandberg's my favorite player I ever had growing up and watched, but I don't think he was the best player I ever saw.
No.
In town, the best player you ever saw. That's a tough one.
It's tough.
Because your memories don't include the taint. Your memories are romantic in some ways, and they're idealistic in others. And I think you talk about Sammy Sosa, for instance. Sammy Sosa is the best player I ever saw play in Chicago.
Yeah,
and that's with due respect to Frank Thomas as well. You mentioned him. Those are two guys with Hall of Fame credentials. Sammy's are tainted, so you're like, I don't want to have those great memories. But boy, did he bring people to the ballpark, and could he perform?
I always thought the best player I saw was Billy Williams. I don't think I saw – I don't remember if I saw Ernie. And I don't know when they stopped playing, and I'm not even sure if I saw Billy Williams. I just know I heard so much about him as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to figure out. But, I mean, Frank would be the best player I saw in Chicago. But I watched his whole career – and the first, 6 or 7 years of it were unbelievable. And the Sammy thing, like I saw him play for the White Sox. I saw him play for the Cubs. You're right. He probably was the most dominant player. But if we're saying that Sammy's the best local player, then you got to say Barry Bonds belongs on the Mount Rushmore of baseball.
Well, no doubt about it.
I have never seen anybody as good as him.
You're right.
And I know that it was all supercharged and Flintstone vitamins and all that stuff.
But your memories don't use those kind of filters. And your memories are just what they are. They're what you
Covey Cove.
think of first. And, when you think of greatness, you think of Barry Bonds and what he made you feel. Roger Clemens on the mound.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
Guys like that.
And Andy misremembered. Let's try Steve. He's waited patiently. He's in displays. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Yeah, my best memory of my life. One of the best memories of my life. Let me correct that. Summer of 1968, me and my buddy Bob Walensky rode our bikes down Dempster Street to the Skokie Swift. We went down on the hill, got off, the Cubs against the Giants. We walk in Wrigley Field. Tickets were like $2, $2.50, whatever it was. And then we went up there by the corner where the Cubs clubhouse used to be. Leo DeRocher comes out and starts yelling at me and my buddy because we were hanging over the top and kind of looking down at him. And I'll never forget, Randy Hundley was smoking a cigarette, which was like, I couldn't believe it. But we worked our way out to the bleachers, and we're watching batting practice, and Willie Mays is up batting. And I'm talking to Bob, and he hits a homer. He hits a ball. And I go, Bob, it's coming at us. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. I was stunned. It's coming at us. A bunch of people start pushing us down the stepway there. It hits Bob's mitt and pops out. It hits Bob's mitt, pops out. We got pummeled down the stairway, and we didn't get the ball. And for 55 years, I've been harassing Bob for dropping a Willie Mays batting practice homer.
That's a great story.
That's a great story, Steve. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
That's hysterical. That is really good stuff. Hey, we got Ozzie Guillen. We're going to bring in Ozzie. We can talk to him about this stuff. Did you see the John Kruk story about Ozzy. He called Ozzy his brother.
Yeah.
That's great stuff. We'll get Ozzy's reaction to last night, everything that happened. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of The Score.
Cubs fans, all season long, The Score offers you exclusive access into the Cubs dugout with an all-star lineup featuring Cubs manager Craig Counsell every other week with Parkins and Spiegel.
It's about what happens on the field, and we got to play better to win baseball games.
Ian Happ joins Bernstein and Holmes every Tuesday at 11:25.
Nice to get a few on the board. Nice to hit some balls hard.
That's a problem, and that's not fun, and
Okay.
that's not neat to talk about.
How would Dave Miska react if he were in the booth seeing Luis Robert get hurt last night?
Oh, great! Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I told him. I went down there. I gave him a new batting glove and tried to fix his bat. Okay, Dave.
For those who don't know, Luis Robert Jr. immediately fell ill with the fate that Dan Bernstein predicted in that opening.
And I am sorry if you don't know Dave Miska, because
Doesn't
if
matter.
you don't know Dave Miska, you're very alarmed.
If Shep were working today, how would he react to the tweet from the White Sox that Luis Robert got hurt?
He's interested. It's a really big deal because everybody thinks Luis Robert is great. Just because he was part of the White Sox core.
Look, we all know that Mark Grody is the human jukebox for around these parts. But at least I set him up for David Haugh, which
true.
people do know and hear on the daily. Okay? For God's sakes.
Morning, Mully. Morning, sports.
How's David Haugh going to react tomorrow morning during the pick six?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. Morning, everybody. Morning, sunshine. Morning, bear. Good night, moonlight. Good night, sunshine. Morning, everybody. An all-star game last night. Really good to see. But what happened to Luis Robert? What in the world is going on with Luis Robert?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports.
That's
Morning, sports.
That's what he's doing. He's saying good morning to all of sports.
He's the purest sportsman of us all.
He
isn't
is. Oh, absolutely. And the purest wordsmith of us all.
I think so, too.
As well. Absolutely. And a hell of a teammate. During the first round of Monday night's home run derby, Luis Robert Jr. felt tightness in his calf. He had an MRI in Seattle. He's listed as day-to-day. He's not playing in the All-Star game tonight.
Is Dustin going to have a take about that tomorrow?
Why was he in the home run derby if he started to feel the tightness in his calf? Why did he not pull out sooner? And now we don't get to see him in the All-Star game. What about the second half? What's really important here? What's important?
That's a really good Dustin. To talk about how MLB should have replaced Luis Robert with Chris Morel.
MLB should have just grabbed anybody. Christopher Morel, of course, would be my choice if you're listening to the podcast. I mean, Crawley, you'd understand.
That Dustin is phenomenal.
That's on us. We didn't give you enough room to breathe.
No.
when you did it yesterday. Or
No,
whenever it was.
it wasn't good yesterday.
Talk about Justin Steele doing the Odyssey Cubs podcast and not them putting him on the station instead.
Maybe Grody will be your jukebox. All right?
No.
I just gave you two. I gave you
Morning,
two.
moon. Morning, moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, lighthouse. Good night, red balloon. Good night, bears. Good night, chairs.
Good night, chairs.
That's what it says.
That's Good Night Moon.
number one and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Ozzie Guillen.
That's a White Sox baseball.
White Sox pre- and post-analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
La Pantera. My maid is la Pantera. La Pantera. La Pantera. No. Pantera. La Pantera. There we go.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series. Juan Uribe with a play, charging it, throwing it, and the White Sox celebrate their first title in 88 years.
No hold bar baseball opinions.
Last couple of days I've been depressed, like, oh my God, I got an interview for that job and they not pay me. How I am that bad? I just like, I swear to God, I need to go to the doctor. It's like, I'm that bad? I don't think I'm that bad.
No, you're not that bad. No.
Well, if you feel like it, I swear to God.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Now it's time for Ozzie's Outlook. It's brought to you by Four Winds Casino. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casinos with locations in New Buffalo and South Bend. Four Winds Casino, your entertainment escape. Good morning, Ozzie. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Finally, we have beautiful weather back here in Chicago. Awesome.
Yeah, it's been
a little
hot.
Little hot.
And as I watched Jonathan Cannon last night, I thought, God, that kid looks kind of flushed. I hope he's getting enough liquids. It was a hot, kind of steamy night, and God, was he good.
Yeah, listen, guys, never too hot in this town. We spent 8 months of the season freezing or tail off. But you know what? It's fun to watch a kid like that. So he was come to with the Boston game, come late in the game, throw the ball like that. Then with Seattle, he did a tremendous job last night. It was a masterpiece. There's one thing about it. I love to get excited about it. I do, because what I see is ball. You know, he's a pitcher. He's not the kind of kid come to a minor league, throw 99 all over the place. This kid, every pitch, it was working for him very well. For last 3 times we see him on the mound. He got a good sinker, clay sweeper, his fastball around mid-90s. You know, his attitude in the mound is great. I love what Pedro did last night. Love it. Pedro had a tough decision to make last night. Okay? If they don't bring this kid, why not let him finish out the game? Maybe in the bullpen and give up the run. Why not keep the kid? You know, it's a very tough situation for Pedro. He did a good job. He did what he had to do. Give the kids a break. Or the son, well, you know what I mean? He couldn't make it. But that type of guys make me excited about the ball club in the future. Even the future is going to be a little longer and not too bright for a little while. But it's nice to see guys sort of like that hopefully continue through the year.
I can see why, Ozzie. That was maybe the highlight of the season last night for the White Sox at Guaranteed Rate Field. Certainly young pitcher coming through, getting his first major league victory. You also have Crochet going tonight. And, oh, by the way, Drew Thorpe has had one really good start and one not so good start, but he looks like he fits. The point being, do you allow yourself to have a little bit of hope about some of these young pitchers to build around, and that is going to be the foundation for your rebuild?
You know what? That's the most important piece in the rebuild for me. Because when you have a great pitching staff, it's easier to build around them. Because hardest thing is to find pitchers. Hardest thing to find a guy that can pitch in the big league level. It's something about Thorpe. I got to hold on because I see the first time, and it had to be almost perfect to go through it. He's a change-up guy. Velocity was okay. I think he needed to implement another piece to his stuff because, fastball change-up in the big league, you have to be perfect to get along with. But like I said, I think right now, Chris Getz had the opportunity to build this ball club. He said it yesterday. about the trades they can make, the trade they can do. Now they know the bases they need. But I always excited when you have pitchers down in the minor league and the development them the right way. Always the future is bright because pitching is the hardest thing to bring up to the big league.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I look at last night's game and the way that Pedro handled it. I thought it was really good. I wanted to see the kid finish it. That was such a weird kind of check swing, single. So he left him in because I thought the minute someone got on base, that would be the end of it. But they left him in. Then there's the seeing eye single, and you go to the bullpen. And as bad as it was that he, was so close and didn't get to finish it, I thought that the crowd giving him the standing ovation as he walked off with his first major league victory, it's almost like a blessing that he left that way. You know what I mean? Like, it was nice that he got the recognition for his great performance, even if it meant that he didn't finish the game.
No, well, you know what? When's the last time we saw a guy turn like that with that crowd? I think the crowd should be appreciated what they see from this kid. We've been waiting for those type of ball games. The crowd is hungry for wins.
Yeah.
The crowd is hungry to see a good baseball game. Just so nice at night. Last night, I was talking with Frank off the record. It's just something you feel like, oh wow, they can keep it longer. How long they're going to be together? How long they're going to make the decision to be making more trades? All the little situations is going to be, but we're going to see guys. I hate talking about minor league because I was manager. I don't really care about minor league. They don't help my team to win. I don't. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Nowadays, everything's a minor league. But we have a couple of special TV in the NBC Sport about we watch the minor league games. There's a couple of guys that are very excited. I'm not going to say more about position players, but I think pitching wise, they got guys that are still young. They're still development thing. But you see something like it's easy to say, oh wow, look at this kid when he's in AA. But seeing so much baseball on the big league level, you say, you know what, this kid maybe need a couple more months. This kid need a year and a half. I can try to put in my mind how long it can be. Not like, oh my God, look at this kid. Please in AA, guys, please. But I can picture, I can have the frame, see this kid later on in the big league, and I see a few guys there. I think they got a great, great future with the White Sox.
Ozzie, we know you grew up in Venezuela, but as somebody who spent 15 years as a major league player and 9 as a major league manager, I'm sure that you had an exposure to Willie Mays that gave you kind of you were privy to things that we're not privileged to experience. What are your memories of Willie Mays after he passed away last night at the age of 93?
You know what? It's kind of sad because what we're sitting there when they give us the news, obviously you're 93. Unfortunately, your life is going to be shorter, obviously. But to me, personal, I don't think anybody wearing any big league uniform, he was a better player than he was. Okay, I never see him play. Okay, I see highlights, I see numbers, I see what he is. I say this guy can run, play hard, play every day, play tremendous different power. All the stuff together. You're talking about Henry Aaron, home run guy, but he's not was a great defensive player. They're talking about Barry Bonds. One can be maybe closer than that. He never got caught doing anything wrong. It's just so many things Willie Mays did it to this game. It's amazing. By the way, the time he was playing, it was easy for them, play by then, and they do all this stuff. You look at the numbers, it's like, wow, my God. It's something, it's unreal. Nobody even get close ever to those numbers. And you know what? I just look at the number. I just talk to Frank and say, 24 All-Star games? He's like, really? The guy is at 41. He got like 5, 6 double. It was amazing player. Rest in peace. He's just something we miss, one of the best ambassadors of the game. I met him a couple times when we were playing the Mets in a little while ago. And he just respectful guy. Everything was well for him. He just rest in peace. And he just baseball miss. I'm going to miss an icon of the game.
Yeah, great player. And Ozzie, I got to tell you, I'm watching the post game. I was excited by that start by Cannon. Obviously we got the Cubs going on. There's hockey. I stayed up way too late, but I had to get you a reaction. And when you said Jonathan Cannon, well, now they can trade him or something. You made a joke about a guy had a good performance, and now he's on the trading block. And I laughed because that's how it feels. It doesn't feel like – it's like whether it's Luis Robert or whether it's Crochet, why can't you extend a guy? Why can't you keep a guy and build around a guy instead of trying to get more and more and more? I understand that this is a horrible year and they're going to make a lot of trades and there's a lot of guys that have trade value. But I know they're asking for the world, but I don't want to see them trade Crochet or Robert. I don't want to see them move. I think if Aloy comes back, I know this is stupid. If Aloy comes back, if Moncada comes back and they can play, it could be a fun year. I want to watch a baseball game and enjoy it and not just think about who can be traded.
So do we. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you talk about fans, when you talk about watching baseball every day, you want to put this team together for a little while just to see, can we forget how you guys start? Let's see how you guys finish. But I know, and they already have that mindset. I wish they can keep Crochet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I hope they can keep him. The rest of the guys, I don't know. I think trading Roberts is going to be easy because his health passed. I think people will think about that. Obviously, it's a big piece. I think it's going to be better with another team.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to start shooting about better. But I don't mind keep those two guys. But in the end of the day, it's one thing that you got to ask yourself: is the general manager, can you win the next 2 years with them?
Right.
Maybe not. Then that's why they say, why are we wasting our time or their time being here and not do nothing about it? I think that's trade's going to come. Unfortunately, will be. Hopefully, the future of White Sox. I think it should be better. I don't think it's going to be worse than this, obviously. But I like what I see in the minor league, and I think they're going to get better. It's everything about why you have in the minor league to help.
Ozzie, we'll let you go. It's just a rare day for a doubleheader of you could conceivably go to the Cubs game and then the Sox game if you're a great baseball fan. How do you see the teams going today? Are the Cubs going to win? Are the White Sox going to win? What do you think?
I think both are going to win today. I never said that before, but I think that the Cubs played pretty good baseball yesterday. The Houston Astros is not the team we thought he would be. Even Alvarez was in the lineup. I don't know if he's going to be in the lineup today against Crochet. But I think when the Crochet's on the mound, I take my chance.
Great stuff, Ozzie. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Oz.
All right, I love you guys.
You're the best. That's Ozzie Guillen. Always fun to talk to Ozzie. What a great job that he does.
Yeah, he does. And he kidded about trading.
Oh, I got to tell you, it was
Jonathan Cannon.
It was so perfect.
They're keeping that kid. They're keeping
but it was just
Drew
a
Thorpe.
perfect reaction.
They should keep Crochet. The thing about Crochet is that I understand, and have even been part of the conversation about what you could get for him and why, if you're in this phase of your development and rebuild, why you wouldn't want to listen. And Chris Getz acknowledged, I'm being peppered with phone calls.
Yes.
But you know what? Let's take a step back and let's remember this. Garrett Crochet, yes, he has been in our Chicago civic consciousness for a while now, but he's 24 years old.
That's unbelievable.
He turns 25 on Friday.
Yeah.
Friday's his birthday. He came up. He has 12 innings of minor league experience.
No, he's always been in the majors.
2020, he was drafted 11th overall. He was in the majors that COVID season because of the circumstances. And remember, he was like, oh, did he have the poise? Did he have the command? Oh, who is that big guy throwing that hard? Oh, him. Well, I don't think I would be in such a rush to get rid of him.
I totally agree. I love the idea that we might have a couple of wins today because, both teams can win a series today.
Well, if there was some enterprising young producer / reporter or just baseball fan who thought that maybe it would be worth their while to go to the Cubs game, get all the information and ambiance you can.
Bring a recorder, right?
Yeah.
Go out there.
Take the L. Red line.
You have to take the L.
Go south. Get off on
go north, then go south. Get off,
easy. Get off Guaranteed Rate Field, and you're there. Yeah. Go to the Sox game. Watch a masterpiece by Garrett Crochet.
And then maybe you got to cut out an inning or two early.
Why?
And because you got to get up and come in. And
come on, they're young.
They're
young.
They're young. Get mugged on
sleep.
the L.
They can sleep.
I was saying, with no one else leaving, you got no car and you're stuck on the south side, and then who knows what happens.
It's gonna be me and Bruce. Me and Bruce. We're gonna have a boys' day. Me and Bruce.
You with Bruce all day. That might be. I don't know. You guys do tend to have a little bit of friction there. A little friction on a Saturday morning, maybe, Robbie.
It's I don't know. It could be like a buddy cop movie. Bruce and I. I'm the young cop. He's the wise vet. He could. I could learn a lot from Bruce.
Right. That's good.
Will there be a baseball fan out there who tries that today?
I mean, seriously, no.
You guys made fun of me yesterday because I was trying to come up with some sort of scenario where
games were simultaneous. You wanted to transfer molecules or something. It was crazy.
It wasn't crazy. It's stuff that I have done before. It's fun.
I will say that my group of friends, this was on their calendar. So I do think a lot of people are going to be doing this. And they were trying to drink the whole time. I don't know if you can survive that type of day.
You got to pace yourself. You got to pace yourself.
And it's hot out there. So
yeah, it is hot. But don't complain about the weather. Ozzy will get on you.
I have in my life had a nice summer day of going out, playing the races at Arlington, and then winding up at the Trotters at Hawthorne in the evening, or was it Sportsman's back then? And I wouldn't recommend it. The kind of day drinking leading to wasting.
Well, it depends on what you do between the events. If you can day drink at the Cubs game, take a break,
have a meal,
regroup,
sleep on the L, wake
maybe
up
a nap,
95th Street,
maybe a nap on the L, and then power nap on the L.
My cousin has had a daughter come to Chicago for she's from Ireland, and she came, and her roommate stayed with these two fellas. They all rented a place together, and the one boy who nice enough fella, but man, when he got the Yankee juice going, twice he was robbed because he fell asleep on the L, and he wound up like at the end of the line with no shoes, and his passport was stolen.
Oh my gosh.
He had to get a new passport.
That's a terrible story.
Then they stole his passport.
That's a terrible story.
Because the guy was boozed up and passed out on the L. So he loses his passport twice. They wouldn't give him one again. They made him go to the airport, and they had him pick up something so he could fly home, but they wouldn't give him. They wouldn't reissue the passport a third time, or they wouldn't let him get a third.
Learn a lesson the hard way.
Apple.
Yeah. So if you do that today, if you do the double,
keep your shoes on.
The Chicago baseball double. Yeah, keep your shoes on.
That's the fear.
Keep your shirt on.
God,
no shoes, no shirt, no service.
No service.
Although after Kenny Chesney being here on Saturday night, no shoes, no shirt, no problem.
Oh, that's
I have to tell you that. I was at the concert, as you know. I was standing actually at that moment in the concert behind a guy who heard that song. He had his drink on, and he was a guy that probably shouldn't take his shirt off in public. And he took his shirt off in public. He thought this was good. This is my opportunity. This is a cue. Kenny's telling me that I should be, hey, you know what? No shoes, no shirt, no problem. Off goes the shirt.
Was he wearing shoes?
Flip-flops.
You got to take care of your feet, man.
Flip-flops. Shirtless flip-flop guy almost ruined the concert for me.
Yeah,
but no, I rallied.
That's too much.
I rallied.
Let's try Chris. Chris is in Beverly. Hey, Chris.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Awesome. Quick story. You guys are talking about the double games. I had a friend probably about 25 years ago, a long time ago. He was visiting from Minneapolis. He went to the Cubs game, day game, Sox night game. He caught a foul ball in both games.
Wow.
And he was featured on Sports Center that night.
No kidding. That's extraordinary.
How did Sports Center know?
I told you.
Go ahead.
I have no idea. He was in the same section too, so it was the exact same fly.
I was at a Sox game, and we were in a box, and I'm sitting there, and I believe it was A.J. Pierzynski fouls one off, and I'm with my brother. It comes into the booth And I'm like, I got it. And it hits me in the chest and bounces in front of me. And I grab it and I lean out the booth waving it. And everyone's cheering because they think I caught it. And then there's a guy behind me who says, you didn't even catch that. And I wave it at him. And I'm like, you jealous, my child. Look what I got. And literally at that moment, a guy walks in. He's like security guy. He's like, sir, do you need any medical help?
So you turned Aaron Mulligan into a humble brag. Wow.
And I got caught.
You boot the grounder, and then you show off.
That was unbelievable.
That's funny. Were you hurt?
In my chest.
What did they do?
I had a chest contusion.
Oh, come on.
So they gave me a pain shot so I could play in the NBA
They
finals.
did not.
No, I'm sorry.
No,
that was Luka.
So
that wasn't me.
Were you hurt?
No, I wasn't hurt.
Did it linger?
I was embarrassed.
Were you?
And I was embarrassed. That,
were you inebriated?
I was not really boozed up in any way. I don't even think I had a drink. But Mitch was there, and he was in a different part of the stadium. He saw me waving the ball, and he's like, "Hey, you got one!" Like, it was so funny because he texted me that he had seen me. It was great. I got to tell you, it was so much fun. Another time, and this is it. We had a break. I was at a Sox game, and a ball comes up, and it just bounced into whatever booth we were in. That's when we had the Sox. We had access to this booth. Grabbed the ball, and my buddy is with me with his 3 kids. So I hand the ball to the kid, and we're all like, there you go, and he takes it, and he throws it back. And, so some dude is at a Sox game. He's in a blue blazer, and, what are you doing in a blue blazer at a Sox game? And, tan pants, and a white shirt, and he catches this ball between his shoulder blades, and, the kid had thrown it back, and just the distance whacks this guy in the shoulder. We're all kind of ducking, like, oh geez, it wasn't us, And and the kid starts crying because he wasn't supposed to throw. We ended up going and getting a ball, but it was a great moment.
The kid started crying, huh?
Well, kids cry. Yeah. He was young. But how about the dude sitting there? He's having a white wine spritzer. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Craig Counsell.
It's Nico Horner. It's Dancy Swanson.
Deep drive to left center off the bat of Swanson.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
Well, Connor's right. That's all about a lot of things, frankly. He's had a pretty good year.
Things have worked out really well for Connor McDoink, or as I like to call him, Quinoa Jenkins.
What?
Quinoa Jenkins.
Go on.
He's Mr. Quinoa.
Oh,
that's why he's so thin.
I thought that was I ate a lot of quinoa, and I don't look like that.
He's a rock climbing, quinoa eating, play-by-play doing man.
White.
I mean, he's also yes.
Went to Wisconsin, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Jump around.
Story checks
2
out.
left, first against Detroit, and then with Detroit.
If only for the Bears.
It's a Detroit weekend.
Somebody has to tell me how Connor McDoink happened to
Because
one
he
day.
called himself Connor McDoink.
I thought that was something the Score listeners gave to him,
No.
and he just embraced it because he's a nice person.
No, he literally in an update called himself Connor McDoink.
No.
Well, it was 2 o'clock, and from the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Connor McKnight. Join the Wolves tomorrow night.
Some of this stuff we don't make up lately.
I have messed up my name, so I get it.
Have
I called
you really?
myself Luke Stuckmeyer.
It depends when you did that.
On TV.
Well,
I'm Luke. He's Layla. No.
That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works.
Reverse it. I started a Sunday morning show by welcoming people to 820 The Spore.
Oh. Okay. So you started coronavirus.
I might have, yeah. I welcome people to The Spore.
Also, story checks out. I feel like we're learning a lot today.
Yeah. So, I'm happy for McDoink. He's done a really good job with the play-by-play when he's been asked.
Do you remember when George forgot the frequency? Kenneth, you remember that when he was like, he goes, I'm George Hoffman for Sports Radio 8. He goes, for The Score, Sports Radio 800.
I don't believe that. That's not a thing that happened.
And it's like his voice knew that something was going wrong because he used to string for so many other stations.
Yes.
And he'd do it. It's like
thought it was sports phone.
Right, or whatever it was. And he's for The Score, Sports Radio 800.
Eels, even though he claimed I would make a lot more money than the Bengals. This is the same team player who famously sued the NFL to enable the Cowboys to do their own separate merchandise licensing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Mornings with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
What was the approach in that bad?
Swing hard in case you hit it. No, just leave it at that. He's obviously been a workhorse in this game for so long, and really, really talented pitcher, and it's just nice to be able to get on the board early.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Our thanks to the fine folks at the Marquee Network for that audio from Dansby Swanson getting it done finally.
Finally, he needed that as badly as the Cubs did at the time. Two-run home run, right center. The first pitch, according to StatCast and Cubs.com, the first sinker that Logan Webb had given up this year for a home run. Logan Webb, very good pitcher, as Craig Counsell noted afterward, not an easy guy to get the ball into the air against. Dansby Swanson, not the suspect that you would expect to come through with that big of a hit based on Mully. He's been hitting 180 in his last 36 games back to April 26. 180. We talk about guys in slumps. He's been in a extended one.
7th home run of the year, 401 feet, David.
Okay.
You like a nice 400-foot home run.
Here's what I liked about it, and Ron Coomer referenced this on the telecast, on the broadcast. It was in right center, and it was an indication that maybe that this is a good way for Dansby Swanson to go. Coombs all the time about the approach at the plate and going the opposite way and what that does to how a hitter needs to take that approach. But Dansby Swanson came through with that and maybe a glimmer of hope, but you don't want to get too carried away because just when you think that that's going to turn the corner, he doesn't. He's been disappointing this year as much as any Cub has been. So let's hope it's the start of something.
And then they tie the game, and it's 2-2, and it takes till the 8th inning when you get Cody Bellinger hitting the key RBI single that scored Michael Busch, and the Cubs take the lead. And then obviously Ian Happ scores Bellinger, and they get another hit from Morrell, an infield single. And
infield single, basically that came through. He pinch hit.
Yep.
Happer is somewhat hot. He's come back a little bit. Bellinger with a big hit. So yeah, you needed that 3-run outburst, if you will. 5 runs feels like an explosion for the Cubs offense.
And they had 6 and lost, so they can have 5 and win. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And today, David, listen to this one. They got a chance to win their first series of at least 3 games since May 10th through the 12th. So not since May 12th have they won a 3-game series. We know they had the series win over the White Sox.
Mother's Day.
That
was Mother's Day.
That's ridiculous.
Long time ago. Mother's Day curse.
What the hell is that?
I don't know what it was. That's bad. It's a bad team. That's a disappointing team. They've got to win the series today.
And the first pitch was 120 here in the score.
Pre-game 12:45 with the great Zach Zaidman.
Love it.
I think that they really need to win this series to start somewhere. You need to plant your flag and say this is the beginning of something. This is where this is the ground we're going to claim as far as we're going to go from here. I don't know if that's today. I hope it is for their sake.
I hope to God it is.
But Michael Busch is a guy that was involved last night. He hit the big home run 2 nights ago. And you quietly look at the Cubs. Now, this is on a team of underachievers, so let's be clear there. But we talk about Mike Tauchman. We'll talk about that in a moment, his injury and what that means.
Yes.
Mike Tauchman's WAR this year, according to Fangraphs, 1.3, wins above replacement. Michael Busch leads the team at 1.6.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
But that's all the early power.
That tells you the early power, also just how bad the numbers are for everybody else. Mike Tauchman is second with 1.3, tied with Ian Happ, who has had this resurgence now. He's at 1.3 WAR. And Horner, 1. Dansby Swanson, 1. Cody Bellinger, 1. Nobody else. You have Seiya, 0.9. PCA, 0.5. I wonder if Michael Busch is at a position where you could upgrade. Is that a position where if you are going to go outside the organization? Now, Jed said he's going to stay internal. He's going to be patient. That was before Mike Tauchman got injured. I wonder, do you think that changes anything about the approach?
They made a trade for a catcher?
Yeah.
Is that anything?
Minor league catcher, though, because your guy Ballesteros got called up to AAA. They had an opening at AA Tennessee, so they made a trade for a catcher. I'll get his name in a second.
Yeah, I'll get his name with you. But Tauchman, what was interesting is, obviously you heard Craig Counsell on the Score yesterday, and he says it's 4 weeks to heal from this injury. So that's a month where he has to heal. And then presumably there'll be a rehab involved in that. So, he's
looking
out.
at 8 weeks.
He's looking at 6 to 8 weeks.
I mean, that's a long time.
That's a long.
And then what kind of shape does he come back in?
And then the response. I mean, listen, Craig Counsell explained it yesterday why they brought up Miles Mastrobuoni, but I thought I saw that move, and I just thought of poor Dustin driving to Ohio on his vacation week to follow dance, and he gets that news.
Getting pulled over for speeding because he just got too excited.
I mean, honestly,
lead foot. It's like, oh my gosh.
I mean, he may. I hope he was alone in the car. He may pull the wheel when he hears it. What? And off the road he goes.
Mastrobuoni. He got Mastrobuoni.
He would literally be like Herbert Lom in the Pink Panther movies. Twitching and his eyes going. Clouseau.
It's not the news you wanted.
Mastrobuoni.
It's not the news you wanted, whether you're on vacation or going to work. Mastrobuoni not hitting his weight with the Cubs this year. Was 10 for his last 17 at Iowa, though. So if you could just get some AAA pitching to come along with him on the trip. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if that's going to be something that is just if he's a placeholder until you do something else. They have options. Now, according to we need to clear this up too before
Please.
By the way, Will Simonite is the catcher, the minor league catcher they acquired. Simonite.
Sounds like something you do to your luggage.
Sounds like something you do to your car.
Did you Simonite?
Did you Simonite today?
That case, because it's going to be bouncing around.
Will Simonite, a 27-year-old. He's from Park Ridge?
No way.
He is from Park Ridge,
He's
apparently.
a Cub fan.
That's where he was born.
Cradle of sports writers.
Oh, he's well traveled though. I think the term journeyman applies because he's looks like he's been bounced around for a few different minor league systems.
Robbie, how did he play in high school?
I have to get with Bruce on that. Him and I have been scouting together.
Get back on the phone with Korea. I don't care about Simonite right now. Get on the Korean pitching coach, okay?
Out of curiosity, did he go to Maine South? If he's from
I don't
Park
know.
Ridge?
I'm just telling
I
you what
need more
baseball reference says.
information.
I'm working on it. You referenced something else that I wanted to follow up on.
Please.
Oh, you said in terms of the minors and bringing up Mastrobuoni made me think of what we were talking about yesterday. We need to find this out. We referenced, why don't they bring up Michael Arias, who's a guy on the way, perhaps? Why not Carl Edwards Jr.?
Carl Edwards Jr. is gone.
Apparently released.
No, not released. That's a misnomer. I read on Twitter. I think it was Kurt Bloom, who we have on, right? Is it Kurt?
Tommy
Bloom?
Birch?
Tommy Birch, was it? Whatever.
One
of those guys.
Tommy Birch from the Des Moines Register.
Somebody wrote
All right.
that they announced that he was released, but actually on June 15th, he exercised an option that got him out of the contract. So now he's a free agent. So he chose to be a free agent and try to sign somewhere as opposed to being available to be brought up.
That's a good distinction to make, and I think it references the type of option that Jed Hoyer referenced when explaining how they elevated Ethan Roberts to the 40-man roster because he had options as well. Some of these guys had those June 15th deadlines, and they had to make a decision.
Obviously, they're aware of those deadlines, so that means they didn't care for the guy.
And according to Tommy Birch, Carl Edwards Jr. opted out.
That's it.
And I bet you he was frustrated. He had 7 saves at Iowa.
Yeah,
if not now,
throw
when?
me a lifeline. And he's watching the major league
He's watching
team.
the sirens go off with Hector Neris on the mound. So I think you have to wonder about that. So, we digress. Back to Iowa.
Please.
We should have Tommy Birch on maybe to talk about all these possibilities.
Yes.
I
won't misname him.
Do you think? Okay, don't you laugh. Because what cracks me up about that is that it's the White Sox minor league guy that you referenced.
There's so many people that are on Twitter. I don't know what the hell I'm reading.
But your mind works like minor league correspondent.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's Kurt Bloom.
No,
he's the White Sox guy.
All right.
In Birmingham.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
These guys.
Speaking of the minors.
Mully is broken
so
down.
Brennan Davis has been out since June 11th. Canario has been injured since the weekend.
Yes.
Owen Casey time?
We were hoping for that yesterday.
I don't know. Internal. What's internal mean, Jed? Not Mastrobuoni. Take him off the menu. All right, we need to get to
we got to
Chelly.
get to Chelly. We got Chris Chelios. We could talk to him about a ton of things. There's a lot going on with the Blackhawks, with bunch of names have been mentioned. We'll run them by Chelly, but really, we got to talk to him about Connor McDavid.
Yes,
and when the real best Connor shows up.
Right.
Give me 5 years.
Okay.
312-644-6767. Chris Chelios next here on The Score.
There's no offseason for Bears talk on The Score.
When you really listen to what Eberflus said and what Caleb said about the difference between vocal cadence and clap cadence, it might take a little while to get that down.
That's something that
it's very different.
With a new franchise quarterback, a talented group of wide receivers, and a stingy defense, hope is sky high for Bears fans. So keep it on The Score as we follow the top storylines of a monster offseason for the Bears. We are Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
He is compared as one notch below Connor McDavid. And I believe Connor McDavid, when it's all said and done, may be the greatest to ever play hockey. He's in the conversation. Top 3 all time, top 4, top 5 all time. So if Connor Bedard's a notch below that, okay. That's better than Patrick Kane. That's better than Jonathan Taves. The comparison that I keep hearing about Connor Bedard is Patrick Kane's skill and savvy with Austin Matthews' shot, which is terrifying if you're a goalie or defenseman.
Okay.
Wow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, this is.
I would draft him.
Just numbers wise, fellas. In the Western Hockey League, he played 57 games with Regina, with an R, 71 goals, 72 assists, 143 points in 57 games.
That's crazy.
Okay, so you want to turn up your nose and say, well, I mean, come on, it's the Western Hockey League. These guys are going to be future plumbers someday.
Yeah, it's just
let's
Regina.
Let's turn our attention to the World Junior Championships, where the best and brightest from around the world get together for the annual tournament. In 7 games for Team Canada, with all the spotlight on him, Connor Bedard had 9 goals and 14 assists, 23 points in 7 games in the world's most competitive junior tournament. That is more than 3 points per game for a 17-year-old Connor Bedard. At age 15, his first year with Regina, 15 games, 28 points.
At 15.
That'll play.
At 15 years old. I mean, he is doing things that are otherworldly. The other thing is we had a chance to talk last month with 3 of the Hawks' top prospects. They all played together for the Seattle Thunderbirds junior hockey, and all of them got to play with him at the World Juniors and just talked about how great of a dude he is. Like, he's not all up in the clouds. He doesn't – maybe he believes the hype about himself, but he certainly doesn't show it. Supposed to be a great teammate, a future captain type. So, I mean, the Hawks, I know they literally won the lottery by winning the lottery, but they won the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, exclamation point, all caps.
I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Oh, what a joy to talk to our friend Chris Chelios. He joins us now on the Score Hotline. Chris, good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well.
We are all fired up, and you know, we were talking about how the Blackhawks are the number 2 pick. They had dinner last night apparently with Ivan Demidov, who is the projected second pick in the draft, and they apparently he's going to be measured officially, I believe, on Thursday, but according to the Paul Kennedy of the Hockey News, he's the editor of it. He interviewed the kid, and he said I guess Paul said he's 5'11", so the kid's got to be 6 feet tall. They think he's 6'1". He's a solidly built guy, and he can get out of his contract after a year. It seems like he's also fluent in English, and it seems like that's the guy they're going to take at number 2. It seems like he's going to be a bit of a surprise, but there you go, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, that's great news. It's one thing a forward, you can find forwards, but a defenseman that high in the draft I think it's really tough to find good, top quality, top 2 pairing defensemen. And that's great news. He's going to have to, take a year to develop anyway. I'm sure he's going to be able to step right in at his skill level. But that's really good news that the Hawks only have to wait a year, and it looks like they're going to pick him.
All right, Chelly, so tell me how the Oilers got back in it. I know Connor McDavid is the easy answer, but I said if you win Game 5, it's gonna go 7. Do you agree?
No, because I won it in 6. 5 and 6. I won the cup, so no. There's definitely a lot more pressure on Florida now, no question. But it's the pressure is just as much for Edmonton. They're facing elimination, but again, they've set themselves up. They're going home, right? So they could.
I think we lost Chris. He was right in the middle of a good thought.
Right, telling me how they devise the power play to beat the Panthers, how they're going to score shorthanded again, how they're going to win at home.
They scored the first goal shorthanded. That's unbelievable.
And then they finally scored.
And they've done that now
on
the
power
last
play.
2 games, right?
The last 2 games, that's how they set the tone.
Yeah.
And nothing sets the tone better than a shorthanded goal.
We got Chris back. Yeah. Chris, we were just talking about the fact that they scored a shorty in each of the last 2 games, and yesterday they also got the power play goal. I mean, it's Bob is a great player, but it looks like they've solved him somehow, and it's amazing to see what McDavid's doing.
Yeah, and I know it's only happened once where teams come back down 3-0 in the finals, but again, you never give a team life. In that 8-1 game, and getting to Bobrovsky, it does a lot for the mindset for Edmonton. So they got McDavid, they got Draisaitl, Hyman, they got the guns to do it. And now, like I said, most of the pressure, I would say, is on Florida. Even though, they're still up 3-2, it's going to be tough going into Edmonton after those last 2 games.
So when you look at then what that says about McDavid and what he's close to achieving, what has he accomplished in this Stanley Cup final?
I mean, I don't think he had anything to prove after last year's playoffs. He had a heck of a playoff. One thing that, for me, watching him, and had he done it earlier in the series, you got to play both ends. And there's a couple of goals there where, he screwed up defensively. And I think once he buys into that, he's going to be he is the greatest player, but he'll be a better team player. And I think now his back's against the wall, and he's showing that he can play both ends. It's just hopefully it wasn't too late for him. But I'm cheering for Florida, unfortunately. I'm not cheering for McDavid, even though I love him. But the good news is for Florida is they're going back home if there is a Game 7. That's a big advantage for them.
All right, Chris, it's there's a website called thefourthperiod.com, and they've been listing all the players that are available, the top 25 trade candidates, and they listed 5 players that the Blackhawks are linked to. Among that 25, Mitch Marner, Martin Necas, Jacob Christian, Trevor Negras, and Oliver Wagstrom. And all of those guys are between 23 and 27, which is exactly the kind of guy that Kyle Davidson talked about when we had him on. Do you think they're going to make a trade here and bring one of these guys in? And who do you like out of that group?
I mean, I love Marner as a player. I think he'd be a good addition to play with Connor. And who did you say second? I'm sorry. That's another one.
Yeah, Martin Necas.
Yeah, I like him a little more because he's a more complete player playing with, Carolina there and the way Brindamore taught him. Maybe not as productive offensively, but plays the game and he's a little bigger body and can play the physical game. But I think he'd be probably the best choice. But again, I'm a big believer right now for the Hawks need defense. And if they can find a top 2 defenseman, you might have to give up a little more for a bit. But, you can always find offense. The defense is what they're lacking right now, I think, the Hawks.
Charlie, remind me, when you talk about the Oilers, it sounds personal. Do you have a grudge against that franchise?
They're Canadian.
No, pretty much all Canada I have a grudge against.
Okay,
so,
just making sure.
I love this. Unlike the Toronto fans, like the frustrated Cubs fans for years, so we won the World Series. There's nothing better to see their faces after a loss. So, this is a U.S. Canada thing right now, you guys. I don't know if you're aware of that, but this is a U.S. Canada thing.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
I knew it immediately.
Just making sure,
Chris. That's totally on. That's totally on point. No question.
Did you see where Duncan Keith gave the Oilers a pep talk about how they could come back from 3-0? I mean, he's helping.
I did.
He's helping Canada.
Did. God bless Duncan. I love him, but I hope he's wrong. And I got to cheer. Like Matthew Tkachuk, I played with his dad for years. He's a great kid. I watched these kids grow up. And Billy Zito, another guy, a Chicago guy. So it's tough. But I like Kenny Holland, the GM from Edmonton. I got a lot of friends over there, and Paul Coffey is a good friend. So. Yeah. It's hard, but at the end of the day, I'm going with the red, white, and blue. I know there's no red, white, and blue, but for me, there is.
That's great.
Yeah, you're the best. Chris, thank you, buddy. Great catching up.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, guys. Take care.
That is Chris Chelios. You knew that.
I know.
He said that before.
I know.
You're wondering why.
But the Oilers have won 2 in a row when they had their backs against the wall.
I think
and McDavid is doing crazy stuff.
I think the Canadians are like the nicest people in the world. They're great people. You're lucky to have them as a neighbor. I've got a lot of friends in Canada, and I really appreciate the kindness they show. Apparently in hockey, there's like an arrogance to the Canadian hockey players. And I've heard a lot of people that get, like Chris, remember he was a U.S. Olympian, right? He represented his country. I don't think he wants any Canadian. I think he's enjoying that they're not winning. So it doesn't surprise me at all.
Speaking of Canadians that we do like, did you see yesterday Stacey Dales on social media posted the news? She became an American citizen.
There you go.
So congratulations to Stacey Dales, and she's still Canadian. She just has dual citizenship. She went through the process, and she made it official. There's a cute picture of her on her feed waving an American flag. So congratulations to Stacey Dales.
Yeah, no question about it. And we've got Bob Nightingale next. We're going to bring in the guy. The guy knows more about the White Sox than the White Sox, more about the Cubs than you can imagine. And certainly we'll get a chance to talk to him about the Say Hey Kid. Bob Nightingale joins us next. Mully and Haugh Score.
I am Canadian.
Cubs legend Ryne Sandberg, 10-time All-Star, Baseball Hall of Famer, and soon to be immortalized with a statue at Wrigley Field.
Friday night at 6 p.m., The Score presents A Salute to Sandberg, a 1-hour special hosted by Mark Grody just days before the unveiling of Rhino's
57. Let's try Billy Bob. Billy Bob's on the road. Hey, Billy Bob.
Can you hear me?
Yep. I can hear you clear as a bell, buddy.
What's up, Billy Bob?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Speak.
Got a couple issues with you guys this morning. Manchester United won their 4th title in a row this last Saturday.
Not true.
It is true.
Manchester City won their title. Oh my God. You clown.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
All right, let's keep going.
Enough, Billy Bob. Come on. Don't do that to me, Billy Bob.
Good Jesus.
I just lost Mully for an hour. Oh, man.
Ron's on the sorry. Sorry. I overreacted.
That was awesome.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Ron, what's up?
Well,
you guys.
every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Mully and Haugh. Live and local. Chicago sports talk for your morning on 670 The Score.
And Bellinger hits a ground ball left side. That's a base hit. Push around third. He's going to try to score. The throw to the plate. Not in time. Cubs lead. Bellinger goes to second.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. There you go, Belly getting himself a big hit. We are delighted to welcome in Bob Nightingale. Does such a great job. Man breaks every story known to man. Bob, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, doing great. How about you guys?
Doing well.
We're all fired up, and we finally got a night where both teams won, so we can come in here this morning and talk about both the Cubs winning and Bob, they haven't won a 3-game series since May 12th, which is hard to believe, and they can do so this afternoon if the professor can perform, and then you got Crochet on the mound for the White Sox, so it should be a fun day in baseball. We're also doing a tribute to the Say Hey Kid, talking about the great Willie Mays and what he meant to the game. What are your thoughts when you hear the name Willie Mays passing away at the age of 93?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Birmingham now. He's kind of sent, shockwaves throughout the crowd and fans. I don't think people realized, that he had been pretty much in ill health, for the past year. Dusty Baker, I just saw him on Monday. He might have been the last, Giant to see him alive. But yeah, I mean, just, full of grace, full of energy. I mean, he was, we always talk about Ken Griffey Jr., of our generation, but he was, the Griffey beforehand, with all the energy, exuberance, everything else. Certainly the greatest, living player, until yesterday, no doubt about it. Now may fall to his godson, Barry Bonds, but yeah, he was an unbelievable player.
Bob, you're in Birmingham, as you mentioned. Tell us about Barnstorm Birmingham and what that is with Major League Baseball in conjunction with Juneteenth and why that's significant.
Yeah, they came with the idea about a year ago, and just to celebrate the Negro Leagues. And, Birmingham is where the Black Barons played, where Willie Mays got his start.
Yeah.
I think about 180 Hall of Famers have played here through barnstorming and things like that. Bob Melvin, who was in town with the Giants, even played, there in the minor leagues. Of course, Francona played there. Michael Jordan played there. So just a tribute to the Negro Leagues. And then, of course, Mays was going to be the star of the show, even though he wasn't coming. There were only 3 people who were alive from 1920 to 1948 that played in the Negro Leagues during that era. One's 99 years old, one's 97, and then there was Mays. So just a great tribute. Everybody's wearing their Negro League uniforms tomorrow night, with the Giants and the Cardinals.
Yeah, that is great stuff, no doubt about it, and fitting in a way, with his passing, another chance. It's been extraordinary, losing such giants, in basketball. Jerry West, Bill Walton, and now here we go with Willie kind of shuffling off this mortal coil. I wonder, Bob, when you look at the game from your perspective, who is the best player that you ever saw? Who do you think is the best player you've seen play live in your lifetime?
The best player for me is Bonds by a mile. There's really nobody close that I saw. I mean, I didn't see Mays live, but yeah, just what he did. I know the stereo implications to everything else, but that year he hit 73 home runs. I was at a lot of those games. You probably could hit 95 if you saw pitches to hit. So he did everything. But yeah, Bonds to me is the best overall player. And people at one point were arguing, okay, is Bonds better than Mays? No, I still think it was Mays, but Bonds was that good.
So, Bob, looking at the White Sox, Garrett Crochet pitches tonight. He is at home. He is on a roll. He goes against the Astros, and he is the object of probably a lot of contenders' attention and maybe desire too. How should the Sox, do you think, should approach this? How will they approach the interest in Garrett Crochet as the trade deadline nears?
Well, I think they're telling everybody that everybody in the team is available. Crochet's trade value now is skyrocketed. He's certainly the best pitcher on the trade block. Just is sheer domination. But if you're a contender, I'd still be worried. Like, okay, he's already pitched more innings now than he has in his entire career. The White Sox are planning to limit him in the second half. Maybe even shut him down. So if you're a contender, do you really trust him to pitch in games in September and be available in October? Maybe as reliever, but that's about it. If I'm a contender, I'm thinking, okay, whatever I get this year is a nice bonus. I'm really getting him for the next 2 years.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball columnist, and a man that has tons of insight into the game. And certainly, Bob, you seem to know everything that's going on with the White Sox, and it's interesting to look at him. I've been saying to David, this kid is such a young player. I understand that they might want to shut him down. Why can't you extend him? Why can't you keep him? I know they're looking to rebuild, and they probably figure they're not going to be good over the lifetime of the contract. So give him more money and keep him. He's a great young player.
Yeah, I would certainly look into it. Maybe I know they haven't had talks. Maybe they realize that, hey, to extend him, realistically, you're talking about a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And two, how much do they trust him? He's had a lot of injury problems in the past. Do they think that he's going to be injury prone for years, or is that part over? So yeah, he's not making any money. That's what makes him so valuable too. Obviously, he'll jump up, about $4 or $5 million next year. But that's nothing. But yeah, I would certainly look into extending him just to see if there's any possibility at all.
So, Bob, the Cubs scored 5 runs last night. It felt like an explosion. Their offense has struggled since May 1st. They're among the worst in the majors in a lot of different categories. Jed Hoyer said when he spoke a couple days ago, the answers are internal, and it's still too early to look at the trade market. July 31st, the deadline. But that was before Mike Tauchman went down, and now he's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. How realistic is it to expect the Cubs to become active maybe in a trade market, maybe earlier than they expected, to respond to Tauchman's absence?
Well, yeah, but usually just, nothing really happens in the last, 48, 72 hours before the trade deadline, expires. This is July 30th this year. I'm just not sure either how many guys are available. We all talked about, Pete Alonso would be a perfect Cub. Well, the Mets are back in the race, and the National League stinks, so everybody's alive except for the Rockies and the Marlins. So I'm just not sure. A lot of teams need help. There's not much help to be had because everybody's in the race. It's going to take a while. I think it's going to take at least another month for things to start to separate. Like I said, if the Mets look like, okay, they're going to dump their entire team, at least 7 or 8 guys, but with the way they're playing, they're only about a game and a half out now. They might be buyers instead of sellers.
It's fascinating because we were talking about this, that Chris Getz spoke yesterday, and he said that he's getting peppered with phone calls regarding the trade market. And that's one of the few teams is trading and everyone's available. Of course he's getting peppered. How quickly will he move? What do you think is going to happen? They also have the 5th pick in the draft, but they'll get nothing. I think they have the 10th pick a year from, no reward for losing. They'd have to lose 2 years running.
Yeah, I think you got to have a real high price tag on all these guys. Maybe unrealistic in some cases, but because there's so few sellers, you better have a high price tag. The thing is, with a guy like Crochet, you better be right on that. You better make sure you get a couple studs back, someone that's going to be just as good as Crochet in some position players. I mean, remember the White Sox were jumping up and down how much they liked the Chris Sale trade years ago. Well, that trade was a bust.
Yeah.
None of those guys did anything. So you can't be wrong about Crochet.
What if they're wrong about Pedro Grifol? I know you weighed in about a week ago that they're going to likely maintain the status quo, keep Pedro Grifol throughout the rest of this year, and make a determination in the offseason. How safe is he, Bob?
Well, I mean, I think unless things change, in the off season, he'd be in real trouble. The thing is now, why change now? I mean, the team stinks. It's going to get worse because you can trade these guys. Why, subject another manager to it? I would think in the off season, then you look around. Who do you want? I mean, do you want a Skip Schumacher from Miami? Who's going to be a viable guy on the market? Alex Cora probably wants to go, to a winner. But there's going to be some good candidates out there. Decide to make a change, and you can't get those guys now. So you might as well wait in the off season and see if you can get somebody if you're going to make that change.
We look at these teams, we look at the Cubs, and they're so close to being good, but they've blown, I believe it's 16 saves, and they have struggled in terms of trying to hit well enough to match the back of the card, all that. Where are you at with where that team is? You know what I'm saying? Like, they are in last place. They're still over, I think, 8.5 behind Milwaukee. What do they need to do? How does it have to click, and can it happen at this point?
Well, I think it can certainly happen just because the division is so weak and the National League is so weak. I mean, all these teams are, including the Cubs, under 500, and you're right there. You got to think, some of these guys will be better. So I would think, the Brewers with that starting rotation is so paper thin. It's amazing what they're doing. I can't see them keeping it up. The Reds are a great, young, energetic team, but very thin as well. But there's nobody in that division that scares you. It's like thinking, okay, they can't be caught. Excuse me. So I do think that get a little help, you still have a chance. And the thing is, everybody looks at what happened last year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. They never should have made the playoffs. If they don't beat up on the Cubs, they're sitting home, and then they run the table all the way to the World Series. So I think every team is looking at that like, okay, just get 84, 85, 86 wins, and we're in. But I think with the Cubs struggles and nothing else, it certainly helps David Ross's resume next year when he tries to get a manager's job.
So, Bob, we heard from Chris Guest yesterday, as we said, and he handled himself well and said all that he could say. I think there's a curiosity among Sox fans, or maybe just people observing the White Sox in general. What is Tony La Russa's role and involvement at this stage in terms of being an advisor? How involved is he in the day-to-day, the big picture, or is he involved at all?
No, I think he's involved as much as anybody in the organization, to tell you the truth. He's working every day. People are amazed just the energy level, the travel he's doing, and everything else. But no, deeply involved in decision making and everything else. I think if they make a manager change, he'll be part of that input too. But I think when you look at the right hand guys or the guys closest to Chris Getz, you put Tony La Russa right there. He's deeply involved.
So Getz, obviously, this will be his first draft. There's talk about the Florida State first baseman. There's talk about various players. I'm just curious, can you take a kind of station-to-station guy who plays one position, or do you have to – and I don't know, like philosophically, do you need someone that is going to help you immediately, or do you need someone that you can take some time with, and do you need to fill positions as opposed to getting the best player at number 5?
I think you just get the best player, even if it doesn't help you right away. I mean, the White Sox in a rebuild, it's not like one player is going to make a difference, to win in 2025 or 2026. But when you draft that high, you can't be wrong. You really can't. I think the Dodgers, make fools of a lot of teams. I mean, here they are drafting, toward the bottom every single year, and you look at all the studs they get. But when you have a top 10 pick and it's only a fifth pick, you better be a guy that's giving you, an impact player for you in the organization. I mean, he should be, a future All-Star, whoever they decide to draft.
Bob, is there a better story in baseball this year than Paul Skeens so far?
Yeah, it's such a cool story. I mean, I love the fact that, when he says when he's done playing baseball, he wants to go back to the Air Force and be a fighter pilot. Never wanted to leave the Air Force Academy, only did because they couldn't, commute his 5 years commitment. So they say, yeah, go to LSU. But yeah, a fabulous guy and a great young pitcher. I think it's a blast watching him at the All-Star game. To see him, throw like he does. I hope he stays healthy, because everything about the kid is everything's right about baseball. He's the guy you root for.
It's fascinating because I think the best story maybe in Chicago is Shota Imanaga, a guy that comes in and wasn't. I mean, we know Yamamoto, we know all the names that were out there. And Shota was a little bit under the radar, and he's been phenomenal both as a player and as a personality and as a meme living on the internet. People love the guy.
It's amazing. I talked to your scouts and, general managers and stuff that went to Japan, to scout Yamamoto. They saw Shota as well. And they're stunned what he's doing. Nobody saw this coming. The Cubs the Cubs liked him, of course. They didn't want to sign him. But, they didn't see this coming either. But for this guy to be this dominant, nobody saw the uptick in velocity or the pinpoint control. Everybody, in the ones you talk to now, saw him as a fourth or fifth starter. So he's, great success story, what he's doing. He's pitching a whole lot better than Yamamoto. And Yamamoto would cost, $325 million.
So, Bob, before I let you go, you are plugged into so many different people and organizations. Just curious, any idea what David Ross is up to this season? We have yet to hear from the former Cub manager. I wonder what's going through his head as he watches his former team struggle to the extent they're struggling, and just what he's up to next.
Well, he could have been a bench coach job. He got offered at least to interview a couple different spots. I know in New York for sure. I think just sitting home, relaxing, and taking a breather. So he'll have his name out there on the market next year to be a manager. And I think if he doesn't get a manager job, I do think he's got to come back as a bench coach. You can't sit out for too long. I think this time it threw him back that he got fired. And I just think he says, okay, let me take a breather. Let me see what went wrong, what went right. And but yeah, I would think he would certainly get some managerial interviews this offseason.
Does he know Chris Getz or Tony La Russa?
That would be something. Go back to Chicago. Yeah, I would think and people have joked around. I'm sure you see the memes and stuff but this actually does help the fact that it is his job resume in the sense that I think it actually helps him having a better chance to get a job next year. I think if the Cubs just, took off and said, it was David Ross's fault, all of a sudden up here and say, wait a minute, this wasn't, David Ross's fault. You can take part of the blame, but look what's still happening there.
Great stuff, Bob. Always fun to talk to you. Appreciate your time, man.
Thanks, Bob.
Sure, my pleasure. Take care, guys.
That's Bob Nightingale. That's great stuff. Interesting.
A lot of good insight there. A lot of information there.
A lot of good information. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
The spotlight is on the Bears as they set their sights on training camp next month.
Caleb Williams. I'm always asking questions, trying to grow from the guy that's going to be calling the plays for me. That's one of the most, if not the most important relationship, on the coaching staff.
Matt Eberflus.
Caleb is a talent. I want him to see the windows closing, the variation of what we do on defense.
Montez Sweat.
Pretty humble.
Who is going to be the surprise breakout star from Hard Knocks? It's some rookie we don't know yet? Probably.
It's of course, right? It's someone we don't know, but there's so many new. Caleb and Odunze will be huge people, obviously. In
It's either Jalen or Tevin.
Oh, Tevin.
They're both great personalities for it.
Our guy, Jalen. Yeah, Tevin, you're so right about Tevin. This is a moment for Tevin. There's so much stuff that they could get out of. All we got to do is tip them off about Baconators and skyscrapers and more.
Well, there's an opportunity for Grody to become the de facto breakout star given his adjacency to Tevin. Like, he's always hanging around Tevin getting gold, so they can use Grody as a vehicle to get the gold out of Tevin.
I think that's going to be a big part of it, man. Like which local media is it? Like, is Grody going to ask the silly question that goes viral from it? Is it going to be Mark Carman?
It'll be Potsy.
Potsy.
Yeah.
There's going to be a Potsy moment. For sure,
it's gonna be great. I mean, they'll use local, like the score will probably be featured. Maybe it'll be Up the Dial because they're the Bears flagship. Who knows? But like, there's gonna be local media weirdness.
I was gonna say that Grody has to get back to doing his hair like the Floose, but the Floose doesn't even really do his hair like that anymore. I think Grody should grow out the facial hair and go single white female all over the Floose, just like show up. Whatever the Floose looks like, that's what Grody has to look like at camp.
It's going to be excellent. This is just ripe for content. And I mean, man, the Bears continue to be the gift to the offseason content gods. Thank you, Bears.
Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Southern FM.
Monty. I guess that's where we're going. So
let's go there.
Let's get a
Breaking news.
of this one.
Breaking
get
news on
a
the
load
Score.
Of this one.
Yeah.
There is a team in Detroit that is willing to pay to get rid of a coach. I don't know if you want to give Pedro some money. But, okay, Monty Williams, as we learned or we know, especially when talking about how much money was offered to Dan Hurley to go to the Lakers, Monty Williams has got a $15 million a year contract. They just paid it off. Monty Williams has been fired in Detroit after a single season, and he's walking away with, what is it,
$65 million.
That's a nice chunk
Breaking
of
news
change.
on 670 The Score, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL.
Wow.
Download BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com. Okay.
I'm just saying.
$65 million.
That's lottery winnings.
To back up one step further, they just hired Trajan Langdon to be their new president.
Oh, great.
According to this decision, they're trusting somebody who's never done that job before to fire the coach who the franchise owes $65 million.
That's insane.
That's fiscal irresponsibility.
Well, I mean, Monty had a rough year. Don't get me
It's
wrong.
fiscal irresponsibility. Maybe you could argue that the contract in the first place might have been over the top, maybe too much, perhaps. But I understand where you're going with this. Well, if they can do this, then why don't they do that?
Well,
I don't know, Mully.
I just think it's extraordinary. Let me just say this. If Mully were Monty, let's try this one. You'd never see me again.
Right.
Maybe if I'd be in the background of some photo of Justin Fields in Paris, I'd be at the same fashion show, shopping in the same mall. Are you kidding me? If I'm Monty Williams, this is like the greatest news that's ever happened in his life. $65 million to not coach.
Yeah, I
That's
guess.
the greatest job I've ever heard of.
You have financial security. You have professional embarrassment. I understand what you're saying there. But if you're Monty Williams, now you are the guy that got fired from the Suns because you couldn't get him over the top. You land on your feet in Detroit where they pay you a pile of money, or they contractually obligate themselves to pay you that once they fire you. But you're fired after 1 year. And not only 1 year, it was miserable.
I know there's
miserable.
A lot of people don't like me, and that's okay. I can live with it. But give me $65 million, you'll never hear me again.
Okay.
I mean, that's my offer. If someone,
I am not even going to begin to
that check.
Argue that that's not something that would be appealing, to be paid that amount to walk away and do nothing. At the same time, I'm looking at this from just a NBA perspective, pro sports perspective. How do you get away with this? If you are the president of the Pistons, if you're the owner of the Pistons, how do you get away with something this irresponsible?
If you're the owner, you're under the spell of a guy. Are they going to hire? Is Trajan Langdon going to hire J.J. Redick? I mean, are you moving like
that's
this?
the answer. Let's hire somebody who's never done the job before.
But he might get the Lakers job. That's so. Will he? How about now? How about the Pistons make a run at Bob Hurley? You want to see his wife
Dan Hurley?
cry?
Yeah.
Dan Hurley.
Dan Hurley's wife. How about the Lakers going after Monty Williams?
How about, give me $15. I'll do it. Because I got $68
He
million.
can sign for $1. I will work for you for $1.
Yeah.
The other thing that comes to mind, and I don't, this is just the news aspect of it. You wonder as a reporter or former reporter, whatever, what did he do? You start to wonder, what could somebody have done that would rise to the level of being fired, and we're going to pay you $65 million as a severance, essentially, to walk away?
Yeah, see, if he did anything, then the story would be that they're not paying him $65 million because he violated his contract. That's not the story.
Well, but
They're
you can
paying him
you
to
can
go
do
away.
things to get fired that don't necessarily violate your contract. You can, there have been people who have been fired before. Heck, Tom Thibodeau did nothing to really warrant that crossed the line, except for being difficult to work with in the eyes of some people he worked for. So what did Monty Williams say or do that made him worth paying $65 million to go away? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. It's so much money. You would think, honestly, the fact that he has that massive contract would preserve his job. Because Because
that's what I mean.
Because the last thing you're going to do, well, we're not giving you $65 million to leave.
Job security.
It's beyond job security. This is insane.
Now, they had a historically bad season. I get that, but I don't know that it was that bad. But here's the other thing to look at from a Monty Williams career perspective now.
Yeah, he's available.
Now, well, what do you think he wants to do? Does he want to be head coach again the third year in a row and might get fired?
I might go down to Rossi's Ranch and just relax and take it easy.
You could do that. He could be definitely a year of relaxation, a year of reflection, whatever you want to call it, recharging. If he does get back into the business, and if he does get back on a bench as an assistant coach, I'm just saying he has worked for Billy Donovan before.
Sure. Oh, there you go.
He worked for him in Oklahoma City. They're very close. We know that. They have a connection that dates back to 2015. Billy Donovan's first year, I think, as an NBA head coach, Monty Williams was one of his lead assistants. Wow. I don't know if that's a fit. I don't know if that's a connection. We do know there has been some movement on Billy Donovan's bench.
Yeah.
Maurice Cheeks just left the organization. There is probably, I don't know if there would be any interest, but this is a sudden breaking news development, and
it's unbelievable.
It's crazy. So there's that to consider. Here's another thing I want you to consider or answer. Shifting back to baseball, because it's a big day today. You can do the daily double. You could go from Wrigley Field to guaranteed rate if you're a baseball fan in Chicago and see both teams play. Rare occasion and opportunity. Bob Nightingale left no ambiguity about Tony La Russa's prominent role in the White Sox organization in terms of decision-making, in terms of the day-to-day, in terms of the year-to-year. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel good about it. I don't.
That's why I asked.
I mean, did you
That's
think
why
I would
asked.
say, oh, thank God.
I'm sorry.
No, he was, I mean.
To hear him that definite, I kind of knew the answer.
I think we knew the answer.
But Bob is clearly plugged into the White Sox organization.
And Tony.
And so you have Tony La Russa, who presumably is still calling a lot of the shots, making a lot of the decisions, adding a lot of his input. And I don't think that comes as good news to a lot of Sox fans who might not be surprised, but I wonder how that sits.
Okay, so if you can send Monty packing with $65 million, is it chump change? Is it couch money? If you get rid of a certain catcher, Martin Maldonado, for what is he? He's owed probably. It was $4.5 million.
Probably about $2 million now. $2.5 million now.
Okay.
Now, okay.
I'm just saying.
I don't see the two stories related.
I don't either, but you brought up the White Sox, and now my mind is racing.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm bringing up the White Sox because that was just our previous guest.
But you can fire anyone is the point.
You can.
You can if you could give a guy $65 million to leave, that means that they have so much money that it doesn't matter. You can fire anyone. I'm asking you right now. Who are you going to fire on the Cubs or the White Sox?
What a question. If you're the White Sox, I don't think you need that egregious example in Detroit to justify unloading Martin Maldonado because of what he's hitting and how he is an offensive automatic out. You could justify paying him to go away. You could likewise justify firing your manager if you chose to. They're more frugal, I think that goes without saying, than most franchises. So they're not going to do that. But they do have, if they wanted to justify it, they could look to Monty Williams and say that the Detroit Pistons, cost be damned, they want a new coach. But that's ridiculous. That's extreme. That's excessive.
It's crazy stuff today. We've got Zach. Zach's in Wheaton. He wants to talk about the Sox. Hi, Zach.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, past couple of years, I've been a big SEC baseball fan.
Okay.
And with the draft coming up, I know there's a lot of exciting players coming out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of them that I would, love to see the Sox or the Cubs get is Tommy Tanks White. He kind of, third baseman, kind of burst on the scene a couple of years ago at NC State. As a freshman, hit his first 8 games, hit like 9 homers. And up on freshman record, like 28, and then transferred to LSU last year and helped Dylan Cruz, hit behind Dylan Cruz, and helped Dylan Cruz get, to be, put up some stats and protect him. And then this year, on another great year. So he's coming out, and he a lot of power going up and the other way, but he's kind of projected later in like the 20th pick or so I've seen, so he's one guy though I would love to see Cubs or Sox to get. And then the first baseman you've been talking about, Jack Tangoloni.
Yeah.
Big time hitter from the University of Florida, and if the Sox can get him, I think he would be, again, like
didn't they just play Florida and NC State, or am I thinking of?
Yes, NC. You know what? But the Tommy Tanks went to LSU.
He's out with LSU. Okay, he left. Okay.
Are we breaking down the baseball draft?
Apparently.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Zach.
I missed that. Robbie, did you send me a memo to prepare for the baseball draft? Did I not get that?
Sorry, I was too busy talking to the Korean.
Well, get back on the phone then.
He's talking to the Korean coach.
Get back on the phone. Find that guy.
We're talking Monty Williams because Robbie's saying he's happy that he thinks the Pistons get better by firing their coach. What?
Tell the truth. Do you know what prospect Zach, the caller, was talking about?
Yes, I've heard of. I watched a little bit of the baseball, and the guy he's telling me about the guy I was talking about because I've been reading some of the.
Well, I know Jack Caglianone. That's the Florida slugger who hits the ball a country mile. I think a 500-foot homer.
And they feel that he'll be the number 5 pick. The problem is he's limited in the position he plays, which. And
you're so stacked at first base. You can't draft a first baseman.
I'm going to take this caller and put it in a time capsule, and then in 5 years, I'm going to bring it back up and see if he was correct. And if so, he can have my job.
Please do it, and then send me
not actually though.
Send me a memo how that goes in 5 years.
That's all, Robbie desperate to get rid of his job is what I'm hearing.
I'm just hoping he fails now. I don't know why I said that on these airwaves.
That's tough. That's really tough.
I just thought maybe
You thought you missed something?
I thought I missed something.
Well, we all missed it.
The draft is next month.
Block that metaphor. Where we go in here. Mm-hmm. I gotcha. I'm sorry. I thought there must be something of importance
with
the caller that wanted to talk to us.
I thought. Well, we're talking about the White Sox have to make the draft matter.
We're talking about the White Sox. I mean,
listen, you're throwing around Russian prospects in the NHL draft, and I know who you're talking about. But I'm not going to apologize for not knowing the draft prospect in college baseball when the draft is not until July 14th. Jim Callis, we're not. I'm not.
You are Mr. Hockey.
Yes.
And you obviously are saying sooth about the Stanley Cup Finals. But who's the first guy to even bring up the name Macklin Celebrini on this show?
You did. But your daughter went to Boston U, so that's a little bit unfair. See,
how is that unfair?
This is what you do. So you are using your family.
Always.
You're using your family to try to justify some sort of hockeyness that you have.
Listen,
you used your daughter to say, I'm going to go see Bedard before you do, and you go to Montreal.
I went to Montreal.
You use your other daughter to say, well, she went to Boston U, so I know who Celebrini was before you do.
But I did.
You're using your family as a shield to hide from your hockey.
No, that's not fair.
Resistance.
I am not resistant. I'm a big Bedard guy. I've been following all the Blackhawks.
I told you.
That's not true. I was a Bedard guy before they got him.
Now you're a big Ivan Demidov guy.
I think they're going to draft Demidov, and I know he's a forward. He's not the Belarusian defenseman from Michigan State. There are two different players available there.
Yeah.
I know. And we had some confusion about that.
Give Chelly a break.
But I wasn't confused.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's just getting it done. It's Layla Wednesday, and I know they got a big show planned.
It's a Layla Wednesday. They have a big show, but before we get to them, you can win 2 tickets to see Santana with the Counting Crows on Saturday, June 29th. Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets available at livenation.com. Call right now to the Scores contest line, the hotline, 6th caller, 312-540-0670, 312-540-0670, and win 2 tickets to see Santana with the Counting Crows.
It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
How do you know the score?
I know the best Chicago sports talk is with Mully and Haugh on my way to work in the car.
How do you know the score?
Listening to Bernstein and Holmes on my smart speaker while I work from home.
How do you know the score?
Parkins and Spiegel in my office, on the Odyssey app, and then in my car on the way home.
How do you know the score?
Pat and Ron calling the Cubs game from my downtown office on the Odyssey app.
And how do you know?
I like this.
And there's no rule against them having the plays.
I like that this is big boy football. We figured out that we're drafting Caleb, and now what we're going to do, we're going to get Caleb ready to play football. We're going to give him the play. We're going to give him the route concepts and the terminology and the plays, and we're going to get him ready to play football. That's the way that it's supposed to go.
Caleb,
I love seeing this.
Caleb, we sent a PDF to your email. Just check it out.
You should probably check it out. Yeah. And, maybe you can make some suggestions.
And maybe memorize it. I don't know.
This text from the 773 says, Caleb, read this short story I wrote called Bears Plays. This is lovely. This is like Raymond Carver.
Spider 2Y banana. Oh,
fascinating.
That looks interesting to me.
I love your allegorical use of the Korean War to happen to explain exactly where the U tight end should be going.
Or maybe the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Hell yeah.
I'm laughing at all this stuff about these stories that they happen to be sending to Caleb Williams, where it says it was the best of times. It was the Spider 2Y banana of times.
Ah, yes. I'm familiar with that great work.
And the 847, once upon a time, in a land far away, there was Trips Right 44 counter sprint killer X Hot.
That's fantastic.
thanks to Evan Thomas. He gets us up and running and twitching and motivated every morning. Always fun. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Moso, thank you for listening on this Wednesday. Happy Juneteenth to everybody.
Absolutely. Happy Juneteenth. And we thank Robbie Triano for his great work today. We got Jeff. Jeff is in Kalamazoo. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Monday through Friday, Mully and Haugh in my kitchen. Hey, you helped me get through the baking day, boys.
We gotta make you some eggs as long as we're there. Yeah, we should whip up some eggs. Reasonable.
Prefer some waffles.
And thank you, Tyler Farringold, for your great work today.
Charlie, remind me, when you talk about the Oilers, it sounds personal. Do you have a grudge against that franchise?
They're Canadian.
No, pretty much all Canada I have a grudge against.
Okay,
So,
just making sure.
Unlike the Toronto fans, they frustrated Cubs fans for years, so who won the World Series. There's nothing better to see their faces after a loss.
Chelly doesn't like Canadians. It's pretty awesome.
I love Chelly.
Chelly's the best. Hey, it's Layla Wednesday. Yes. And we've got the great man, Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence. And let's not forget about Dan Bernstein. Oh, I thought today for sure. Well, you got a happy one once.
Hello, gang.
Yeah, I think that's the only one I'm going to get.
Okay.
I don't think that actually happened.
Wait, did I hear a yar in that phone call?
Yar?
Which phone call?
Live from the kitchen. It's Mully.
Oh, that's Jeff from Kalamazoo? I don't know. Did he go Yar?
He said you are, but
Yar.
it sounded a lot like
Yar.
Yar.
Is he a professional chef? Is that what it is? Is he a baker? Or?
I don't know.
Candlestick
if he
maker?
is. He's a regular listener. Pretty good caller.
Good man.
Don't know if he's a baker.
I love being in the kitchen. But that's me.
What are you making on a hot day?
I like eating breakfast. Not to mention it.
I would on it. It doesn't matter if it's hot or not. If I'm having breakfast, I'm going to make some combination of an egg. I'm going to fry it. I'm going to poach it. I'm going to whip it up and scramble it. I like an egg in the morning for breakfast.
Are you a fry-up guy? Do you do the beans and all that?
I have done fry-ups. My problem is it takes me too long now to get to my favorite Irish butcher. And like the last time I went, I had to go pick up some stuff because my brothers were coming into town. I was going to do a big fry-up. And I was like, I think 2 hours, 20 minutes into my commute. And I called my wife and told her, please raise the children well. Tell them I love them. But I'm now moving to the south side. I can't get back there.
Is a fry-up the same as a full Irish?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So with the mushrooms and the tomatoes and the beans.
My dad loved the tomato, a little
white pudding, black pudding.
You got it.
What are those? To the layperson. I'm for tomatoes in the morning, for the record.
Oh, it's fried. It's just like you fry everything. The sausages, you throw some potatoes in there.
Yeah, that I've seen.
Making me hungry.
Yep.
The beans,
the Irish bacon.
What's the white pudding business?
Oh, that's
white pudding is it's like a blood sausage, except in the white pudding uses fat and whatever drippings.
The black pudding.
Black pudding is a blood sausage.
But I now find it gives me indigestion.
The white pudding is where it is.
You guys, hate to interrupt this breakfast talk, but breaking news on the Score presented by BetQL. Smarter bets. More?
Who else got fired?
Well, Jan Gomes.
Jan Gomes DFA'd. Our guy John Heyman reporting that Jan Gomes designated for assignment.
I think Michael Cerami had it first, though.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, I want to give credit to that.
Several people reporting Jan Gomes is out. Designated for assignment.
Well-liked guy who always provided leadership, but if you can't play, you can't play. And it's just he couldn't play.
It's a shame because he had such a good year last year, such a big part of that resurgence, which started about now. He had a lot of clutch hits last year. Great guy in the clubhouse.
That's an interesting thing to do, to DFA a catcher who can't hit his weight, right?
Interesting that you would think that it might be used in other venues where that might be occurring. We are going to talk about that. There's a lot of White Sox stuff that we need to get to today. Russ Dorsey's going to be on the show. Mike Florio is going to be on the show, and we will get people ready for the finale of Cubs Giants. Gentlemen, we will see you.
All right, have a great show, guys.
If you're commuting to work, turn on the Odyssey app when you get to the office to hear the rest of the Mully and Haugh show. And then coming up at 10, it's Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
So download the Odyssey app today, search 670 The Score, and take us wherever you may go.
Follow The Score in the Odyssey app. And don't miss a moment of Bernstein and Holmes talking Chicago sports throughout your workday. Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
TuneIn is the audio platform with something for everyone.
Speaking of Uncle Luke, when I went on my recruiting visit to Miami and went to this club, I will never forget. Uncle Luke came in, first time I ever met him, and slammed down a bottle of Hennessy for like me, Andre Johnson, Clinton Portis. And at that time, like the only thing I've ever had was like Zima back in the day. So I was like, what is this? And they were like, you got to try it. I was like, man, Uncle Luke got me hooked on Hennessy. So thank you to Uncle Luke.
This is the best thing I've ever heard. What club was this?
Layla, I can't talk about that. I'm just gonna say a club. The moment after my first start with against Florida State in Doak Campbell, and we came back, and I remember we go to Privé, and I'm sitting outside, and everybody's like, "Paint, what's up, man?" I'm like, "Yo, bro, I'm good." Like, "Man, good game today." I'm like, "Appreciate it." They're like, "Oh, hold up, walk in after this next group," and I'm like, "What?" And next thing you know, I see a bunch of big people, like some big bodyguards, some girls walking by, and then Jay-Z walks by, and they're like, "Follow Jay in," and I'm like, "What?" And we go into the VIP upstairs. I'm sitting on white couches and Big Pimpin's playing. And Jay is literally right across from me, watching me, like smiling because he sees me singing to every single song. The place got too packed. And I was like, dude, we got to go. And it's like 4 a.m. But at Miami time, that's still early, in the morning. So I walk out and I'm on my Sprint phone that had like 16 MP3s. And I'm looking at it, not calling anybody. And Jay comes up to me and taps me on my shoulder. And he looks at me and he goes, "You Jared Payton?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, we watched you at the Clevelander today, man. Keep doing your thing." And he dapped me up, and literally my mouth dropped to the floor. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like if I would have had an iPhone at that time, we would have been doing selfies, this and that. But that moment taught me that you never know who's watching. You never know. And always give your best effort every single time that you do anything. And the fact, if you would told me Jay-Z was watching me, I probably would have fumbled the ball a couple of times because I've been nervous, but I put on my best performance and didn't know he was watching. So another cool moment that I could actually share with people.
in between this series and the Mets series, we gonna party here.
Yep.
And everyone sleeps in the clubhouse tonight.
Or we take everybody to Indiana Beach.
You could theoretically be like, hey, everyone show up here at 8 o'clock Thursday night. What are we doing?
Inside of this helmet are many drugs. Each member of this team will pick a drug out of this helmet and ingest it. Do not get to choose your drug. Whichever the gods decide you shall have, you will take.
What's that club that they have there? The 1450 club or whatever it is?
1912?
It is the 1914 club.
The 19,
not
not the 1492.
Not the 1800 club.
1492?
I don't know. Come on down to the 1492 club.
We're going to sail the ocean blue.
What happens when you get to the 1492 club? You go, this place belongs to me.
We live here now.
That's right. This is our place now. Damn right.
We claim this in the name of Queen Isabella.
And when they ask why, this is why.
I have absolutely no idea what it is you're trying to say to me right now. It's the team building Olympics.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Happy Juneteenth. As we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Layla Rahimi is in on the Bernstein and Holmes show on this Wednesday. That today is going to feature plenty of baseball discussion. There is some sound that you got to hear. There is some sound that is going to thrill and mystify you because it's pretty special stuff, unexpected, and if you haven't heard it, you're going to want to hear it. Trust me. Mike Florio will talk football at 11. We've got High Noon, 11:45. Russ Dorsey at noon. We're going to lead you right up to Cubs pregame at 12:45 with plenty of Cubs discussion. The news story of the day for the Cubs is that Yan Gomes is a former Cub. He has been designated for assignment.
And let's think about what that means, because he was one of the guys that carried them offensively, especially when they went on their hot streaks last year. He was someone that they were counting on this season to do some more of that, and he didn't, which makes you wonder, why are you counting on a soon-to-be 37-year-old catcher as part of your plan to be a team that contends in the National League Central?
So my guess is it's Miguel Amaya's job for now. Tomas Nido, the 30-year-old, has been signed. The recent former Met, who had an OPS plus of 81 in his 83 at-bats this season, is going to be the veteran presence there.
There's only one Met that I need right now, and that Met, since he threw the first pitch, has helped the team be undefeated. Not rambling Grimace, but actual Grimace. And the McDonald's account has turned into a pro Mets account on Twitter. You're our hometown team, McDonald's. I have 2 baseball teams I need you to help. What's happening here?
Well, if we're relying on that, then it's up to Wiener Circle or Harold's. Right?
I'm good with either one of those.
Yep.
But if Grimace is the magic right now,
I mean, it could also be McDonald's.
bring it over here.
Yeah, maybe they got extra magic to hand out, but
they do. If you go to the McDonald's, the World McDonald's on Randolph, they got all sorts of stuff over there. You ever been over there, Layla?
I have only walked past it, and that also bothers me.
They have like all the stuff. So you can get all the different desserts that they do in McDonald's worldwide over there. It's pretty great.
I can't handle this yet this morning, but I do need to handle that the Mets are undefeated since Grimace threw out the first pitch.
That's right.
So I need that over here.
And McDonald's didn't celebrate Grimace's birthday this year. I thought that was weird because, they did like a whole thing last year.
Mascot birthdays are it now.
Yeah.
All
you know who we need to be spending time talking about?
Mascot-wise. I'll tell you the mascots nobody's talking about.
The New York Liberties mascot, Ellie. I don't know if you all...
I've seen the choreography that's going on.
It is very avant-garde.
They've leaned into local.
Yes.
They've leaned into local.
Ellie the elephant.
Yes. And they do really cool stuff that's coming up from the streets.
Skyman, step your game up. Step your game up. But yeah, so to get back to the Yan Gomes thing, and by the way, let's give Michael Cerami credit because he had this story 30 minutes before John Heyman did.
Let's go, Michael, Bleacher Nation.
Yeah, so shout out to him for having the story on they were DFAing Gomes and they were signing Nito. So want to make sure that we take care of the people that are out here actually breaking the news, because if you don't get credit for it, then what was the point of it, right? Anyway, so now this is another one of those questions where if you want to question the way that the Cubs were constructed, here's some evidence for you. You were counting on this guy.
They got that wrong.
And they've gotten it wrong respectfully 2 years in a row when you consider the money they also gave Tucker Barnhart.
That's right. It's a good pull, Layla.
Yep.
I unfortunately have to bring that up as evidence.
Mm-hmm.
It feels weird when the Cubs win now. That's very strange. It's like, I'm so steeled against the fact that there's going to be something horrible happen. And then you get to the end and you're like, wow, not only was that not horrible, that they had a guy throwing invisible sliders late. Like, if he can get that kind of tilt on that pitch like that, ooh, that's real.
I will say this is their first chance since the Pirates series last month to win a 3-game series.
I loved what I saw yesterday. Like, as a baseball fan, Logan Webb, Justin Steele, 2 of the best in the business. I'm about to do a Hawk here, so just be ready for it. I don't know if I've seen a game this season on the north or south side where both pitchers are getting strikes at the edge of the strike zone the way that Steele and Webb did last night.
Amen.
Like, when you're looking at the strike box, and it's like, oh, that one just touched the corner, and that one just touched the corner. I guess that probably means the home plate umpire had a good night.
As opposed to the game before, that was embarrassing.
That was really embarrassing.
Patrick Wisdom's at-bat should be the only proof you need for a robot strike zone.
But yeah, that was fun. You came up with timely hits, Belly going the other way to get the game winning run. And I also thought that I really enjoyed Logan Webb talking about Willie Mays. Like, he said that he had to ask the umpire for him to stop the clock when he was on the mound because Willie's picture was still on the scoreboard and he got emotional. And they did that. I thought the Cubs did an outstanding job in paying tribute to Willie Mays, and Cubs fans did an outstanding job last night of, like, respecting the moment of silence, because sometimes that's not respected. There's always a couple of yahoos that want to scream, but is it Paprocki, right?
Jeremiah Paprocki.
Jeremiah Paprocki. I thought he did a great job with it too. A's all around for the Cubs coverage yesterday.
If you're not stopping the game for the passing of Willie Mays, what are you stopping it for?
Arguably the best all-around player ever.
And he only won 2 MVPs. He probably should have won 7. He led the NL in WAR 10 times.
Jeez.
But 23 All-Star appearances?
Yeah, but that's when they had remember they were doing half of them? They would do like half season and then other half season All-Stars.
10
Which
time
actually might make sense.
WAR leader. Not to mention, too, what's most baseball about is somebody that superhuman being 5'10".
That's there are many incredible things. That is one of them.
That he walks into a room and he looks like a human being. And he played everything. He played everything about the game in a way that was compelling. He wasn't just a slugger. He wasn't just a base stealer. The guy had as many walks as he had strikeouts. And he did absolutely everything well.
You talk about a guy that could go get it.
Well, probably more famously than anybody else. He went and got it. He ran 460 feet to get it. And then throw it back in with no one advancing when he caught it 460 feet away. Sometimes the individual snapshots are overblown about what sort of defines a legend. We can talk about the Jeter behind the back and any number of those things. That's one that wasn't.
Shake tweeted out a video this morning And I think she's at the Rickwood game, which is very, very going to be a cool thing. That they were honoring Barry Bonds, and so all the Giants are there, like all the famous Giants, and obviously Willie Mays is his godfather. So Willie's out there in a wheelchair, and Willie just got up and grabbed a microphone and walked over to the lectern and started talking. And everyone's like, wait, what just happened? It was like Willie was like, screw this. I'm just going to get up and go over there.
Do we let him talk? Like, yeah, I think we have to.
Yeah, and like that's the crazy part about it. That when Willie grabbed the microphone, everyone was silent. They wanted to hear what Willie Mays had to say.
Not going to not let him talk. And
yeah.
Willie Mays.
Well, he was supposed to talk, but the idea of them wheeling him out there and then him being like, I think I'll walk to the lectern.
It's like those Palm Beach flights.
Yeah, I got this.
I get it.
I'm Willie F. Mays. I'm going to walk over there. Say what I want to say.
Yeah, there was a lot to digest and still digest from yesterday. I know we're going to talk about Willie Mays I'm looking forward to it with Russ Dorsey because his perspective is great on these things, and I know we have more time dedicated to it, but it was not just the story and will continue to be, but it was also a major part of what happened yesterday. And what a life, man. What can you say? 90 years well lived, and up until the very, very end, just very much a part of the culture and a part of the celebration of the game.
I thought this graph from Joe Sheehan in his obituary eulogy was really nice. Willie Mays' career bridged black and white to color, grass to turf, leagues to divisions, flannel to double knits. By the time of his rookie season in the NL in 1951, only 6 MLB teams had put a black man on the field. In 1973, his final year, 6 black men started in the All-Star game. Jackie Robinson was respected for his play and his toughness under unimaginable strain. Mays, though, was the first black baseball player to be loved. First by the baseball world, and then by the wider sports world beyond that, except for sports writers. So you know the best argument for war? Mays led the NL in WAR 10 times. He won 2 MVPs. Which of those figures makes more sense to you? When you look at that period of time, 1951 to 1973, and how the world changed with him as the through line, when baseball mattered a lot more than it matters now. He was a special player and a special man. And there's not a bad word to be said about him. Did he use amphetamines? Yes. But I think that's also an argument for why we need to chill out on the way we look at the other eras of baseball.
And like Ted Williams missed, a season because he was at war in the Korean War. So another American serviceman, along with being a legendary baseball player.
Yep.
So there's a lot there, man. Like it's seeing just the highlights of it. And it's so funny. Yesterday someone sent me. I want to make sure I can get I hope it's still in my stories. Someone sent me from the account Afro Ballers, and there's this kid from Senegal who throws like Clemente. And I'm watching him throw people out from the warning track. So you have these incredible defensive plays. And when you think about outfield defense, historically in baseball, you kind of start with Willie Mays. And it's not like, not to diss, but it's not like the Jim Edmonds stuff where Jim Edmonds is kind of playing it.
Oh, I got a late start.
And now I've got to make a diving catch. And you start thinking about the ballparks that Willie Mays was playing in, the amount of actual space that he had to patrol as the center fielder for the Giants. And it becomes even more remarkable what he did as a player. It's just incredible. It's an incredible loss for the game, and a as Layla said, like a life well lived through baseball and beyond, and what he meant to so many different facets of American culture. Even like, didn't we play? Was it Willie Mays on Bewitched? That we found he popped up on Bewitched, and they were like, well, of course he's clearly a witch because no one.
Yes.
Hey, Sam.
Say hey, Willie.
How you doing?
Fine, just fine.
Sam. Isn't that Willie Mays?
Of course.
She's my favorite.
Naturally, she's her mother's daughter.
What's he doing here?
Oh, Darren, really?
You mean he's up, 2?
The way he hits home runs? What else? Excuse me, sweetheart.
Gee, I think it's about time for me to pop out to the ballpark. He sure is.
How great is that?
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
He enjoyed his celebrity too. Like Willie used to be on the Dean Martin roasts every once in a while. He would pop up on the dais there, and he was because that's how, as a kid, when obviously you heard stories, and I'm of the generation where I was 4 years old when in his last year, but you heard your parents' generation, anybody who knew baseball talked about it with such reverence for so long. Well, Willie Mays. And that's, Mantle, Mays, and Duke Snyder was part of that conversation if you were in New York. But he was always larger than life to me, always sort of beyond just a baseball player.
But even for people whose parents didn't follow baseball, they knew who he was and what he did. And to me, that also, when you're transcendent and you're a household name, even when we were more tapped in as a society together, he was always that person. He was baseball.
When we come back, we've been talking a little bit about it. There was some fresh sound that you probably haven't heard from the White Sox that will give us an idea of who they think they are, where they think they're at, and what happens next. You need to stick around. And I know that there are a lot of White Sox fans that have ejected on the season, but this is larger than that, and we will explain to you why next on The Score.
Go White Sox!
Everyone has been impacted by cancer. Our list of loved ones affected is endless. That's why on August 15th and 16th, The Score, the Cubs, and Stand Up to Cancer are partnering for the Cubs for a Cure 24-hour radiothon. Danny Parkins here. Join me and The Score team as we push to raise $1 million. Hear from Ryan Sandberg, cancer survivor Jameson Tyone, celebrities, doctors, and patients on how cancer has impacted their lives. Your donations will have a chance to get you Cubs tickets, experiences, and memorabilia. 100% of the money raised will go towards cancer research. This is our way of trying to do good against this vicious disease. Join us if you or your company would like to get involved. Email us at 670radiothon@gmail.com.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
Wisconsin Bob goes national.
Spicy.
Let's hear it.
Bob is in Wisconsin. What's up, Bob?
Hey there. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think that the Packers, I am a Packer fan, but they're not going to make it this year. Maybe next year.
Okay.
But, the Bears, really? There's only one thing that everybody knows, that, the Bears can have the best thing that they have, and they throw it away. The Bears still suck. I mean, it's what it is. The Packers will be there in a couple of years, but all we need is get rid of some cap, and we'll get there. Thanks.
What do you think? Hey, Bob, what do you think as a Packer fan? What do you think about the team over Lake Michigan, the Lions?
The Lions are really a great team right now. I wish they would have. Oh, God, they were so close. They've been, they're so close.
Oh, my God.
They got to get there.
Yeah, they do. That was tough that they didn't. Bob, thanks for the call.
That was delightful. It's delightful, except for the fact that he's right about the Bears still suck, and he's a freaking Packer fan, and he gets to live that arrogance his entire freaking life. How old is he? 75? He probably can't. He can barely remember a time when the Bears were better with consistency.
75. He sounded like he was dying at the end of the call.
People died. People died.
They've been, they're so close. They got to get there.
We have 2 texts from 2 different people. Is that Mike from Milwaukee's brother? Hey, that's Mike from Milwaukee's cousin.
It really is. It really is.
I thought it was his uncle, personally.
That's just...
Bob is in Wisconsin. What's up, Bob?
Hey there.
Hey there. Hey there.
Hey there.
Hey there.
Who's talking to me?
Bob.
Teddy.
They're.
We'll talk to
I don't know.
We'll talk to Bob.
Teddy was on the board for Mike from Milwaukee. And
Yeah, he knows.
Now he's on the board for Bob from Wisconsin.
And Bob from Niles. That's been quite a life.
What a legacy.
You really have. Congratulations on that.
Bob is on the line, a memoir.
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
It's really good.
Oh, God. I'm glad that Bart gets Bob's. He deserves Bob's.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's proof that no matter what the caliber of the call, at the end, you just have to say, thanks for the call.
That's the general manager of the Chicago White Sox. So we have the Bernstein and Holmes show. Layla Rahimi is in today. We've got Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, the intern Peter Hansen. Also, don't forget, Def Leppard and Journey are performing at Wrigley Field on Monday, July 15th. And if you keep listening, you are going to have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see them.
It's me. I'm listening. Give me tickets.
No. I have a feeling you can probably get some tickets if you want them, but you can't have these.
I also have to ask my boss, who would appreciate the request, if I could take off for Def Leppard and Journey. I think he'd be into it.
Let's remember when Chris Getz was gifted the job he has now, when he was appointed to this position without a search by Jerry Reinsdorf.
Specifically because it would allow the White Sox to get up and running faster, theoretically, because Getz had familiarity with the franchise, and Jerry didn't want to get to know anyone new.
Jerry didn't want to bother, and Jerry said it. He said with Chris Getz, he's up to speed faster, that somebody from the outside might have to take a year. This guy doesn't have to take that time. So with the hiring of Getz, the point was, let's get to it. Let's get on with it. Let's get moving. So let's hear from Chris Getz, who spoke yesterday at length about where this organization stands right now.
Looking at the wins and loss record, I mean, it's not something that you get excited about looking at. Kind of speaks to the amount of work that we have ahead of us. But you look at what Eric Fetty and obviously Garrett Crochet and what he's done, the development of Corey Lee, and these young players that have come up. You look at Brian Ramos getting the opportunity that he had earlier in the year, getting a taste of the big leagues, and now doing pretty well down in Charlotte. So, certainly focused on big picture. Not happy with where our win and loss record is right now. And talking regularly with Pedro and the staff to find ways for us to get better and put our players in the best position that we can to have success at this level.
You say you're not happy with win-loss record, obviously, but when you look at the way that this team is playing, is it different than you envisioned it? There was a lot of talk about fundamental improvement, defensive improvement. Are you seeing those kinds of improvements? Are you seeing something you like in the way the team is playing?
Yeah, I think the team as a whole, although the record's not very good, I think the intent, the energy, playing for the White Sox and for each other, I sense a lot of positives in that. Have there been inconsistencies, whether it be with the fundamental breakdowns and whether it be on the base running or defensive side? Yeah, that's popped up more than I would have liked. It's obviously nice to have Louis Robert back into the lineup. He's already shown what he's accustomed to doing and capable of doing, both defensively and offensively. So I think we're certainly going to benefit from having him regularly in the lineup now, and having Tommy Pham back and Benny as well. I think will position us better. But I really focused on the pitching this year and finding ways to improve our starting pitching. And you look at our rotation. There's some pitchers that have thrown really well as starters, here recently, and we want to continue to build on that and bring up potentially some players from the minor leagues to add to our starting rotation or in the bullpen or various spots on the position player front. So, you kind of zoom out and you focus on ways to continue to build this organization to where it needs to go. And on that subject, looking at Kannapolis and winning the first half was certainly a highlight for our player development group and Pat Leland and his staff. Really happy for those guys, and there's always great benefit for our players to experience chasing the championship at the minor league level. And this week in Birmingham, it's going to be an exciting week. They're facing an opponent that's also battling for first place in their division, and we've got Iriarte throwing tonight at Birmingham, and look forward to seeing how it unfolds this week for that club. So, I think that's a positive step in the right direction on the development of our players and certainly the direction of the organization as a whole. And then additionally, we're prepping for the draft right now, but. So there are plenty of positives and certainly some, too many areas right now that need improvement. And so, work closely with our staff and build strategies for us to get better.
So you used to assess the farm system now and the overall view of things. What is a reasonable expectation for you to be competitive? 2026? Is that too soon? After?
You know, it's tough for me to put an exact timetable on it. You know, these types of things are certainly fluid. You know, there's players that perhaps take a little bit longer to be ready to be productive at the major league level. You've got injuries that can happen. So, you know, you've always got to have your thumb on it or a pulse on it, so to speak, to be able to adjust accordingly. But I don't think it would be appropriate or accurate enough to put a date out there in which we feel like we're ready to compete for the division. But, you know, right now we're focused on, you know, getting these guys acclimated to major leagues and positioning them well for future success.
Nope. That ain't it. That ain't it. Nope. It wouldn't be appropriate to figure out when you're going to be good. You have one job. Your one job is to make this team good. And I can't say there's injuries and it's fluid. I can't put a timetable on it. Well, you tell me when we can ask. When will you be able to answer that? Because you got the job because you were ready to go. That's what Jerry Reinsdorf said. And now it's a word salad? Well, we're acclimating. Acclimating. The whole point was you didn't need time to acclimate. You were hired without a proper search. Everything, your familiarity with this organization was first and foremost the reason why you have the job. And now it's not even appropriate to talk about when the team might be good. Nope. No way.
When I heard this, I think I texted you guys almost immediately, because to me it wasn't even the actual words in this case. It was the big picture that was even more concerning. The timeline is an example and should be, but it's also the deflection. When he got here, he said famously he didn't like the team, that he didn't like how, despite being a part of the process, from going to the minor leagues to the big leagues, they weren't prepared enough. He also called Luis Robert Louis.
They might have a familiarity.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not going to eat his lunch for that because there's other things to eat his lunch for.
That had me perk my ears. But then again, his name has been a mystery to all of us. And I think he was polite about how he phrased it in the beginning to help, and it didn't help.
You know what perked my ears is that his talk about development goes all the way to Kannapolis.
That's it. It's the fact that you brought up the entire minor league system, because until yesterday, you were the only team in baseball on June 18th who hadn't gotten to 20 games. If you didn't like what you were seeing and you were given the keys to the car, you were supposed to be driving it. How can you tell me after bringing in, frankly, I think some decent frontline starters in your rotation? We just saw a guy go 8 2/3 yesterday who we didn't expect. And having an all-star. And having a team that actually has proven that they can slug better than the team on the north side right now, even with this terrible record. The bullpen being the obvious problem here, along with filling in the gaps. But there should be at least enough there. Enough there to where you're saying 2026 is a reasonable understanding as to when you are supposed to compete.
That would have been my next question. When is it appropriate?
Additionally,
when is it appropriate for you to assess when you're going to be good?
You have what should be the cornerstone of your franchise still in the minor leagues at this point. You also have a catcher who you got in a trade that was constructed by Rick Hahn that's supposed to be pretty good, despite you wanting every former Astros catcher who's ever walked the planet. What do you mean? What do you mean you're now telling people to focus on A ball? Oh, is it because it might have taken less than a year to get to know this guy, but in reality, he might take more time to learn on the job?
Or no one actually knows what they're doing. Bring Tony La Russa out. Let's ask him these questions. Bring the great and powerful Oz out from behind the curtain.
Well, why don't we listen to what Chris Getz had to say about the guy who is currently manager of your Chicago White Sox?
Pedro, and I are still, talking regularly, and like I said earlier, we're trying to put our players in the best position we can, for not only be successful this year, but in the coming years. So, there's a lot of work to be done, whether it be, on our major league staff or with our front office to take steps forward. So I know that naturally there's a lot of speculation on who's going to be in what role in future years, and really it's about showing up each day and figuring out how to put our players in the best position possible.
So many fans evaluate the manager based on the wins and losses. How do you evaluate the job that the manager's doing?
I look at the progress of our players individually. Obviously there's a huge component is playing together as a team. But really, if we're getting the most out of our players at each position and every spot on a pitching staff, you're going to be in a good position to get a lot of wins. There's a long list of players that are playing well. Some players that haven't played up to their standard or what we expected, and that's just kind of part of baseball in general. But you show up the next day and you continue to fight to get better, and we certainly believe in a lot of the players that we have here, and we work we continue to work together and trying to find ways for us to get better.
If there's a long list of players that are playing well, why are you one of the worst teams ever?
It's a good question.
How that doesn't add up to me. If there's a long list of players who are playing well for a Major League Baseball team, one thing you shouldn't be is one of the worst teams ever.
I also think there are a lot of questions about whether or not Pedro is capable of developing talent.
Well,
granted, he hasn't had a lot to work with, but
we know he's gone after this year. They just can't say that they don't want to pay another manager.
Do we? How long is his contract? I'm not kidding.
I don't know. You going to bring it back next year? Maybe.
That's the thing that Joe Cowley snuck in that Bulls piece a few months ago is we all know, like we know Jerry doesn't like to pay people to sit at home. So that is the valid question, Layla. How long is the contract?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like I wish that was what that meant, but that wasn't it. And I do think he has cost them wins, by the way, just for the record.
Yes, he absolutely has. So why don't we digest this? When we let the listener digest this a little bit, and let's talk about it further. You just heard what Chris Getz had to say. If you want to text in your thoughts, feel free. 312-644-6767. My partners and I are going to discuss all of this. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi, the White Sox. Ooh, next on The Score.
Today, The Score commemorates Juneteenth, remembering the past and looking forward to a bright future. Join us in honoring this important day in American history on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Champion Roofing. When it comes to roofing, trust. So the White Sox come out with a statement saying nothing's changed. They're awaiting the results of tests.
That's right.
And it may be what we've speculated, that he wants to come back and they don't want him to come back, which is keep him away from this team. Keep him away. Do whatever you have to do. Give him wrong directions. Lie to him. Do it like Blazing Saddles, or where you have
build a fake ballpark.
Build a fake ballpark with cardboard cutouts of people, and there's Tony. You're at the game, and you just have him stand there, and he's at a fake game.
He's at Schaumburg. He's at
the Boomers, wherever you got to go. Send him to Ozinga Field, but build a fake stadium. Give him his phone that's not hooked up to anything. Whatever he's got to do. Yeah, Tony, you're at the game. Go out there and manage. You got him. You seen those bats? Where's everybody? Oh, they're here. They're just very quiet. Oh, okay. Do that. The texters are having some fun here about what we could possibly do. Said, send Tony to the Field of Dreams in Iowa. Tell him the players are lost in the corn and he needs to help find them.
He's got to go find them out there.
Like that. Just whatever you got to do to keep him away, do it.
Longer to be ready to be productive at the major league level. You've got injuries that can happen.
Well, so why should we even hold you to any standard at all then? It's not even appropriate if he used that word. Not appropriate to even assess. To ask the question when you're going to be good. I don't know. That's a long way of saying I don't know when we're going to be good again. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Great. Well, it's a good thing that they didn't do a search for that open position to find somebody whose job it would be to make the team good. Because you were the guy who was going to accelerate everything, is what they told us. That's what Jerry Reinsdorf said. He said it. I guess we're supposed to forget that?
I'm okay with Chris Getz talking about larger issues because that's inside of his purview. He's the general manager of the team. What I bristle at is the idea that he's trying to sell people on, well, you know, things are going really well for us in the minor leagues from a team standpoint. Colson Montgomery's hitting .217.
Nothing about the record of your minor league teams ever matters. The success of the minor leagues is based on how many quality major leagues it produces. That's the only reason. There's no learning to win. There's no organizational winning record. It is only there. The entire structure of minor league baseball is there to produce major league talent. Period.
Whether that production is that player making it to the major leagues or you trading that player for a major league player.
Whatever it takes, the entire structure. Almost no minor league players matter, really. There's a handful of prospects on every team that matter. Everybody else is fodder. Everybody else is churned up, spit out, and they go sell insurance. Everybody. It is almost 95%.
Matt Caesar's doing
matter.
Paintings.
So
he made it to the big leagues.
He did.
That's a huge deal.
Now he does paintings.
To make
really
it to the big leagues is a huge deal. That's great. But that's why your minor leagues exist, not to have a great minor league record. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it matters in the same way that winning the Cactus League matters, meaning it doesn't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fun. I've been a part of winning minor league teams. It's been fun.
Here's what I want. Like, if you're going to talk about your minor leagues, tell me how many players of yours make it to the Arizona Fall League. Tell me, and what do those players do in the AFL? Are they closer to the major leagues? The winning record of what your team in Kannapolis is like. Seriously, what are we doing?
They DFA'd their 2023 top 5 prospect, 4 weeks ago? Straight DFA'd him. Didn't get a thing for him. Just Norge Vera. Just DFA'd him. Was the number 5 prospect on their minor leagues rosters in 2023. That was last year. You're supposed to be measuring this either in tradable prospects, as you said, Dan, or with who you can bring up. And the percentages are not there.
When will you know, Chris? When? If it's not appropriate now, when will you know? When will you have any idea when you're going to be good?
Also, where are you getting bodies? Because this scouting department has been woeful. We've talked about it for how many years? And I haven't been there that long. It's not just that the later picks aren't necessarily hitting. The first rounders aren't. And the way they had to build their minor league team was through trading big league talent.
Well, they're going to have to do that again because they're not, at least for this year, they're not going to be able to use the draft the way that other teams that have bottomed out are able to. So part of the way that the White Sox have to go about rebuilding their minor leagues is the trades that they make going forward this year. That's why you have to think about Luis Robert as a trade piece.
You better.
Because if you look at if we use the Rahimi doctrine, if you look at his contract length and pair that with what Chris Getz was talking about, it doesn't sound like you're going to be good inside that window of time. Therefore, if he's healthy enough to play and doesn't get hurt between now and whenever you trade him, he's one of your more valuable trade pieces. That's how you're going to get, hopefully, more lottery tickets. Like that, to me, the 2024 season is about that. Are you having enough success with major league players that someone might want them? And I will say to that point, I think that there is enough good stuff happening where someone wants Eric Fetty or someone wants Luis Robert or someone wants Tommy Pham. That doesn't mean that you're going to get the A prospect, but you got to get as many lottery tickets as you can to try to build the thing back up.
When we play this audio, part of it is we're trying to figure out what Chris Getz wants to do. We don't know. And yeah, we're going to freak out about it. It's ultimately good that he's talking, but you're right. If you don't think you're going to be good in 2026, why is Luis Robert on this team?
Why did you get the job? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? What did you tell Jerry Reinsdorf about what the plan was? You had to tell him something. Tell us what you told him.
Well, he's probably not going to tell us what he told him. And it's also possible that he got in there, that he told Jerry what Jerry wanted to hear to get the job. And then he got the job and he's like, oh yeah, this is not, but I'm in the job now.
But
and Jerry doesn't really fire people.
Also, I want to know about the scouting department, though. I want to know about, is there any investment being made in advanced scouting and what they're doing to try to evaluate at all levels?
No, the answer is no. We know the answer. They're proud to not do that. But if Chris Getz is an over-promoted caddy for Tony La Russa, then we should be talking to La Russa.
And that, you really want to talk to La Russa?
If he's in charge of the baseball business, yes. If that's the guy Jerry's
is that really a question?
If that's who he's listening to, yes. Who's running the Sox? And if Chris Getz can't give us any answer on when they're going to be good, I want to ask Tony La Russa about it. Bring him out.
He knows.
Well, bring out somebody who does. We'll sit here all day.
The person that's supposed to talked. We know who the shadow boss is of the White Sox. We've known that for a long time. That he's the shadow boss. But the guy who is the boss in name is the guy that talks. And that's Chris Getz. I find a lot of what he said unsatisfying. I understand some of it. I think the stuff that he said about Pedro Grifol is unsatisfying as well.
And wrong.
There are ways that you can measure the success of a manager outside of player development. And you can look, as Layla pointed out, there have been games that Pedro has lost as a manager.
Yeah, the management of the lineup is questionable. And frankly, the management of the bullpen has been questionable. The way they handled Michael Kopech has been questionable. But if ultimately you don't think you're going to be good for many years, then I need you to fire sale this. Because it's not fair to the players who were on that team who were good. And we heard Tommy Pham actually speak some really honest stuff to that. Earlier in the season, I know you guys focused on it. But additionally, who's caring about, I think if we don't know who's running the team, who cares about the White Sox the most?
Supposedly Jerry?
No, I'm serious. Who cares about the well-being of the team the most?
The fans do.
You know, it's kind of like I think about the report yesterday or 2 days ago with Arturis and the possibility of what they could have gotten for Alex Caruso.
Yeah, they should have pulled the trigger on that
Who's
deal.
gonna be the one to step up and say, I care about getting this team as close to something, and maybe that's not on my watch, but I'm going to try my hardest.
We were saying it at the trade move everybody for whatever first round picks you can get whenever you can get them. Yes.
Well, I also had some intel on that, as if you recall. Mm-hmm. But I need to know who's going to be the one to take one on the chin, to take one for the team.
Mike Florio joins us to talk football. We'll change the backdrop. We will get back to baseball, we promise. Well, Mike Florio joins us next here on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score. Chicago Cub Nico Horner.
Shane, what's the run differential for the Odyssey softball team?
Yeah, Nico, we're at plus 73 right now in 4 games. We won 34-0 last night, and our pitcher threw a no-hitter.
That's amazing.
So I think basically what I'm saying is we don't need you. So we're good, bro.
I'll cheer. I can cheer. Or I can just sit and criticize like you guys do.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's sponsored by BBQ Authority in Lyle. BBQ Authority has Chicagoland's largest.
Troy Aikman's in the Hall of Fame, and on Monday Night Football, he put your name next to one of the greatest to ever do it.
Well, and it's a little bit of the Deion Sanders effect. When you're playing opposite of him, in this case, playing opposite of Jalen Johnson, you got a target on your back. You're going to get a lot of throws in your direction.
How's that hit you?
Nah, that's big. That's a new one. I've heard a few good things. I heard that one. So I mean, especially from Troy, that's big time. I mean, I know I can definitely have a Deion effect if I freaking catch the ball and then put it in the air and high step. I mean, I'm doing a good job. I gotta be doing a great job. I gotta give Prime something to really appreciate. And I know he'll appreciate you catch that ball and put it in the air and high step all the way. I know he like.
Yes. Well, I was thrilled that when Brisker got his, because you know that I keep asking you guys to do more fun celebrations. I hate the group picture that you guys all take in the end zone. He ran down there and mocked the skull chant. So I like that little trash talk.
Yeah. It was messed up because I wouldn't say pay homage, but I try to get a little inner Randy Moss in me, and I don't think they ended up showing it because I think they were kind of a little focused on Kyler and the penalty and things, but I had to end up doing his impression when he mooned the Packers fans. I had did that in the end zone on my first interception, but I don't think anybody got to see it from the TV copy.
Oh my God! And Joe Buck was on the call. He could have called it a disgusting act.
That is a disgusting act by Randy Moss.
Oh man, that would have been amazing.
That was in my head. The first, I was like, when I get a pick, I got to do the Randy Moss. So I mean, really, I'm still gonna blame that on. That's why I missed the second pick, because I was trying to think of my celebration before I ran out.
Oh man, I don't know if I would admit to that, but that is amazing.
I wonder what Buck would have said, because he would have an opportunity to
have a mea culpa.
Yeah, mea culpa, because he thinks that he was too harsh on that back in the day.
Yeah, hopefully he would have shown me a little less.
Yeah, would have been a little bit more generous.
Wow.
In that entire thing, man. That is hysterical.
What a finish!
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. An Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft. That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Let's talk some football with Mike Florio, as we do on Wednesdays at this time. He joins us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hey, Mike.
I am so glad that we do this because PFT Live, our morning show, currently is on break, and I do a PFT PM podcast, and I time them so that I know I need to shut up because I have something else I need to do. Otherwise, I just keep talking and talking and talking, and I do like an hour and a half. So thank you for having this today at noon Eastern, 11 Central, because it forced me to shut up on my own podcast so I could join you. So I am grateful for that.
Okay, cool. We are glad that we are being helpful. And obviously, like, you get an opportunity with this time of the year to do some extra special content for PFT. I'd love to know, what did you think of the Brady retirement jersey extravaganza in Foxborough?
Well, it really was amazing. They had 60,000 people at Gillette Stadium, more than 1 million streamed all or part of the ceremony online. Chris Sims made a great point last Thursday when we talked about it the day after it happened, because Brady made the observation toward Bill Belichick, it wasn't about you, it wasn't about me, it was about us. And fine. They need to do the exact same thing for Belichick at some point too then. Open the stadium, fill it up, give him the same respect and honor at the exact same level that Brady's getting it. Because if we're going to say it was co-equal between Brady and Belichick, Belichick needs to get the same party at some point down the line. I have a feeling, based upon the Apple documentary and just other things that have been said and reported, there's a greater affinity by ownership toward Brady than there currently is toward Belichick. Maybe time will heal that. I don't know. But I hope Belichick gets the same level of respect and pomp and circumstance from the Patriots at some point.
Oh, isn't that always the way it goes, though? The person who had the dissenting opinion, who's closest to the highest authority, is not going to get that credit.
Well, absolutely. And when you throw in the fact that it was all set up to culminate in a decision on whether or not they were going to keep Tom Brady, and Bill Belichick thought he was done, and Robert Kraft had misgivings, and he goes to Tampa Bay and wins a Super Bowl in his first year, and the Patriots have struggled since then. One playoff appearance, blown out in the wild card round by the Bills. So I think that from Kraft's perspective, there's probably some regret that Brady didn't just stay and finish his career in Foxborough. Maybe they would have won another Super Bowl if they hadn't gotten to the point where he felt sufficiently alienated from Belichick that he wanted to leave.
Mike, as a super consumer of the league and participant in the media coverage of the league, what are you hoping to get from Tom Brady, the analyst?
I don't know what I'm hoping to get. I mean, look, I always love a good story because a good story sells. And when Brady's involved in things, people want to read about it. And Brady this and Brady that. I'm just concerned that Fox has set him up to fail, because what is success for Tom Brady? The bar is so high And we know what happens to guys like Tony Romo, relentlessly criticized on social media. And I think Brady's going to get that. Brady's going to have a tough balance to strike. On one hand, you want to be making meaningful commentary and criticism of the things that are happening in the game you're watching. On the other hand, you don't want to come off as old man yelling at clouds and I, me, we guy like Bill Walsh was, like Joe Montana was. They were both horrible as analysts because it was always about we did this, we did that. And Brady's going to want to say, we did this, we did that. Some of that's already creeping out when he talks about quarterback play. This is what I did. Fans right now don't want to hear that. They want to talk about what's happening right now. And the longer he's removed from playing, the more that's going to turn people off. So he's got a tough balance to strike. And they've made this thing, I mean, $37.5 million a year. He only has one direction to go. It's going to be so hard to meet that bar. I'm fascinated by everything around it. Will he be criticized? Will he be booed in certain stadiums? If he does a game in Buffalo, will they throw certain things into the booth that they used to throw onto the field? If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. What will be the reaction to Brady as he makes his way around the various stadiums? I think there's a lot of stuff here that hasn't been thought through.
The UFL season ended. What did it mean? What was it after this USFL XFL merger? Is there anything to take away when they have their exit meetings from this season, and for the NFL to look at this as whatever it may be, development, testing, etc.?
Well, I think the football was entertaining. The officiating transparency was awesome, and it's something the NFL should incorporate right now. All the things the UFL does to make us see and hear what's happening. You know, I think one of the crises that the NFL currently is experiencing that it will ignore and dispute is the idea that so many people think the fix is in because of legalized gambling. When things happen and there's not a good explanation for it and there's no transparency, the fix is in. If you have the opportunity to hear these conversations and the Dean Blandino and Mike Pereira discussions with the officials and this is what happened and that's what happened, you strip away the potential tinfoil hat dynamic. So I hope the NFL takes that seriously and incorporates that. I just think the UFL needs better strategy, better marketing, better PR. They made some missteps. They should have, for example, adopted the XFL kickoff this year. We knew the NFL was seriously considering adopting the XFL kickoff. If the XFL USFL merger had brought the XFL kickoff with it, that would have driven more interest in watching their games. They did things that were ill-advised, like, week one, they should have had St. Louis at home week one, so you could see that full stadium or close to it in St. Louis and people get excited. There was there was no game in Detroit draft weekend. Why not do a game on Sunday after the draft ends at Ford Field? You got people there for the draft. Maybe they'll go see the game. So there's just a lot of little things that I think they need to do to improve how they sell the product. And even with, I think, substandard effort there, they still did well, but they can do a lot better.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the Sunday ticket lawsuit discussion because it sure seems like somebody wants it to proceed, but the judge who dismissed it is like, nah, I'm going to dismiss it again if it happens. What are the grounds that they even have this second chance to try to make another discussion about it?
I think what the judge was doing yesterday, and this occurs outside of the presence of the jury, where the judge is taking up arguments from the defendant on an effort to secure judgment as a matter of law. Basically, the judge decides you failed to present enough evidence to support a jury verdict on the legal theory that you're trying to prevail on. I think what the judge was doing yesterday when he was saying to them, you've overcomplicated the case is far simpler than this. I think the warning is, get it together, streamline it. You're taking too long for this and you're confusing the jury. I think that's what he's doing, because at this point, there's no reason to direct a verdict in favor of the NFL when you've invested multiple weeks in the trial. Let the jury finish its work. Let the jury reach a decision. If the jury finds for the NFL, the judge doesn't have to do anything. And if the jury finds against the NFL, the judge could always come in later and say there ultimately wasn't enough evidence to support a jury verdict. But I think that this is a result of the plaintiffs, based upon all the coverage I've seen, really overly complicating what is a simple case. Look, Beth Wilkinson, who represents the NFL, said in her opening statement, in basically the same paragraph. This case is about choice, and then the NFL wants to maximize the number of people who watch free over-the-air broadcasts. Well, both can't be true. And there has to be an explanation for why Sunday Ticket is so expensive and you have to buy the whole package. And the argument would be, and I think common sense suggests, they have always kept that price artificially high to protect the Fox and CBS local market over-the-air packages. So people say, I'm not spending that much money to watch Packers games if I live in Pittsburgh. I'll just watch the Steelers game instead. That number is high for a reason. And that reason is the NFL is trying to protect CBS and Fox. And you don't need somebody to admit they ordered the code red under oath to prove that. It's staring us right in the face. And I think that's where the plaintiffs have overcomplicated the case.
Mike, when it was clear that Calais Campbell was going to come back for a 17th season, I thought he might be an interesting choice for the Bears to pick up to play in the middle of their defensive line. He's productive player last year for Atlanta. What's he going to be doing for Miami?
He said yesterday he's going to play all over the place. And I think one of the big connections for him was Anthony Weaver, who came from Baltimore to run the Dolphins defense. One of Campbell's stops was in Baltimore. He was talking yesterday about how former defensive coordinator Wink Martindale said he was basically put on earth to play the 5 technique in the Ravens defense. But he said he's going to play all over the place. And, you know, he also would like to get back to a Super Bowl. It's easy to forget. He's been around so long. He was a rookie when the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Steelers to cap the 2008 season. So he sees the Dolphins as a team that, look, if the defense is significantly improved, the offense is already good enough, and balance is elusive in today's NFL. It's one of the reasons why the Chiefs have won 2 in a row. Their defense has been pretty damn good to go with a pretty damn good offense. So Campbell saw that as a way to maybe cap his career with a Super Bowl win. He goes back to where he played college football, and we'll see. We got 32 teams. They can all make a straight-faced argument that this year could be the year, but Campbell seemed to think Miami would be the place where he might have a chance to ride off into the sunset with a Lombardi trophy under his arm.
Do you have any memories of watching Willie Mays play baseball?
No, I don't. And no, the incredible highlight of the catch over the shoulder. That's the one thing I remember growing up, that was like the epitome of an awesome all-time baseball play. There's a clip going around of Vin Scully and Willie Mays talking in 2016 where Scully was talking about some great play. I think that happened at Wrigley Field where it was bases loaded, 2 outs, and Mays made some catch where it was a cinder warning track and he banged into the wall, and I guess he was laying on the ground and the ball was on him, and another guy came over and picked it up and held it up, and that was the end of the game. That sounds like a pretty damn good catch. I just don't know that there's video of it.
I also love that Vin introduced himself.
Yeah.
And Willie was like, I know who you are, sir. That's why you gotta love Vin, man. Vin is awesome.
I just don't know how they went all those years and never met, because I got the impression in watching that video that they didn't meet before 2016.
Yeah, it's really weird. And you could see Willie being like, you're Vin Scully. I'm very much aware of who you are and what your place is in the game of baseball.
A press box at Dodger Stadium can be pretty far away at times. I will say that.
No, there's no doubt about that. Mike, should people in Minnesota be afraid that J.J. McCarthy can't throw?
You know, why does any professional athlete ever throw out the first pitch at a baseball game? Why does anybody do it? There's no upside. You either do what you're supposed to do or you fail horrendously and will never live it down. And if you're a pro athlete, specifically if you're a pro athlete whose job it is to throw things like a quarterback, and you put the first pitch in the dirt and away from the catcher who has to scramble to get it, that's a rough look. That's a rough look for J.J. McCarthy. I don't know how he's going to do under pressure when it's time to make a big throw, when he's got a defensive lineman cut him at him in one direction and a linebacker coming in the other direction. Hopefully he'll be more accurate than he was last night.
He's a hockey player. Like, if you really want to get impressed with J.J. McCarthy, you got to see that guy on skates, not on a mound.
Yeah.
Well, that means Minnesota's a good place for him.
Mike, what do you believe, or how much validity do you give about the reports out of Pittsburgh regarding Justin Fields and Russell Wilson right now?
Well, they've consistently said that Russell Wilson is in the pole position, and I am not an auto racing aficionado, but I know enough about it to know that being in the pole position doesn't mean squat when it comes to actually winning the race. And I think what's going to happen in Pittsburgh, and I've been in and around Pittsburgh most of my life, I think that those fans are going to fall in love with Fields when they see what he can do with his legs, especially if he's the guy getting the second-team reps against second-team defenses in the preseason. He starts running circles around those guys. They're going to be chanting for Justin Fields the moment that Russell Wilson makes a bad decision, throws a bad pass, or does something that confirms why the Broncos wanted to move on from him. So it's going to be very interesting here. And, I love making Seinfeld references whenever and wherever I can. It reminds me of when Frank Costanza was selling computers, and it was George versus Lloyd Braun, and the winner gets a water pick and the loser gets fired. One of these two guys is getting the water pick of a contract for next year in Pittsburgh, and the other guy isn't going to be there. One guy between Fields and Wilson will be the starter beyond this year. And this season, I think the subtext is it's competition to see who they're going to keep for next year and beyond.
Well, maybe Justin Fields will get the Glengarry, Glen Ross leads, and then he'll end up with the job. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you next time.
All right, thanks. See you.
That's Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. The Cubs got a win last night, and they actually got a performance from a relief pitcher that didn't make us want to throw up.
And on top of that, Layla, I think, brings up a really interesting point that we need to spend some time on about runners in scoring position in the Cubs.
Dan doesn't think it's a real stat.
So let's dive into...
I do think it's a real stat. It's just not a sustainable stat.
Hey, you be quiet over there. We're trying to go to break.
Joe Sheehan this.
She called me out.
Matthew Trueblood that. What about
shut
you?
Your face, mister.
I learned it from you.
We're going to fight about it next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score. Cubs manager Craig Counsell.
How do you keep it loose, or are guys collectively pressing?
No, I think our guys have done a good job of sticking to who they are, and I think that's really important. I mean, we are putting on a show in a way.
Yeah.
This is entertainment in a big way, but it's also about how do you get the best performance out of yourself. I think our guys have been true to themselves, and I think that's important.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Kane County Cougars Baseball. Family fun fireworks.
Shout out to our terrific midday show of Bernstein and Holmes, and on Wednesdays with Layla Rahimi.
4, 5, and 6, baby.
And listen to some of these write-ups. Like for Dan, this is Jeff Agrest on Dan Bernstein, who comes in at number 4. Number 1 was Pat Hughes, 2 Adam Amin, 3 Book Shambi, and then 4 Dan Bernstein. He's the best sports talker in town, able to speak knowledgeably about practically anything. Even when he isn't talking sports on The Score, he has an informed opinion. How he has found time to grasp baseball analytics, basketball actions, cooking, fishing is one of the world's mysteries.
Cooking? So the guy keeps cold fried chicken in his coat pocket. He could basically be homeless.
It's a very nice thing that Jeff wrote
Cooking.
about Bernstein.
Why don't you go ahead and marry him, Jeff?
There's forensic accounting research that needs to be done.
Oh, good. Wow. Yeah, Dan Bernstein, the cooking guy at the station.
Yeah, he's a big-time cooking
Dan
guy.
Bernstein, the cooking guy at the station.
He waits for discount sushi.
This will be a very fun segment. Keep going, Danny.
Well, number 5, Layla Rahimi. He writes something very nice about Layla.
She's wonderful.
Rahimi's
Wow.
Rahimi's content machine continues to churn. She appears on the Score's midday show and content machine. And NBC5's newscast and pops up on NBC Sports Chicago, either hosting or reporting from the sideline.
I just want to race, Daddy.
She makes it all work, though she's at her best talking off script on the radio.
I agree with that. She's a very wacky, interesting personality.
Yes, love her. She's great.
Very, very.
So 4 and 5. So that's great. They got two right there, back to back.
Number
but Dan Bernstein, the cooking guy.
Number
all right, sounds good, Jeff.
Number 6, Lawrence Holmes. He's the most level-headed, thoughtful voice at the Score. He's informed, insightful, and interesting. He's also creative and adaptable, as evidenced by his comic book endeavors and House of L podcast network, respectively. He and Bernstein have worked great together.
True.
So, tremendous.
That's tremendous.
The ratings are very good.
It's a good show.
So this year, I've fallen a bit. I come in at number 9. So 18, 6, 5,
and
to
9.
9 on Jeff Agrest Sun Times Power Rankings. So I'm like, oh man. Oh no. Thought I had it. pretty good year.
Owen displeased one day after the birthday. This must come as a shock.
Yeah, I mean, our ratings were really good this year.
It's fine, but
better than last year.
But it's,
I'd sell that toy truck if I were you, Owen.
It's a subjective list.
How was Danny like 4 spots worse in terms of his performance and importance?
Did Jeff Agris give a reason?
Well,
there's no way to know.
Let's read.
Don't you wish, Danny?
So,
Don't you
again,
wish?
What Layla? I just read you what he said about Bernsey, Lawrence, and Layla. Let's see what he says about me coming in at good old number 999.
Yeah, let's hear it. Go ahead.
Parkins is an excellent host at The Score.
Agree.
But he gets dinged for failing to quell executive producer Shane Reardon's lewd commentary in May. The show has recovered and remains a place where things happen. Parkins is at his best talking Bears in NFL, and there's lots of that to come.
He gets dinged for failing to quell.
Shane is fired up.
Yeah. I gotta sit behind Cap and Ozzie Guillen and Lawrence Holmes and Layla and all these guys who are all very talented.
All right, well, Cap has a YouTube channel. Where's yours?
Because of Shane.
Your lewd commentary has dragged
It's
Danny
so good.
down to 9.
I gotta be looking all the way up at Dan Bernstein and that hack Adam Amin.
I think we can all agree that the commentary would have been quelled if Tanny were here that day.
We know that.
We know that.
Studs.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be in the top 5 if Tanny was here
If
that
Tanny
day.
had shown up to work. So blame Tanny.
He's always taking
Jeff.
off. Yeah. He's always taking off.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
It's 0-2 on Soler. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game. A big, sharp slider. It ended up probably about 2 feet outside. Soler flailing at it, missed it by a wide margin. And what a job by Keegan Thompson, not only getting a save, but striking out all 3 batters he faced.
Well, that looked pretty good. You can keep doing that. You're going to have yourself a high leverage job with this team because they need more of that. The whole missing of bats is a pretty good thing. The Cubs indeed get a relatively recently rare victory last night on The Score.
Jorge Soler's at bats last night were hilarious.
He doesn't get cheated.
They were hilarious
does
because
not get cheated.
That's a guy that when he connects, he hits the ball 500 feet. He was caught so in between yesterday. Watching him versus Justice Steele, him being like, I'll swing. Strike 3, you're out, sir.
I feel like Steele was doing that with a lot of the Giants lineup. And frankly, I thought that there was a lot that was hanging out in a very favorable part of the upper part of the zone,
You're
and
right.
it wasn't affecting them. I don't know what they were not picking up from him, but that's an example of when he's really good. And then he'd just go low, and they would try to bite at that, and it wasn't working.
I kept thinking about Shota in some of the stuff that Steele was doing because he was hitting like the happy space in the upper part of the zone where Shota gets people out. And Steele's got a little bit more juice when he wants to. I thought his command, like both guys, he and Webb, like their command yesterday was really outstanding.
They were also a good matchup Labor Day weekend last year. I believe it was the same too. And there's something about how the Cubs see Logan Webb at Wrigley that is good for them. But also, don't you think, I'm not giving any discredit to Steele. I'm trying to give him all the credit he deserves. But there's just something also, you have a natural deception as a left-hander with the fastball that you're going to throw, especially if it's a two-seamer. To me, that's like effortless for a lot of them. But there's just something about left-handed arc of the fastball that makes everything more difficult to hitters. And you could see that from the angle looking behind him.
He was unafraid to pitch righties on the inner half.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of lefties that fear that. And for a guy who isn't throwing 99, 100, his ability to attack and his ability to trust late movement to get contact off the barrel is terrific.
Don't look at my screen. Look over there.
All right. Jeez.
You don't look at my screen either. Let's play a game.
What's over there that I'm not looking at?
This is a Cubs player slash line in the last 15 games. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
DSB Swanson.
No. He did have a nice night last night.
You needed that.
342, 444, 500.
Last 15 games?
Last 15.
Say it.
No. And no. Michael Busch.
Yeah, he's back up to we mentioned yesterday he was the WAR leader, but I believe his WRC plus is trending up toward 130.
His OPS right now is 809.
Yay!
And over the last 7 games, his slash line is 409, 458, 591.
An over 500 slug from somebody over a certain amount of time.
He's a rookie. And if this is the adjustment to the adjustment, that's a really encouraging sign.
I've been having fun with slash lines this morning. Don't look over here. Look over there.
I can't see anyway. I got reading glasses on.
This is not a Cub. But when I tell you this
Anthony Rizzo.
No. But when I tell you this player's slash line, you'll probably have a good idea of who the player is because of their profile.
Okay.
You ready?
Fine.
In the last 7 games, this player has slashed 400, 400, and 400.
Singles, clearly.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of singles.
Nick Madrigal.
No.
You said not a Cub?
Not a Cub.
Nick Madrigal technically not a Cub right now.
He's an I-Cub, so he's still a Cub.
An I-Cub.
He's an I-Cub.
I don't know. This is going to take me a while.
Tim Anderson. Over the last 7 games, this is the worst part about it, though.
Man, the power left his bat, and
It's
it just
gone.
didn't come back.
400, 400, 400. He's had a really good week, and his OPS is still 493.
Yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me entirely, just based on him and how the Marlins have gone this season.
I have a slash line
So
for
he
you.
hit 400 over 7 games, and his OPS is still under 5?
I mean, the power seriously left his bat.
But it's everything. His on base, even after a week of singling your way on to a 400 on base, his season on base is 252.
Okay, we're playing slash
Jesus
lines?
Christ.
Yeah.
Or while we're
Can I
playing
look over there?
No,
Oh.
you
Look up there.
Where?
Here, this slash line.
Oh.
Tell me what
Squirrel.
this is.
It's a bird.
301, 384, 557, OPS 940.
Ian Happ.
557?
301, 384, 557.
And it's a Cub?
No.
Teoscar Hernandez.
No. And
over how many games?
That's a great question. It's over 3,005 games.
Willie Mays.
Yes.
I just looked at him.
Yes. It's over 12,545 plate appearances.
I got a couple
pretty good.
bones to pick with you twos.
Okay.
All right, number one, I've been thinking about this runners in scoring position thing. Yeah. I don't think it's a surprise that most of the Cubs runners with scoring position opportunities, especially at the period starting from the 1st of May, where they had the lowest batting average in all of baseball as a team. Did you know that, by the way, since May 1st up until at least like the 16th, they were the worst batting average in baseball.
That's bad.
Yeah, and it spoke to everything else as well. It's not like that was the outlier. We knew what we were seeing. It's the fact that every runners in scoring position opportunity they were having was with like 2 outs. It's that paltry of a lineup. They were having that many problems. How many times were you looking and saying not only was it with 2 outs, but it was, you had a 2-strike approach that somebody had to face, or maybe a 2-out approach. And it goes back to what you two were speaking about. It was so encouraging at times to just see a lot of these hits, multi-run home runs, for example.
There you go. You don't need runners in scoring position to score on those.
Hit with 2 outs, but they're having a massive amount of trouble even stringing together more than a 2-run inning.
It's hard to string together outcomes.
Yeah,
it's harder than ever.
I really appreciated you two talking about that yesterday and speaking to how complicated it even sounds to say.
But what you got to do to grind out a run.
But it was also making me think about what I had seen out of the Sox a little more intently recently. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's just that's what's in front of us, and that's what I'm watching.
Andrew Vaughn.
And you two, well, Andrew Vaughn was having productive outs. That's how they won the game on Thursday in extra innings late.
He's
the same
hitting though.
But it was the same concept. And he also needed to refine his approach. And I wonder how many times we're even talking to batters about it. This is why hitting coaches get fired all the time. I get that. But they need to understand that they're the ones who are in this position. Like, when you've got a man on second, there's a good chance it's with 2 outs. What are you doing about it? And to have 2, I believe it really does change the inning. I know that you don't think so, and it's all in a vacuum, and everybody's, blindfolded and earplugged, and they're all playing baseball in a dark room by themselves at the same time.
With Zed.
However,
I was picturing Roger Daltrey and Tommy.
it's like they're all in cubby holes, everybody's at the plate at the same time, and that's how the baseball game is being played, to the numbers that are all ignorant of actual variables that are happening in real time. But to me, when there's 2 batters on, it did change things. And you saw that last night, especially against a Giants team that is actually trying to compete in a tough division.
Along with that, seeing Dansby Swanson come through, hit a ball hard, not just get the aid of the wind, but to hit a ball over 100 miles per hour with his home run. We also saw Craig Counsell make a different choice at the end of the game. Keegan Thompson came in there and was like, hit this, I double dog dare you, and the Giants are not able to. Counsell explained why Keegan was out there last night.
Well, Tyson and Keegan both did really nice jobs. I thought, how it works is like Tyson's getting those 4 guys out, set up that inning for Keegan, and set up a really good pocket for Keegan with the 3 right-handed hitters, and Keegan delivered. He's been really, really good against right-handed hitters, and he did it again tonight.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily with him on Tyson Miller. I'm terrified of some of that stuff. It looks like Shingo Takatsu to me. And
Frisbee?
There may be a time and a place for certain matchups or certain hitters, but I don't think that's a high leverage reliever on a good team.
I assume Hector Neris was a usage issue. I'm assuming. I don't know who was asked, who was available.
And that any usage is bad?
Here's the thing, though. I know people want Keegan Thompson to be that person. I would love that. That would be not just an interesting story based on what he's gone through in his past couple of years, but magic in a way, because 2 wrongs, the 9th inning and the problems Keegan Thompson had would combine to make a right. But what's the harm in trying it?
I don't think there's any harm in trying it.
They've blown 16 saves this season.
I don't think there's any problem at all in trying it.
It's his last year with options, right? But the strikeout rate and the walk rate are a bit concerning. I want him to do well. You know, he's somebody who came onto the scene and really, I think, busted some heads, so to speak, when he started. And the concern I have is just his usage.
Well, I used to go back
We've talked about that too. Like, he had to have rest.
I went back and forth with Rossi about this when, like, what is Keegan Thompson? Like, how is he maximized as a starter? Because they kept kind of doing like, oh, well, Keegan Thompson's our spot starter. He went out there and gave us 5 innings. Or can you develop him into a high leverage reliever? To me, there are no wrong answers in the Cubs bullpen when we're talking about getting the last 6 outs of a game. If you want to experiment with Wisniewski, if you want to experiment with Thompson, and I'm okay with them experimenting with Miller until they figure him out, do it. I'd be okay.
Said yesterday emphatically, Neris is the guy.
Yeah, Studs, can we hear that? Can we hear
it was pregame.
The pregame of Craig Counsell talking about Hector Neris as the Cubs' 9th inning man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, we're going to have to get 27 outs every day. And the order of those outs is less important than just getting those outs. And so I think Hector has been in that role. Hector's going to need to continue to be in that role for us, to manage the games, to put those guys put the guys down there in the best positions to succeed. You know, he's had a couple rough outings. I don't think he pitched that poorly last night again. So, you know, today we're going to have to check availability on some guys. So that always changes it. But, yeah, I think we're absolutely going to need to see Hector at the end of games.
I knew that would make you feel something, Dan.
I'm not surprised, but that's consistent with everything they've said, but
Dan,
they don't have a better option.
How would you feel about them experimenting instead of allowing Neris to have the 9th?
Awesome. There's no downside to that to me. There's no
the
downside.
is they keep blowing saves, which they're already doing.
Right. It's not going to get any worse. It can't get any worse. So try anything. Go ahead. I'm not.
No, I think it could always get worse. Look at the White Sox.
Don't you dare, Studs. Don't put that evil on the Cubs.
It's a famous Yiddish parable. It could always be worse.
That's right, Ricky Bobby.
It's a great lesson it helps you be grateful for what you have.
Isn't it also a book?
It is. It is a children's book based on that parable.
Yeah, and then they tell you to, like,
that sounds
bring
like an awful
farm
children's
animal
book
into the house.
No, it's a lovely children's book.
It's pretty good.
It's people complaining about their cramped conditions, and they go to the rabbi and they say, "Well, you know, life is difficult because we're all living in this." He goes, "Here, what I want you to do. I want you to go outside. You got a cow? Bring the cow in the house." Like, what? Because yeah, and they go back to the rabbi. Now there's a cow in the house. What are you doing? And now it's even worse. Okay, you gotta get a. What else you got? Chickens? Bring the chickens in. And then it keeps going and going and going. They keep going back to the rabbi. He keeps telling them. And he's like, okay, now all the stuff I told you to bring in the house, take it out of the house. Then come back and tell me how it is. Because, you know, it's pretty good. The lesson being, it could always be worse.
All that does is change your perspective because you got crowded.
That's the point.
And then now you're relieved that it's not crowded.
Exactly.
But here's the flip side.
So you actually have no more space. It's just changing your perspective, which is a good lesson.
It could also be better.
You're this close to getting it.
I get it.
Studs, I think I might have seen I'm on your team now, I think, about koalas.
Yes.
There was a lot of koala coverage on NBC5 yesterday, and I think we might have overlooked some things that also speak to this and also made me realize a lot about humanity and life.
Welcome to the resistance.
Yeah, we got to talk about it.
All right, I read an article yesterday that is just so delightful, and it changed my perspective on some famous people, I guess.
All right, I'm going to let you two have room to do all of that when we do High Noon.
Well, you weren't sure?
I mean,
were you going to say secondhand news?
Or what else was it?
Midday, midway?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Or it was high noon.
And then
There was another one. What was it?
It was
Noon
secondhand
high?
news. It was high noon. It was
secondhand news.
That was the first one.
And then
There was another.
It was,
I can't
it was
remember.
high noon. It was midday, midway. Obviously they're all so different.
very different. It's just like how Parkins and Spiegel is a very different show than Spiegel and Parkins.
Completely.
It's very
Completely
different.
different show.
Well, one was middays and one was afternoon.
It goes
That's
deeper
different.
than that.
Different
It's
show.
deeper than that.
It's the essence, really.
Yes, and the Essence Fest with your host
Hey.
Steve Harvey. I know Ray and I
Don't
will
look
be
at
there.
him.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the elevator.
The Essence Fest is coming to us this year, though, Ray.
What is happening?
Essence Fest
Because-
is coming.
Because
No,
the
no,
NABJ,
NABJ, yeah.
I already got my tickets for the party. Trying to tell you.
Wait.
I'll send you a link.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Woo!
You're always invited.
Oh, that's really nice of you.
Yeah.
Is
You're
West
not
Side
invited.
Mike coming?
I mean, if he wants to,
Probably.
he's been on Bomani's show
I know.
like a bunch of
So I
times,
mean.
and I'm sure Bomani's going to be here.
All right, we got to go because I really got to talk about these koalas.
All right,
things.
we'll do that next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books.
My favorite studs drop in of the day is when Dan was going to break. And you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas.
Yes!
If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. Like in a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We
no.
learned that after.
Okay, because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good. Get
All
him out of here.
Studs wishing chlamydia.
It's about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some
Why
reason,
are
I
they
thought
bad?
you would appreciate
Oh no!
It was
Get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay. All
You've
right.
gotten him upset about a few things, but it was like retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the Score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel
believe-
like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged.
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well,
Because
I mean,
I-
get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage it to be played at all times.
Oh, yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
All right, good.
But his,
I mean, if the koala take is any
his
indication.
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
Oh.
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them. So
Because they're always sick.
Right, they live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute.
It
bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us
A
have...
lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Be
No,
honest.
I developed this take because I read about koalas.
Oh, well, so yes
really
is the
random. I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right,
and I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also.
I can see
that's not a way to get him to like you
That's
more.
so inside baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
yeah. I was curious if this was on
The
some
take
sort of
was
document.
so good. Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to
from.
know the source material of the tape.
Us alone. Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It's high noon. We celebrated a Cubs win. We tried to get to the bottom of what it is Chris Getz was saying in his rare State of the Team press conference, where he thinks it would be inappropriate to talk about when they're going to be competitive.
When asked about 2026.
It's fluid. There's injuries. So the guy who got the job because he was the most ready to run with it has no idea, doesn't even want to be asked about when they're going to be good, and I guess we'll have to ask when it's okay to ask about when they're going to be good. All right, whatever. Mike Florio was fun as always, and we also talked about the Keegan Thompson performance and what it means for the Cubs' high-leverage relief situation.
All right, studs, you're an influencer, and we know this.
Big
The
influencer
Brookfield
over
Zoo
here.
has gotten 2 koalas from the San Diego Zoo. And we've had a lot of koala video, and there was even a koala live shot on NBC5 yesterday for the debut. But what I didn't also realize about them, in addition to all the things we hate about them, is that they had to be kept separated. Because they fight if they're not separated.
You gotta keep them separated.
Okay, so to me, how many things do we have here now that are adding up? They're
Okay.
purposefully dumber as made by nature. They eat things that just make them high all the time.
And sick.
They sleep 18 to 22 hours a day. They're plagued by STDs and they fight with each other. But we keep them around because they're cute.
They're not
They're
cute.
not cute.
So they're people we know is essentially what this has come down to.
They just
They're
just have-
people we know.
It's because
You
it's
all
this-
know like 5 of these people, and we keep them around.
Is it because we as a species feel bad for the species we've already killed off? This one is trying to kill itself
No,
off.
no, this
Let
is
it happen.
This is the stupidity of us humans. This crap right here.
What
They
percentage-
sleep all the time. They fight with each other. They spread diseases. They're purposefully dumber, but they're kind of cute. So we're like, let's keep them around and celebrate them.
What percentage
How is that
of
not
them-
different from like 3 people you know right now?
What percentage text the score? Koalas.
100%.
I think most koalas are score texters.
Most koalas, yeah. That tracks.
Right?
But I'm like, it's like you're talking about
and then they
people.
fall out of a tree.
It's like you're talking about people I hate. Like if you didn't know it was a bear, it would be somebody I hate.
It's not even a bear.
So all those
It's a
people.
marsupial.
Oh, a Chicago bear, you mean?
Oh, a Chicago. No,
No.
koalas aren't bears.
No, I'm saying like, but we say koala bear, whatever. The point is, like, these are people I hate. Like, if you took the animal part out, like, and these people stick around, and
You can
people
hate
like
an animal.
that.
And so you're allowed to hate an animal.
I know, but I'm just these
like you're allowed to hate
qualities.
people.
They exist in people we know. Yes, Ray.
Yeah, it dawned on me that all the calls that we were getting last Bears season wanting Tyson Bagent to start over Justin Fields were all
They
koalas.
were all koalas. Koalas love Tyson
I didn't even know
Bagent.
koalas knew how to use the phone.
Yeah.
I know they're stupid studs.
They're
but-
big fans of pure bloodlines.
Yeah, the Bagency. The Bagency's mostly made up of koalas.
They're sleeping 18 to 22 hours a day. They fight with each other.
Got a pure bloodline and a smooth brain like me.
They eat something that makes them high all the time.
Parenthetically, falls out of tree.
They're people we know. That's really what this is.
And this has been Someone You Should Know, koala version.
How dare you? How dare you bring Rush Ewing into this? Son of a bitch.
If you have the time, and please find it, there is
No.
an article on The Ringer that is celebrating the 20-year anniversary of the movie Dodgeball, an Underdog Story, with an oral history of the making of Dodgeball.
I love it. I haven't read it yet, and I can't wait to.
Does Dodgeball qualify as a movie?
Yes,
Like-
Dodgeball,
What? Of
Dodgeball
course
is
it
a movie.
does.
Well, no, because he doesn't think Step Brothers is a movie.
It's not really.
Or semi-pro.
You
No,
and Ann
Semi-Pro's a bad movie.
You and Ann Heron can talk about that.
Yeah, but Dodgeball is one of my favorites because it's nearly perfect for what it is, and this is just a really well done oral history, and I learned a lot. There's so many you wouldn't believe who read for some of these parts who ended up going to others, and I don't want to spoil too much of it. I will say I have an entirely new respect for Vince Vaughn. You talk about a great teammate. What the stories about him to everybody involved. And they talk to people on the crew, and they talk to executives at Fox and everybody else. Vince Vaughn was as cool as his character was for this, if not more so. And the way he
Isn't that the whole, like, his whole vibe? Like, pretty much on every movie set that he's been on, that's usually how people talk about him.
They said he kept everybody loose. When people were unhappy, he would be the one to go over and say, hey, don't worry about it. I'll make sure it's okay. Everything is fine. Don't let this person bother you. That he was always this super supportive, positive influence. And at one point near the end of filming, when they were in Las Vegas, it was shortly after Swingers had already been so successful. So he was like Mr. Vegas, and he would walk around, and one of his friends would make a bet, and he would slide another $1,000 chip under the bet and just add to it. And somebody's like, hey, I'm going home. And he would say, you're not going home. Here's $1,000. You're staying out with us. And he really was that guy.
You can learn a little bit from Vince Vaughn, Dan.
What, giving people money?
We're going to Vegas in August.
Yeah,
I'll expect $1,000.
I will be
chip.
going to sleep. But
don't worry, I'll gamble during the daytime.
Also Rip Torn, complete bastard.
Patches O'Houlihan?
So he was Patches O'Houlihan.
Complete bastard.
Didn't
understand really, didn't get the character, didn't get the joke, didn't know what he was doing, basically just reading the lines, following direction.
I mean, he did a great job.
He did a great job, but everybody hated him. He told everybody to F off. He flipped everybody off all the time.
Oh, so that's who you're emulating.
Also,
from the cast.
Debbie Liebling, the executive at Fox, who made sure without her, this never gets made. Without her standing on a desk in the offices and saying, "This is hilarious. I know this guy's never directed anything before in his life." The director got this because of Terry Tate Office Linebacker, which he directed, which is going to be a series, which ended up being the Super Bowl commercials.
I loved those.
Had Terry Tate Office Linebacker not gotten made, there's no dodgeball. And I just want to read you this one last little thing. The person in charge of wrangling Rip Torn on set and always being with him was Brian Taylor, Christine Taylor's brother and Ben Stiller's brother-in-law. So Brian was the production assistant who was like the Rip Torn wrangler. And apparently at one point there was a break in filming and a break in shooting. They had 4 hours off, and Rip said, "I'm going fishing, and then I'll come back."
Oh, he is you.
So he just left, and Ben Stiller said, "No, we can't lose him. Brian, you got to go with him." So he tried to get in the car, and Rip is screaming at the driver. He goes, "Get the F out of here!" And he goes, "Drive, drive, drive!" And they peel out, and he gives everybody the finger.
Yeah, so is Dan Bernstein.
I do love Vince Vaughn. He's the bestest.
We need to talk to the other bestest. And the sun is out, which means the guns might be out.
And he wrote an amazing tribute to Willie Mays.
He's Russell Dorsey, and he joins us next. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The hitting has been so bad of late that it's been easy to forget that you've got a major problem on the back end. And if you're going to really fix this thing, it's not one move. It's a series of moves.
Because of who they are and where they play. Most disappointing team in baseball right now. This is the Cubs, your 2024 Chicago Cubs.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
But I do think there is something that has happened to and within the organization.
Okay.
There has been a slow curdling and enervation of everything around the owner, where all that's left now is this husk of an organization that is simply existing on inertia. The Reinsdorf ownership is essentially over. Everybody around knows that he's approaching 90. Everyone within and without knows the team is already contractually they're going to be sold when he is no longer with us. Everything else that's been non-Reinsdorf has been stripped away. There's no Kenny. There's no Rick. Everybody is there as an extension of Reinsdorf, or somehow doing one's job in an effort to please, to curry favor with the whim of the day of the owner.
Audience of one.
Whether it's the broadcaster, the manager, the general manager, who obsequiously promised and whispered all kinds of things just to have the job. The organization is out of energy. It just exists. Who is going to spearhead anything a normal baseball business would do right now? Who's got the desire, the energy, or the professional motivation to begin it?
Or the know-how.
Or even if they wanted to do it. Even if
or the permission.
You're describing what sounds like, really, and I don't know if it's an apples-to-apples comparison, but the Blackhawks in the final days of Bill Wirtz were very similar in the situation what you just described.
It's the end of an empire.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like.
Kind of waiting, unfortunately, waiting for something to happen. And then you feel like until that does, you're not going to be able to do what you need to do to maximize everything about the organization.
national MLB insider for Yahoo Sports.
For Cubs fans, you want to be playing games in September that matter. You want to be heading into the next season with your arrow pointing up.
Insider and analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+.
Actions speak louder than words, specifically Jerry Reinsdorf saying, you know what, I don't know any of y'all. And I'm not going to even go through the process. I'm going to pick the guy right now that I want to be the general manager of the Chicago White Sox.
Insider and analyst on MLB Network, co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
Let's talk some baseball with Russell Dorsey on the Score Hotline that is brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino, circalasvegas.com, at Russ_Dorsey1, the numeral on Twitter, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. What's up, sir?
Lawrence, I know you said before the break the sun was out and the guns were going to be out as well, but no guns today because I think I have hurt myself and I had to put on a shirt.
What do you mean you hurt yourself?
Well, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning and my shoulder upper bicep area was on fire.
Oh no, Russ, you turned 29 and now the old age is here?
All I know is it hurts to touch it. And so I don't think I have a torn bicep or anything. I have full range of motion. There's no black and blue, and I have all that. But it definitely hurts. And so, yeah, no gun show today.
All right. Well, luckily you were still able to type a beautiful piece about Willie Mays. It's really awesome stuff, and I encourage everyone to go read Russ's piece on Yahoo about Willie Mays. There is some tragic and beautiful symmetry to the idea that Willie Mays passes on the eve of the Rickwood game because he spent so many innings and days there playing ball. When you were sitting down thinking about writing this piece, what did you want to make sure that people knew?
That a true icon had passed away, but an icon who, like you said, while it's tragic that he's no longer here, I think the beauty of Willie Mays is that he is so ingrained into the fiber of baseball. For me, sitting down and watching baseball as a kid was a nightly appointment for me and my dad. And somebody would go into the gap and make a play, and I'd be like, oh, man, that was so cool. And my dad said, yeah, but there was this guy. He used to do stuff like that all the time. And to see my dad talk about Willie Mays to me, where I didn't get to watch Willie Mays, but he did. And he got to watch Willie Mays in his prime, and the joy that would come over his face is something that I thought about a lot writing that story last night. And I think about, you talk about him passing on the eve of the Rickwood game. He started playing in the Negro Leagues at 15 years old for the Birmingham Black Barons from Alabama. He gets to the big leagues at 20 years old. His first homer is off Warren Spahn, one of the true all-time great starting pitchers in baseball. He goes on to play 23 beautiful years, the greatest center fielder we've ever seen, the greatest catch we've ever seen, the greatest player we've ever seen. So sitting down and writing that story, it was just me wanting to show people why there is nobody like him. He is one of one. And that even though the world of baseball mourns with his passing, I think there's a lot of great that will come from these next couple of days because we're just going to hear the amazing stories about who Willie Mays was.
When we talk about the culture of baseball and the behavior of the game and what we envision, how much do you think he had a part of that, even in what we are seeing today?
I think when you talk about being able to have a true superstar do it with such grace, right? To be able to say, yeah, I have 660 home runs. But when he was at All-Star games and when he was at World Series, and people who were the best at what they did in their era, past and current players, said, no, that's the guy. It's him. he's the best of us. I think that speaks to who he was. And I think for me, I wrote in the story, like, he was not only one of the first black superstars in baseball, he was one of the first black superstars in all of sports. I think he might have been the 16th or 17th black player to play Major League Baseball, just debuted 4 years after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. So, like, there is so much history around Willie Mays as well. And I think to be able to be so great at so many different things and carry yourself with this grace and class and gravitas that people felt, no matter how old you were, no matter if you saw him play or not, everybody just kind of knew that, no, that guy right there was different than everybody else.
And I hope people realize who may have seen the character Willie Mays Hayes from Major League when he says, would run like Hayes, hit like Mays. The Hayes is Bullet Bob Hayes, and the Mays is obviously Willie Mays. And the basket catch in that movie where he's a nice catch, don't ever freaking do it again. Willie Mays would make basket catches. And that is an homage to him. And that is, and there's so many, who maybe are fairly new to a relatively old movie that wouldn't even understand that part of it. So the depth of the effect on the culture is lasting even in fiction.
I want everybody to go on Twitter today. There's a video circulating of Willie Mays at 50 years old, running like 120 feet to make an over-the-shoulder grab. He falls down. He's like at the warning track when he makes the catch. And now he takes some time to get up because he was 50 years old. But the fact that Willie Mays, even at 50 years old, was making 5-star catches, going out and making plays, like, you can't make it up. And I think that's one of the awesome things that has come out after it was announced that he passed away. But I think I'm actually lost for words last night, going through everything and seeing all the different tributes from players and, watching Ken Griffey Jr. on MLB Network talk about him. Like, there is no Ken Griffey Jr. or Torrey Hunter or Andrew Jones without Willie Mays. And, the fact that those guys all said, no, there's no me without him. Like, I know Junior always said, like, hey, I know people talk about me, but no, him, it was him that was the best. I think that's special. And I think that being able to connect generations is something that Willie Mays was able to do.
The Giants and the Cardinals are going to play at Rickwood. Why did MLB want to do this? And what do you think it means?
It is the oldest professional ballpark in the country. And I think in a year where we've talked about, the Negro League statistics being integrated, the game is, around Juneteenth. And I think for Major League Baseball, it's like, you know what, we're going to keep doing this and putting, history, our past history into our current history. And I think it allows people who didn't necessarily know about Rickwood Field, and didn't necessarily know about the Birmingham Black Barons, kind of be able to say, oh, wow, this is something cool that I didn't know about, and be able to teach history. I think there's a lot of people that will now learn that Willie Mays played for the Birmingham Black Barons as a 15-year-old, which sounds ridiculous, playing against grown men. And then we see what he did, is like, okay, that makes sense. The fact that he passed away the day before the game is something that I don't know if you can make that up. My man Clinton Yates is down there for ESPN, and he said he will never forget hearing the news, being down there in that same field where there's a Willie Mays pavilion at that field. And so I think there are just so many different things that having baseball down there, having MLB be a part of it, I think that's something that can be special. And I hope this is something that's not lost on people. And I think the fact that this is now joined by, the passing and hopefully celebration of Willie Mays' life and legacy is something that makes the week even better down there. And for hearing people who are already down there, it has.
Have you ever heard Bob Kendrick tell the story about Satchel Paige facing Willie Mays?
I have not.
It's wonderful, and I'm sure you can find it. But hearing Bob tell it is just different because he tells a story like few can, and just how remarkable that apparently Mays had made contact, and Satchel was asking around like, when's that little boy coming up again? When's that little boy coming up again? And he walked up again, and Satchel said something to him like, little boy, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw you 3 fastballs, and you're going to sit down. And that's what happened. And he threw the first 2, and after he released the second one, as it left his hand, he said, sit down now, and began walking off the mound.
That's a Satchel story.
Yep.
What a story.
That's a quintessential Satchel story right there. For sure. So it's funny, Russ, because this feels like it's been a good week for baseball, but even inside of our group chat, we've been talking about this. I don't know if you've been talking to executives or fans about this. The stuff that's gone on with the being able to watch baseball, the RSNs that are folding around the country and the baseball teams that are kind of suffering because of it, and what I think is a looming financial issue that's going to happen because of it, is crazy that there aren't more fans talking about it. So I'd love to know from you, what have people said about the TV problem that baseball has right now?
Well, I think it all starts and I worked for that RSN. Where
sure did.
Last year, I had been told that there were up to 12 of those RSNs, 12 teams that could be affected, where maybe tomorrow these games are not on the airways. And that happened for the Padres and the D-backs, who were on Bally and then they weren't. And the league had to pick up those games. I know from talking to people that the league has been ready just in case something like that happens. But in terms of the financial situation, we saw a little preview of it this offseason, right? Where teams just, because they didn't know what the future held in terms of their TV revenue, I know there were a lot of teams out there like, hey, we can't really go out and do what we might want to do because we don't know how much money we'll actually have. Now, I know fans hear that and say, there's absolutely no way you're using that as an excuse, which feel you. But also, I do think there is something to the uncertainty of funds, where that's a big chunk of money for a lot of teams that aren't the Yankees or Cubs or Red Sox or Dodgers, who rely so much on that television revenue for their operating. So to your point, do I think that's something that could be an issue here very soon? I wouldn't even say down the line. Very soon? Yes, I do, because we've already started to see it. And I look down the road at Juan Soto being a free agent and just seeing that, like, oh, there's only 3 teams that can afford to bring me in. Got it.
Yep. And the ownership of a lot of other teams are counting on that very fact to suppress salaries, but I digress.
No, I think it's already, yeah, he's right. It's been happening. We saw it. Like, look at the contracts in the last 6 months that were signed. 8.
I mean, they're always looking to suppress salaries. This just gives them the latest reason to say, well, if you're going to remove a couple of billion from the pie, this is where that money is going to come from.
Yep.
I mean, it is the main source of revenue. Yeah. Russ, is there a team off the top of your head that attendance even comes close? The only one I could think of is the Cubs, frankly.
In terms of?
Like, diversification of income. You know, like attendance. I mean, TV far outweighs attendance.
Yeah. The Dodgers and Yankees would both fall in that category for me.
Perhaps
of teams where it's just like, hey, but they are still linked to Bally Sports.
Right.
Right.
And that's
And now
the big
I
battle.
know of all the Valley teams, I know that the Braves have the biggest market saturation, where it's not just Atlanta, it's parts of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, some of the Carolinas. So like they're probably the most okay of any team on Valley. But you know, I look at the team like the Cardinals, who are a major market team when it comes to baseball. Maybe not a major market in general, but like baseball, they should be able to play with the big boys, and they're on Valley Sports. And I know that's the team that's probably just like, you know, we really rely on that TV money and getting butts and seats at Busch Stadium. So, yeah, I think there are teams that probably should be concerned, and the fact that we're 2 years into this fight between Diamond Sports Group and Major League Baseball, and there's still no resolution. Now you have different TV distributors like, oh, give them a chance. And Major League Baseball, like, we gave them hella chances. So I don't know where this goes, but it's definitely something that could continue to drag on.
Russ Dorsey, thanks. I hope you feel better.
Thanks, guys.
You
I'm gonna
owe.
put some ice on it.
You owe.
Don't do that. No.
Welcome to being an
That's
old.
an old person's ailment.
Yep, you
Russ.
slept funny.
What?
You slept
a
wrong.
strained bicep?
You slept wrong.
No. This is I would call it a strained bicep tendon or biceps tendonitis.
Yeah,
This
well,
is
what
I slept
Tendonitis is an old people injury,
Yeah.
Russ.
What did the White Sox doctors check you out? Is that how you got that diagnosis?
All right.
I think it's time for active rest. Active rest.
I agree.
We can get you some biofreeze,
Active
Russ.
rest, ice, and ibuprofen.
Inflammatory.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Old people stuff.
Yeah, remember
Welcome.
that.
Shut up, Lord.
Welcome to our house.
A mantra for the rest of your damn life. That's Russ Dorsey.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Today the Cubs wrap up their series against the Giants in Wrigley Field. Pre-game coverage at 12:45. It's coming up with first pitch at 1:20. You can listen to every Cubs game in Chicagoland with a free Odyssey app. We're going to come back. We're going to hear a little bit from Craig Counsell.
There's a little roster news, too.
And roster news. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Def Leppard and Journey at Wrigley for Monday, July 15th. So don't go anywhere. Bernstein and Holmes and Layla Rahimi on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Kane County Cougars Baseball. Family fun, fireworks, great food, and the area's best baseball experience. It's Kane County Cougars Baseball at beautiful Northwestern Medicine Field, now through Sunday. Post-game fireworks Thursday through Saturday following the 6:30 games, and tickets start at just $5. Visit kccougars.com to learn.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick.
Something interesting, that I think we've been seeing since the mid-2000s, it's been this push-pull, like eternal struggle between Moneyball, sabermetrics approaches to building a team. And, we saw it last year. It was crystallized in the World Series, right? But what kills me is the fact that this front office continues to shackle itself to the counterintuitive and cute side of that fight, implicitly insisting that it has to align itself with the Diamondbacks model, the Orioles of the world, instead of hammering your Juan Sotos in the offseason, instead of badgering Scott Boras for not just Bellinger, but Matt Chapman too. And I get it. The Theo Jed school of thought, it's always been to value toolsiness over pure plate power, to go after your Daniel Descalsos, your Jock Petersons, and your Dansby Swansons. But the three best teams in the sport right now, the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Yankees, look at what and how they've spent to get where they are. And I get that the Mets exist. I get that the Astros exist. I get that injuries happen. But to quote you, Lawrence, you're the Cubs. As of right now, though, you have to see it. See what right now, man? Thanks, guys.
That is
blowtorch.
Spot on. One of the best calls I've ever heard on the score.
That was power and velocity. Power and velocity. You know what's expensive? Power and velocity. And the Cubs have tried to live around the margins.
Bully these hoes!
When they don't have to. The other thing, too, if you are going to assemble a pitching staff that does pitch occasionally to contact, your defense can't suck.
Well, that's the part where I agree very much with Robert, like the idea of being real cute. Oh, well, we believe in run prevention. Okay. You believe in run prevention so much that you walked into this season with Adbert Alzolay as your closer. Get on out of here with that.
You want to go see Journey? Want to see Def Leppard? We can see both of them. They're performing at Wrigley Field on Monday, July 15th. And here are 2 tickets for you. If you're caller 6 to the score contest line right now, 312-540-0670. It's Journey with their lead singer that sounds exactly like Steve Perry.
Yeah.
And actually might be
better singer.
Well, at this point, he clearly is.
Didn't they find him on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an
It's a crazy story.
They made a movie out of it. The movie Rockstar. Right? They found this guy who he's a Filipino kid that just would be in his bedroom singing Journey songs, and then they're like, "Whoa,
would you like to come sing Journey songs for money?
For Journey?"
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a
You're gonna pay me too? Yeah, we're gonna pay you a lot You're gonna go on tour. You're gonna replace the original lead singer of Journey.
Not the original lead
I'm
singer.
sorry, the second lead singer of Journey.
Because remember, they brought in Steve Perry as a bit that he was like disguised as a roadie, and they said, "Oh, this is his cousin from Portugal." And they're like, who? What? Who's this guy? And then
Bobby Valentine did.
And then he started singing like, well, maybe he'll just sing this one. He'll do sound check. And then he did the sound checks like, maybe he'll do all the songs.
Maybe
now.
you could just sit over here. And you can.
And now you're out of the band.
Exactly. That's they did that guy.
So he got soft fired from a band. That's interesting.
Their original lead singer, yes, was soft fired for the band. And of course, we know the story that Def Leppard had some of their own issues.
Yep.
Like the drummer lost an arm.
Yeah. Still drumming his ass off.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he already drummed his arm off.
You use the pedals and you go out there and you do work.
So the roster news.
Not Rasta news.
No, not Rasta.
We
news.
should start doing Rasta news, though.
do a check of the roster.
Buck.
We should do a reset, not only on the roster, but the Rasta.
Yeah.
So we should have a show Rasta who comes in. Natty Dread, the Rasta Gourmet.
I'm sure we got some friends. I'm sure Mario can point us in the right direction.
Why gotta be Mario?
Because Mario knows everybody.
Okay.
That's why.
I thought he was like a secret underground Rasta.
He might be. You never know with him.
That's true. But the Keegan Thompson, after all that excitement, has decided he's going on the paternity list.
Well, I'm guessing circumstances decided that he's going
I think
on
he
the
just
paternity
decided
list. He's like, I can't do no more. Like after last night, he's like, I'm going on the paternity list.
All right, let's hear what Craig Counsell had to say in his pregame today.
Well, of course it was, a tough decision that Jan is, is a great teammate and an important person in the clubhouse. But in the end, we just felt like we had to make an attempt at trying to get more production out of, the catching spot. And so that's what kind of instigated the move.
He's had some good, Nito's had some good numbers against would-be base Steelers. Is that something that went in? Is it the offense? Is it kind of the whole package?
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to upgrade and give us more chances to win. So it's the whole player for sure matters. The defensive part of it matters. He's an excellent receiver, and that's important. So it's the whole package, certainly.
How tricky is making a change midseason at that position, specifically just given rapport with pitchers and getting caught up with the staff?
Yeah, again, I mean, I think it goes into the equation, but it happens. It happens. You call up a catcher, it happens, and those guys are, well versed at, having to take in a lot of information and learn quickly, and you do it with a new pitcher that comes up when you're a catcher that's been with the organization. So it's part of the job, and they've got those guys. We know they take in a ton of information. They got to process a lot. They got to keep the good stuff, throw out the bad stuff, and make a decision. They make a lot of decisions every day.
When you look at the bullpen, we've seen Cubs go through a lot.
Oh, can I just stop you for 1 second? I don't think that was announced. Where's John? Okay, we placed Keegan Thompson's on the paternity list. Okay. And Porter Hodge has been recalled. So Keegan ran out of here. Actually, not ran out of here, but about 45 minutes after the game, Keegan got a phone call, and it was baby time. And he had a baby boy early this morning, and so he's taking care of the duties.
At the next man up theory that you guys obviously have had to do in the bullpen, they've responded well, but the scientific part of what you're able to do to help them be successful, sometimes I miss. And last night's game was kind of obvious, how you wanted to set that up, but you don't seem to have the depth and the luxury to do it all the time, right?
No, I mean, I think the game presents, that one of the reasons the ninth inning is hard is that generally, the other team kind of throws everything at you that they have left, right? And That's probably what makes that's one of the things that makes it hard in that inning. You don't get to pick. Very rarely you get kind of the night how it sets up last night. So, I mean, I think it's easier to do earlier in the game, and that's often why you try to get matchups for your guys kind of earlier in the game if you can. But that changes, and ultimately, when we have injuries or whatever, other guys are going to be thrown into some opportunities, and they have to step up in more difficult opportunities and difficult kind of spots and moments. And that's how, to have success, I think that's how it has to work.
And Ben Brown, did you guys get anything back?
Yeah, so after kind of reviewing a bunch of opinions, essentially we're at where I want to make sure I word this correctly for you guys because it's confusing to me as well. He essentially has a benign area of concern, and it turned out to be a very benign area of concern, I guess is what it would say. That showed up on imaging, but they're not concerned about it. So moving forward, Ben is going to continue baseball activities and as tolerated, kind of go forward. So he threw yesterday. That's good. He's not symptom free, but the initial diagnosis is not something we're operating under right now, which is good news. And so Ben's really kind of moved forward as tolerated, and he's feeling good. And we think that as this goes, this can move on much more quickly.
All right, I remain confused with the
terminology that is being used.
Benign area.
I was I'm not familiar with the terminology
of concern. So something showed up on imaging. Is it a growth? Is it something that needs to be removed? Is it something that will disappear on its own? Do you use that when you use the word benign? That usually is to differentiate it from malignant,
right? And usually we don't talk about that with fractures.
I think fractures off the table.
I do too, but that's what I'm concerned about, because why did you think it was that? And now you're talking in terms that make people nervous.
Well, medicine's tough sometimes.
It very much is. Had a doctor's appointment this morning.
I'm glad to hear that he's okay enough, that
that it seems like it's better than what they thought it was.
Clearly. Because they used all sorts of catch-all terms for a while. Now, this Friday, 6 p.m., that is the premiere of A Salute to Sandberg. Mark Grody will host a 1-hour documentary honoring the legacy of Ryne Sandberg before his, Sandberg's, not Grody's, statue is unveiled at Wrigley Field 2 days later on Sunday. We have no information on the Mark Grody statue as of yet. That's this Friday from 6 to 7 p.m. right here on your home of the Cubs, 670 The Score on the Odyssey app. A salute to Sandberg.
I gotta imagine ISU's working on a Grody statue.
On the Grody statue?
Right next to the Ranji one.
Right next to the Ranji one, yeah.
Yep.
If you were wondering how the roster affects today's lineup, here we go.
And the Rasta.
Horner is going to lead off and play second. Suzuki in right field. Bellinger's at first. Morel will play third today. Ian Happ in left. Dansby Swanson in short. Michael Busch will be your DH. Miguel Amaya will catch. And Pete Crow Armstrong will play center field. Ian is 198 batting average.
That's the appropriate spot in the batting order.
It's perfect. It's perfect because you can also use his speed at the bottom of the lineup and stuff.
It means he doesn't bat as often.
Well, yeah.
That's the primary difference.
But for a guy like that, you put him at 9.
Thanks to Mike Florio and Russ Dorsey, Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Peter Hansen, Kevin Lapka, and all involved. We'll be back at it tomorrow, but first, you're going to keep it here because we are sending it to Cubs baseball pregame right now.
We got to go, guys. It is Cubs baseball. People are excited. We're here. We're all Cubs fans. We know what we're rooting for. Wrap it up. How do you end this?
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good to see you.
Hey, Chicago. It's Craig Counsell.
Swinging a line drive right center field. Cubs win the ball game.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670.